So we've got Becky Lynch. She's going to be making an appearance. Obviously, she is fresh from her victory, thanks to Bayley. She was victorious over Lyra Valkyria. Then we've got Charlotte and Alexa. They're the new women's tag team champs. They're going to be on the show. Doesn't appear like they are actually going to be taking on anyone. I think it's just a promo, or I'm just going off this graphic. Then we've got another Rusev Sheamus match and the fallout from SummerSlam. So this is what we're looking at. This is where we are in regards to tonight's show. I think we should be looking, obviously, at... I mean, this stream's obviously going to have a lot of Brock conversation. I'm already kind of mentally prepared for that. And obviously, it's been, you know, a little bit of time, not quite 24 hours since Brock returned. So we've been able to kind of get our heads around it. I mean, genuinely, I feel like I was just in a confused haze for most of last night. It took me quite a long time to get the opinions video recorded. That was the main video that I managed to do afterwards. Unseen was just not possible because of just the sheer amount of noise, reaction. I mean, if I use the word flooded, I think that hopefully paints the picture. It just flooded social media. Everyone has got an opinion on this. Everyone has expressed their opinion on this. And there is real emotion, right? Real emotion on both sides. There are people passionately standing with Brock, and there are people that are passionately done with WWE, right? I've seen posts of people saying we're not going to cover WWE anymore. And people kind of saying that they're done with watching the product. And then I've seen a lot of people going, he's not guilty or, you know, innocent till proven guilty and all that sort of stuff. I mean, it's loud, it's emotional, it's passionate. I'm hoping, and I think I'll probably fail, but I am hoping to have a conversation on this that's not going to involve that kind of emotion and passion. I think the best way to approach it is to just answer questions as they are kind of popping up. I mean, there's not been loads of development in the story. I mean, obviously, over the next few hours, I can tell you what I know and what I've read. And it's going to be the stuff that you've seen that's out there. And, you know, there's not going to be a way of, like, avoiding this conversation. I don't even want to avoid this conversation because I've said before, I pride ourselves on the fact that we will talk about anything. You know, it would be easy to just start this stream when the show starts and just get stuck into Raw, right? But everyone wants to talk about Brock. They want to know how other people are feeling about this. And I think that is going to help people kind of get their own perspectives in place, right? It's one of those where he came back, all the emotions get kicked up. Now they're starting to settle back down again. Everyone's trying to figure, right, how do I feel? Where do I stand? How's everyone else reacting? What's other people's thoughts? And we're kind of in that situation, okay? So, I mean, we can just take that a step at a time and just answer questions as and when they arrive. I did get a question about SummerSlam and if there was a bit of an overreaction to the whole event, because I don't know. I mean, I don't know if people were crazy about SummerSlam. I'm not sure if people were like losing their minds over the event. I can tell you, you know me, I like to pop to cage match. I don't use it as gospel, but for these events, they tend to get some decent... Yeah, you see, they haven't, unfortunately, here. This is where cage match falls down, honestly. I love the idea of cage match, but it just doesn't get used enough. So, you know, it's got 7.7 for Sunday. I mean, I don't think that's anything massive. That's not anything, like, historic, okay? 7.7, but it's only 67 feedbacks. So, I mean, it's too low of a sample size, isn't it? It's too low of a sample size, so I can't really use much from it. But, I mean, all I can tell you is at the moment, 7.7 for yesterday, 8.4 out of 10 for Cody and John. Easily John's best match. The street fight element massively helped it. 6 out of 10 for Dominic AJ. 3.25 for Solo Jacob. 6.8 for Becky Lyra. 8.5 for the TLC match. They're saying the TLC match was just better than the main event by a whisker. 8.5. 7.8 for the opening match. So, probably 2 matches there that I would say are like amazing. And then the rest of it, that one, not bad. The opener, fine. Great opener. But I'd say it was these 2 that really made that day. I don't think yesterday was that special. I mean, obviously the Brock thing is massive. And if you love that, that's going to massively change your score, right? So, that might massively change your score. But actually just looking at the bulk of the show, 7.7, but again, low sample size, okay? So, low sample size. If we have a look at the Saturday, much bigger sample size, 282. That's got 6.2 at the moment. And again, if we look for anything that's like 8 or above, we've got one match, which was CM Punk Gunther, 8.6. So, CM Punk Gunther, 8.6. No other match got 8 or even close to it. That got 7, 6.3, 3.6, 5.5, 5.1. So, I don't know. I mean, it was an interesting point someone made where they were like, do you think the overreaction of SummerSlam is because a lot of the other PLEs this year have been really flat and mid? And my response was, well, I don't really know what the reaction has been outside of the community. I know that I scored it 6.5, 7.5. And actually, at the moment, that seems to be in line kind of where Cage Match is. But again, low sample size. So for me, I thought this was a really solid show. I thought it was really enjoyable in certain places. I thought it was a bit dull in other places. Certainly the Jacob Solo cage match, I didn't see much praise for, right? I think that's pretty much unanimously everyone's least favourite match. But yeah, there's a couple of spots over SummerSlam weekend that just were flat for me. So I don't know, I didn't really get that carried away with this event. I think that it was very solid. I think that they massively exceeded WrestleMania. I'm really pleased for Cena and Cody and the fact they were able to deliver a match of that magnitude. Cena's last year needed that match, and I think Cody needed that match because it was a passing of the torch, wasn't it? I mean, that image of Cody saluting John when he's standing behind him, like, that is an image of this year. It's meant to be an image of this year. That is Cody saying thank you for your service. I've got it from here. And that's the message that they wanted you to receive from that match. So, there's definitely moments, and of course Brock's a moment. The cash-in is amazing. And my favourite moment is a few bits in the Cena-Cody match, the couple of spots in the TLC. But honestly, I think my favourite moment is Seth cashing in, where he's throwing the crutches to the side, making his way down to the ring, and cashing in, and like the work that went into that with Saturday night's main event, the ruse of the century. Personally, that was my favourite moment. So definitely a show that we can come out of and go, wow, we got talking points. We had highs, we had lows. It's come out as a really solid show. I think we're well into the good range. Some people would have it in the great range. I do think part of the score, though, depends on how you felt about Brock returning. But, yeah, that's kind of where we are coming out of SummerSlam. So let's go into the chats. Joe, shout out to you, my friends. Joe said, I hope you enjoyed me being on site and writing. I sent you those other videos on Facebook. I love the reaction when Brock was shown. There was like a 12-second delay in person and seeing it. Oh, really? Really? That's interesting. Well, thank you, Joe. And yes, it was great to hear from you and hear from what it was like being inside the stadium. So, yeah, it was obviously great to get that perspective. I'll try and get some of those into Unseen. I think my plan for tonight is to obviously take my time with Unseen. I've already got stuff in folders from yesterday, but obviously there's going to be more stuff to add today. I also think as well, sometimes in life, it is worth just pausing and thinking rather than reacting. I mean, unfortunately, I am in the position where I have to live react. I have to talk about things. I have to, kind of be in the moment. But sometimes it's nice to just sit and think and reflect and honestly get a good night's sleep as well. I did get a good sleep, so I'm actually feeling really good. So yeah, sometimes it's just good to do that as well. So Unseen was a bit of a problem for last night, but I'm really pleased actually I didn't do it and just waited, and so it will be back later. So yeah, Joe, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. I hope you had an absolutely fantastic time. Okay, again, let's try and take the emotion out of this, because there's people that are going to be on this stream that absolutely love Brock being back. There's going to be people on the stream that hate that Brock is back. I understand both sides, and so I'm going to try and we're just going to chat. I'm going to answer questions. We'll see what thoughts are out there, read a few theories, and we'll kind of take it from there. So, Rent-Free said, Daze, what do we think the story is going to be as to why Lesnar decided to attack Cena? Do you think that they should have a brawl on Raw where everyone in the back has to stop it? I think in regards to Brock, I think that clearly, you don't focus on the legal stuff, right? That's not going to be part of his story. It's certainly not going to feature in promos, right? It's not going to be used against him or anything like that, right? So I think what you do is you just have maybe Brock wanting to send a message, Brock wanting one last opportunity with Cena, heard that Cena was going away and didn't want to miss the opportunity to get in there with him. I mean, I don't know what Cena could have done that would have upset Brock. I mean, there's nothing that he could have necessarily done unless Brock saw one of Cena's films and was offended, right? Perhaps he bought a cinema ticket and hated the experience, and so now he's come to mess him up, right? So I think in regards to the way that we go forward, I think it's got to be somewhat along the lines of, I've never liked you, and if I've only got one opportunity left to, take you out, I'm going to take that opportunity. And something along those lines. I think it'll be no nonsense, pretty simple. I've never liked you, and if you're retiring in December, I've got literally a few months left to give you one last beating, and so I think it'll be something along those lines. In regards to brawls backstage, you could do that. I genuinely don't know the reaction of the crowds. What I would say is, the belief is going to be he's going to be more on SmackDown. I don't expect Brock tonight. I don't expect Cena tonight. I don't think tonight was one of Cena's dates. So if we don't have Cena, I don't expect Brock. And I think when it comes to that first reaction at SummerSlam, I think you can sort of expect shock, confusion, mixed reaction, but more just like, what is going on, right? Disbelief. And so I think you sort of could have a little bit of confidence that, okay, he ain't going to just get booed. It ain't going to be a case that his music hits and immediately everyone goes boo like that. That's not going to be people's first thought. Everyone's first thought was exactly the same. I think we all thought the exact same thing. What the is happening? What the is this? Whether you were happy with it or sad with it, I would imagine what was probably the very first word that you thought of, okay? So, and whether it was then followed with expletives, is up to, whether you're going to heaven or hell, okay? So I think that you could be quite confident that he's not going to just get booed out the building, right? Maybe if he was in there a while and people had chance to process it and think about it and, maybe then, like, once the shock had settled down, maybe people's reactions would come out and you'd have some cheering, you'd have some booing, and, so get in, do what's needed, get out of there, and we're done, okay? Now that people have had time to digest this, get over the shock, see how others are reacting, all of a sudden now, we're going to start to find out how people feel, aren't we? We're going to find out how the crowds feel. So it's going to be interesting, isn't it? It's going to be really interesting. Are people going to get excited because Brock's back and he's a massive star? And, you know, or is it going to be a case that, I mean, look at Tessa in TNA. I mean, months and months and months, and she's getting, you know, Tessa's a racist chants. I mean, I don't know what kind of chants could happen for Brock. I don't know what kind of reaction he's going to be getting. So how much do you actually use him in front of the fans? How much do you actually use him on TV? I mean, do we just go, don't care, put him out there, and just what will be, will be? Or do you do a lot of backstage stuff? You know, you just said about, will he do a backstage brawl? And I think that would make sense because you don't need the live crowd for a backstage brawl. Will he do like sit down interviews backstage? I think that would make sense. You don't need the live crowds for backstage interviews. But then, you know, I'm quite a cautious person by nature. I'm not really a risk taker. I'm not someone that does bungee jumps and jumps out of planes and all this sort of stuff. You know, I'm very cautious. So for me, if I was having to book Brock, I would not be taking chances. You know, I even said, how will the crowd react to the Hulk Hogan 10-bell salute? I didn't know. And I was like, I don't think they'll do one. They'll definitely do a video package and they'll definitely do a graphic because, of course they will. It's Hulk Hogan. He's a legend. And what he gave to pro wrestling, he deserves that. The character deserves that. But I don't know that I would have the balls because I've only got really little tiny balls, right? I don't know that I would have the balls to bring the whole locker room out, have them stand on the entrance stage, try and do a 10-bell salute where you've got to hope that everyone in the crowd observes it. I don't think I'd have the balls to do that. But WWE did have the balls to do it, and it was wonderfully observed, right? It was perfectly observed. I didn't sense any booing. I did hear some people saying they could hear some booing on one of them, maybe the Raw one. But the SmackDown one, I didn't hear anything. And to be honest, I didn't even hear any boos on the Raw one. So, you know, WWE did that, and it worked out fine for them. So are they going to just go, let's use Brock and what will be, you know? I mean, they've got him as a heel. Okay, so people going and booing. I mean, he just murked John Cena, who's turned back face. So they've got him as a heel. So if you're going to go and boo Brock because you don't like what he's been caught up in, it doesn't matter. He's a heel. So that's covered, right? It just sounds like he's a heel. Just like how people go and boo Logan because he's a douche. It doesn't matter. It just makes it seem like they're booing him because he's a good heel, right? But we all know that a lot of the heat that Logan enjoys is not because he's done fantastic heel work. It's because people just genuinely don't like him, right? And so the same could be true with Brock, where people go and they boo him because they genuinely don't like what he's been involved in. But that's just going to be covered, isn't it, by the fact that he's a heel. Where it'll become a problem is signs, which I've no doubt would be confiscated. And with chants, which I don't know quite how you're going to deal with those if some chants start to get a bit creative. So perhaps they're thinking that boos are fine, signs will remove, and let's just hope that the crowd don't get together and start chanting something, right? And maybe that's kind of the hope. So I think in regards to like how do we book Lesnar and all stuff like that, my head's not quite at that stage yet when my head is still what's the reaction he's going to get, because social media is melting, right? What I am seeing on my timeline is, you know, people saying that they're being sent horrible messages, and I think this feels quite tribalistic. This feels a little bit to me like AEW, WWE. It feels like people have picked sides and there's like just these big wars that are kind of raging now. So I feel like there's this big fire that's going on in the wrestling community. I feel like there's these big blazes and there's all this emotion. So sort of trying to ignore all of that and trying to book Brock Lesnar is difficult, honestly. That's hard. It's difficult. It's a little bit like last night trying to ignore the fires and try to talk about, hey, what did we think of night 2 of SummerSlam? Did you enjoy the TLC match? What did you think about Becky Lyra? You know, trying to ignore the fact that the wrestling world, the wrestling community is flipping melting down is obviously a very difficult thing to do at the moment. So, yeah, it's one thing I would say as well. I mean, I've got lots of things to say, but one thing I would say is that history will remember how people reacted. History will recall and record tweets, reaction videos, clips. History will remember that. So I don't know what's going to happen in regards to Brock. I don't know what the future looks like. I don't know as to whether, you know, when this thing goes to trial, it starts looking bad for Brock. Because there's lots of false information. I've been sent videos where people in those videos claim that this lawsuit has been concluded and it's done. And that's just rubbish. It's just absolute lies. There's so much misinformation out there. There are so many lies that are circulating. There's so much fake news that's attached to this that I could totally understand if people have got like the wrong impression of something or the wrong end of the stick. And I think that, you know, this is still an active case. He is not being prosecuted. He is not being sued. But he is mentioned 44 times in the lawsuit. Some of the stuff that he was involved in doesn't look good. Obviously, he has not been found guilty of anything, right? But it's going to be hard for him to be found guilty of anything because he's not necessarily being accused of anything. And so you can understand why people are looking at that going, so what has he done wrong then? What's everyone's problem? If he's not guilty of anything and he's not being prosecuted and he's not being sued, what's the issue? And the issue is that he had a pretty good awareness of Janelle Grant, the relationship with Vince, and the fact that Janelle was providing explicit material, yeah? Because he was receiving some of that material. So, you know, these were photos, these were videos of Janelle Grant doing explicit things, right? And he was receiving these. And there was sexual experiences that were set up where he was going to have a sexual encounter with Janelle Grant, right? Brock, this is. And the only reason he didn't, according to the lawsuit, is because he got too intoxicated. I think they went to a hotel and Brock got too drunk. And so the sexual encounter didn't happen. So the uneasiness around this is because we don't know, I don't know, you don't know. What did Brock know about Janelle? How much did he know? How much did Vince kind of clue him into, you know? How much did Brock know that according to Janelle, she was being pressured into doing these things? She was being pressured into doing this. She was being made to, you know, do these things. She didn't want to. She was being made to do it. And if she didn't do it, according to Janelle, and again, it's allegations, but according to Janelle, she was going to be losing a job. She was going to be exposed. You know, it was going to be like, it would ruin her life type stuff, yeah? And so she was being like pressured into it. And so, you know, Brock is involved in that. How much did he know? How involved was he? So even though there's nothing legal that you can kind of point at, there is definitely an uneasiness around this. There is definitely things and questions that need to be answered. And, you know, for me, my stance on it is that I'm not comfortable with this. I am definitely not comfortable with this. And I am, yeah, kind of in that situation where I know that history will recall everything. History will recall how I reacted when he returned. And if you look, it is not one of celebration. It's one of genuine shock. Because I've been asked about will Brock come back, and I've been consistent in saying not anytime soon. Not whilst the legal proceedings are on. I think it was on the same stream yesterday. I got asked that question. I was like, I won't say 100% no anymore. I've learned from CM Punk's return not to do that. But I'll go 99.9999999%. It ain't going to happen. And the 0.0000001% did happen. And the reason why I said I didn't think it would happen is because I knew the backlash that would happen if it did. I knew the bad PR. I knew the optics, right? I'm not a genius, but I know that, like, I know the optics. I know what it's going to look like if you bring him back. And what has happened is everything I thought that would happen. The reaction has been everything I thought the reaction would be. And right now, you've got, honestly, people ready to walk away from wrestling. It hasn't yet got to the sponsors. And what I don't know is that if there is enough of a backlash here and people start tagging in sponsors, start tagging in Wingstop, start tagging in, you know, all these companies saying, are you standing with this? Do you agree with this? You know, is this what, are these the values of your company? You know, if that starts happening, things will go to a next level of interesting, because all of a sudden then sponsors are going to have to start making decisions as to whether they support this. And that is what brought Vince down. Vince left WWE because I think it was Slim Jim were the ones that were like, we're not going to sponsor Royal Rumble anymore. We're out. We don't want to be associated with this now. And as soon as WWE started to lose sponsors, Vince was gone, right? They made public statements. Vince was out. He's no longer on the boards. He's been removed. And of course, Slim Jim came back. The other sponsors felt fine. And so it went that way. We're at a point where we haven't got to that point yet. And I don't know if that's not coming. I don't know if that's not what's next, where, you know, sponsors will be contacted and just ask the simple question of, do you support this? Is this in line with your company's values? And I think that will happen because there's enough people upset about this where someone's going to do that eventually. I could see that being, you know, the next chapter. So I don't think we've even started with kind of the backlash on this thing. So I think it's, if you like this, I'm going to speak to you right now. If you like this and you support this, I'm going to say that's okay. Okay? I'm going to say it's okay because I've had a lot of people that I respect in this community tell me that they are innocent till proven guilty. They don't see what Brock has actually done wrong. And so they feel that he should be able to compete and should be able to be in WWE, right? And I can actually see the argument for that, right? I can see the argument. So what I would say is, you're winning. You've got him. He's back. So, like, it should all be good, really, on that front. Like, that should be good. I mean, you're winning. You're getting him. He's going to be competing in a program with John Cena. So, thumbs up. Yeah, all good. Party around your house. But I think what has been a little disappointing is that those people, not all of those people, have shown an understanding as to why there is concern. They haven't really shown an understanding when there's women out there that are saying they don't feel comfortable with this and they're not happy with this. And, you know, is this really the optics that WWE, like, I think it's really different sending a message saying, I hear what you're saying. I don't mind Brock being back, but I can understand your position. And let's see where this goes, right? I think you can send a message like that is quite warm, that is reaching out, that's got some positivity about it. This is my stance. I see your stance. But there's not enough. I don't see enough of that on social media. I just see people going to war, and it's disappointing. It's disappointing. Because certainly I hope that's not happening within our community. Because how you feel is how you feel. If you're pleased about this, you can't change that, can you? I mean, you're pleased about it. Great. Okay? If you're sad about this and you're down about this, then you're sad and you're down about this. You can't change that. I understand. Okay? So we've got people on different opinions on this, okay? And this is obviously a very serious topic, so it's not just booking, right? It's more serious than that. So a lot of emotion that's doing the rounds. I think both sides, it would help if they could kind of understand where the other side is coming from. And it would be good if there could be some more kind of constructive conversations that are occurring. And it's just not happening on social media at the moment. There's a lot of people just digging their heels in. So for me, I've just tried to stay quiet, to be honest, because I'm not looking to go to war with anyone over this. Because to be honest with you, I think this is a messy situation anyway. And I think starting raging wars with people is only going to make it messier. So he's back. He's back. Everyone's, expressing their feelings on it. There's big raging arguments over it. And, we are where we are. So on we go. Forward we move. I am not a fan of it, as I've said. I think that it is bringing an awkwardness, an uncomfortableness that is just not required. He hasn't been around since January 2024. I don't think he's needed right now. I think that it's just unnecessary. It's the same as Tessa in TNA. It's just not necessary. It brings an awkwardness. And I just feel the same way about Brock coming back, honestly. But equally, I do understand where those are coming from that say innocent till proven guilty and all that sort of stuff. Like, I do hear those people. So this is why I'm not looking to dig my heels in and have raging arguments. So that's kind of where I stand with it all. Let's get some more thoughts. Carl, let me drop you a follow, Carl. Let's go to Carl's channel. Carl and Dawn, hello. Carl, it cut off the and Dawn. I hope you're well, mate. Daze, how are you? I'm back. Life got a little bit in the way. I didn't like that they took it so soon from Punk. Okay, nice little pivot. Okay, so life got in the way. I don't like that they took it so soon from Punk. I think that's part of the story, though, isn't it? I think it's part of the story that they took it away so soon because of the fact that they want him to feel cheated and the fans to feel cheated. I mean, this is Seth basically doubling down on his words that CM Punk is not going to be champion whilst he's still around. And as I said on Saturday night, well, technically he was for 5 minutes, but I mean, it was took away, yeah? He was allowed a taste of what it would be like, and then it was immediately ruined. And that obviously is the story, right? So, I mean, he could have had it another couple of minutes, another 5 minutes, but the story was always going to be that Seth was going to cash in on that night because Seth has said, I don't want him to be champion. Not in my ring, not in my company, not after he's been away for 10 years whilst we had to build this place in his absence, yeah? So I think that in those regards, or in that regards, it's going to be a long-term story. I think Punk will get the title further down the road, but it's just going to be a case that we kind of build towards that. It's very Daniel Bryan 2013. Everyone wanted Daniel to be champ. He won it at SummerSlam, immediately gets cashed in on. I think Triple H was the ref and turned on Daniel. Randy Orton cashes in. Everyone's disappointed. But of course it leads to WrestleMania 30, where he finally gets the belt and then gets horrifically injured and he has to forfeit it. So hopefully that doesn't happen with CM Punk. But yeah, all part of a long-term story. I've got no doubt about that. Joe said, I would like to believe that he wouldn't be back unless he found that to be innocent. WWE isn't stupid. Well, I would like to believe that as well. But there has been developments, okay, today. And one of those developments has been that Janelle Grant's representation, right, has actually issued a statement regarding Brock. So we've actually had a statement from Janelle Grant's team. So if Brock was completely in the clear and there was that's it, he's just out of this now, then you would think this statement would be, we've never pursued legal action with Mr. Lesnar, and, we don't feel like he's got anything to be accountable for. Like, you would expect a statement like that from Janelle Grant's team if he was completely innocent and it was all sorted. Because I think one of the big conversations is why now, isn't it? I mean, he was meant to be in the Royal Rumble in 2024 and they removed him. He was meant to be in 2K game that year and they removed him. He was going to face Gunther at WrestleMania last year and they removed him. And then we've not seen him since. And so why now? I mean, that's obviously the question, why now? Triple H might have given us an answer, and I don't know that the answer makes me feel very comfortable. Triple H said at the press conference after SummerSlam, John Cena was allowed to select the opponents that he wanted to face, and we are now working through that list. And I don't like that answer because it sort of suggests that we have only brought him back, or that we've brought him back because John Cena wants to face him in a match. And it might not have really anything to do with there being any sort of development. It might be that John Cena wants to face him. Now, apparently WWE legal, they obviously had to clear this. And apparently it got cleared 4 weeks ago. Now, we don't know why it got cleared, yeah? Or, like, what was stopping it before and what has cleared it now. Has there been a change? Has there been a development? We don't have that information, right? We would just have to trust that there is something. But Triple H said at the press conference after that we are working through the list of opponents that John Cena wants to face, implying that we've reached Brock on that list. And it's time for Brock now. And so it might have nothing to do with innocence. It might not have anything to do with the case. It might just be we're trying to honor John and give him the opponents he wants. I mean, that would be pretty crazy to me if that's what's happened. Because if I was working at WWE and John Cena presented me a list, I wouldn't really have much trouble in going, oh, no problem. Can't do the Brock one. But everything else, yeah, no worries. Right? I mean, I wouldn't have no problem saying that to John Cena. But WWE may have not taken that approach. They might have actually gone, okay, let's see what we can do. And somehow got it cleared through legal, and here we are, right? So there's a lot of trust that something's changed. There's a lot of trust that legally WWE are in a situation where they feel comfortable, and, there's a lot of trust. And to be honest with you, WWE is not a company that's kind of built up much trust in the past when you think about all the stuff Vince is alleged to have done. And kind of all the things that we know have kind of played out, all the scandals and all of that. I mean, I don't know. I kind of look at it and, again, uneasiness, uncomfortable, bad optics, all of this stuff rings true. I see where people are coming from. They wouldn't bring him back if he wasn't innocent. But I'll show you the statement, okay? This has come from Sean Rossap posting this. This came from Sean Rossap, got posted about 4 hours ago. So Janelle Grant's rep has issued the following statement regarding Brock Lesnar. I've asked WWE to comment, but they've not responded. Radio silence, largely from WWE. We know that they have ended those press conferences because they didn't want questions. So no press conferences after events because they don't want questions. And Triple H kind of saying this, again last night, he was like, I think it was Joe Tessitore that's like, how do you like the new setup? And Triple H was like, this is so much better than being in a room and being asked questions. And you go, you're selling me lies here. Like, saying that this is so much better. Oh God, this is so much better. Look, this is what it's about. The fans. This is what it's about. Yeah, this is so much better than being in a room being asked questions. It's like, we know why that changed. We're not idiots. We're not idiots. Like, we know that you changed it, not because you want to be with the fans, right? I mean, I do actually think it is better, but because I thought the questions from the press were some of the dumbest things I'd ever heard, right? I've said before, someone winning a championship and then being asked, how do you feel, is one of the stupidest questions I could think. I feel great. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel great. I've worked so hard for this. I mean, wake me up when someone asks something interesting, yeah? When someone asks something where we're going to actually get, like, a good, juicy answer, yeah? And we just weren't getting that. I mean, what I will say is I think some of the questions were vetted in advance. So I think a lot of the press just weren't allowed to ask anything that was that juicy. I think that basically it's like, right, what questions are you going to ask? I'm going to ask how do they feel now they've won the title. Okay, that's fine. What are you going to ask? I'm going to ask how they feel about Palestine. Oh, no. Could you maybe ask what inspired the ring gear? Okay, I'll do that. Okay, cool. Yeah, you ask that. What are you going to ask? I'm going to ask how they feel about the amount of money that's being sent to the Ukraine. No, don't do that. No, I need you to change that. Change that question. Can you ask what's their favourite ice cream? Yeah? Okay, thank you. So, I mean, if it had been turned into that, right, that was the press conference. So it was redundant. So it needed to change anyway, right? So it's, you know, but at least don't tell me that you've changed it for, you know, a lie. The reason you changed it is because you didn't want questions on Brock, right? So anyway, this is the Janelle Grant statement from Sean Ross Sapp of Fightful, right? So, for far too long, abuse was allowed to thrive under WWE's leadership. Instead of righting this wrong, WWE has done nothing to ensure that those responsible are held accountable. This attempt to sweep misconduct under the rug will backfire. We look forward to the full set of facts, including those about Mr. Lesnar coming out in a court of law where they belong. But in the meantime, we refer you back to Janelle Grant's updated complaint, which outlines in detail the abuse that she endured by McMahon and others whilst employed at WWE. So the point that I am making here is that we don't have a statement from Janelle Grant's team saying, you know, Mr. Lesnar is not currently being prosecuted or being sued. We do not have any issue with Mr. Lesnar returning to the WWE TV product. We wish, you know, if they'd put a statement out saying, we wish Mr. Lesnar, you know, all the best for the future or something along those. Do you know what I mean? If they'd put a statement out that kind of made it clear, we're okay with Brock carrying on with his life. We're okay with Brock, you know, going back to TV. Maybe we'd be having a different conversation right now, right? Maybe this would be a different tone and perhaps we'd be having a different chat. That is not what the statement is that has come from the Janelle Grant. We're looking forward to the full facts, including those about Mr. Lesnar coming out in court of law. Anyone under the impression that this is done and that he is not involved and all that sort of stuff, he is involved. He's not being prosecuted. He's not being sued, but he is involved. He is mentioned 44 times in the lawsuit. He did have direct communication with Janelle Grant. And there was sexual encounters arranged that he attended, right? He went to this meeting with that sexual encounter kind of, you know, spoken about in advance. It's only because he got too intoxicated that it never happened. This is all the allegations, of course. You know, I wasn't there. But this is what people know. This is what people have read. And we know as well that material was given to him of Janelle Grant. So it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. It's uneasy. I don't sit here and get excited for the stories we're about to tell, the matches we're about to have. I don't sit here and relish the Brock Lesnar segments that are ahead of me. I understand those that are against this. I understand those that are for this as well, though, because as I'm saying this, I can sort of hear people saying, yes, but what has he actually been found guilty of? What happened to innocent till proven guilty? Like, we can't just have people making allegations and then it just ruins people's lives, you know? So it's like, I hear those people as well, because there are examples of allegations, false allegations being made that, you know, did ruin people's lives. And so, you know, I do hear that side as well, which is why I keep saying, let's try and take the emotion out. Let's try and think about the words that are being used. Let's try and, you know, not get into these big wars. And let's try and be as level-headed as we possibly can, using the evidence that we've got at our disposal, and just kind of take it step by step, really. I mean, I'm not in a position to get into any kind of big raging wars with people because I wasn't even there. So, I mean, I've only got the allegations, the lawsuit and all that stuff to go from. So I wasn't even there. I only know what is being said. So, I mean, I can't really dig my heels in because I am not in possession of all of the facts. I don't know what the actual truth is, but then no one does. And that doesn't seem to be stopping anyone else. Everyone else is adamant that they're on the right side of history and they are digging in. So, yeah, it's a tricky one. It's a minefield that we're going to have to try and navigate our way through. So, if nothing else, I hate WWE for just putting me in this position. Right, Chris, shout out to you. Said, hi from hospital. Chris, what's going on? Let me know. Bring me up to speed. Fill me in. What is going down in Christown? I hope everything's okay, buds. Hope it's nothing serious. Carl said, everyone is missing that we finally got the Wyatt Sicks on a PLE. Yes, we did. It is true that there was some other news that did kind of overshadow that. It is true that there were some other things that happened on that show. I mean, to be honest, not great that it happened in the daytime. I think Joe that was there, I think, made that point, and it was really valid that it's like, you know, they did to the Wyatt Sicks what we did to Sting, which was, you know, Sting basically at WrestleMania 31 had his WrestleMania match with Triple H and came out in the bright sunshine, and it just ruined the aura, really. And I think with the Wyatt Sicks, they came out and yeah, I mean, we actually had fireflies or in the main event, you know. I mean, to be honest, I think the people getting their lights out on their phones, I don't think that was a Bray, like, tribute or anything. I think it's just if someone starts doing it, then others join in, a bit like a chant, you know? So it's just one of those where it got dark, it looked good, someone did it, others joined in. I don't think it was necessarily a Bray thing, but, you know, we were kind of robbed of that for the Wyatt Sicks. That would have looked awesome during the Wyatt Sicks TLC match. So, yeah, shame, really, that I think they got the order of SummerSlam wrong. I agree with people. People are saying Night 2 was not, it didn't feel like SummerSlam. It felt a bit like Extreme Rules, a big Extreme Rules, because the first match was a triple threat. Second match was a, what was the second match? First match was the triple threat. Second match was, it wasn't the Becky match, was it? Becky Lyra, and then we had the cage match. We had the TLC. So we had triple threat, 6-team TLC, so no DQ, no DQ. Becky Lyra, no DQ. It was a street fight. Cage match, so, you know, anything goes. And flipping main event was a street fight. There was only AJ Dominic on night 2 that was a normal match. Everything else was like rules out the window. So I do agree that we could have mixed it up a little bit. I do agree that some of the matches, like certainly Becky Lyra, I think that struggled to kind of follow the TLC because we'd seen so much chaos and carnage that they kind of had to, you know, go bonkers with cable ties and flipping. And, you know, we have cable ties in Becky Lyra, and then they do handcuffs in Solo Jacob. It's like they would have been better if they were spaced apart. So I think the match order across the 2 days actually ended up being probably not right. And I think that the TLC match was too early. And I think it sort of took a little bit away from the Wyatt Sicks entrance. So good to have them on the show. They deserve that. They deserve to get onto a PLE. But yeah, as we said, drastically overshadowed. Chris said, it's my appendices. Oh, right. Really, Chris? Damn. Well, you're in the right place, aren't you? But you're in the right place to get that sorted. So hopefully you are on the mend, my friend. I'm sorry to hear that you're struggling with that. Josh, shout out to you, buds. Welcome. Okay, amazingly, we have done like 55 minutes already, which is absolutely flipping flown. Let's try and get back to the normal chat. Okay, Edward said, Daze, where was Unseen? I hope everything is okay. Are you still in shock? I bet you stand with F. Brock. He's never done it for me, says Edwards. Unseen, we're flooded. I mean, imagine like the amount of stuff I normally have to kind of wade through to compile Unseen, times it by 5. I mean, the reaction to the Brock stuff was just all I could see. I was having to go back and back to try and get back through the Brock stuff, and it was just, it's like social media just melted. It's just like got flooded, and it was like I couldn't wade my way through it to compile the video. And that is a problem, honestly, when there's like a big moment like that. Trying to go back to actually pull the tweets and put them into folders and actually compile Unseen. Nightmare. So it's one of those. Plus, to be honest, I was quite pleased with just going, no, not tonight. Not with the way that kind of emotions are. You could see it last night that people had gone, okay, this is how I feel. And they were standing their grounds. And I knew today would be worse because obviously still a lot of people were in shock. So I knew today would be worse. And so it has proven, to be honest. So, yes, if you have kind of been off social media today, I'd say today was a good day to be off social media. But I don't see that necessarily improving over the rest of the week and going forwards. So, yeah. Mohammed said, WWE have effed me up. How stupid I was thinking that Cody heel turn and The Rock is dead now. I'm sorry to the community members who are scolded for Brock. He is lying to take advantage of Cena and fans. I don't understand this. Mohammed, shout out to you. This seems like a very level-headed comment, which I appreciate. WWF'd you up, okay? How stupid I was to think Cody heel turn and Rock, that's dead now. Okay, no, I don't think that was stupid to expect that. I think certainly what happened on Friday, I think, raised the expectation that something was going to happen on Sunday, like a Cody heel turn and The Rock coming back. I don't think that wasn't stupid. I was sat here wondering what they were going to do. We knew something was going to happen. We knew it. We knew something would happen. Not in a month of Sundays did I think it was Brock. But Rock, Cody heel turn, Randy coming down, turning heel. I think all of these options were on the table. I think they were all on the table. Hey, how much now does it look like WWE have had a serious fallout with Travis Scott? No Travis Scott. Part of me did always wonder if they were just saying it and then at SummerSlam he'd come walking down, right? Part of me did wonder that. Because I know it had leaked that there'd been a big falling out. But also, they have literally just kind of worked us with the Seth injury, or tried to, okay? So, were they trying to do that with Travis Scott as well? I really did think there was a chance he could come down to the ring and kind of be a callback. Only this time, you know, he tries to get involved again, and this time, you know, it doesn't work. And, you know, that could then have prompted The Rock to have come down. But the fact that Travis was not involved, the fact that there's been little mentions, little not digs, but like Cena was like, listen, the only multi-platinum rapper that's going to get involved at SummerSlam or is going to beat your ass this Sunday is me. You know, there's just been these little references, these little things. And so all of a sudden now that report about them falling out with Travis, that feels true, doesn't it? That feels like there's some truth behind it. H is lying to take advantage of Cena and fans. H is lying to take advantage of Cena and fans. I don't know what you quite mean by that, but Mammy, can you just flesh that last bit out for me about H is lying to take advantage of Cena and fans? Hannah said, Daze, I enjoyed my first SummerSlam live. I thought it was a brilliant show. I was on the floor seats. You can feel the loud music and the passion from the fans. And I was so glad that I got to see Cena for it. Well, I'm glad to hear you had a good time, Hannah. I'm glad to hear you had a good time. I think floor seats as well. I mean, amazing. Amazing. Oliver said, Daze, what are the chances Orange Cassidy might be a WWE superstar in the future? After what I've seen in the last 24 hours, I wouldn't rule out David Cassidy being a WWE superstar in the future, right? I think we live in a world where anything is possible, right? So Orange Cassidy, I don't know where he is with his contracts. I don't know where he stands with AEW. I know that they've obviously loved him and Tony Khan has loved him and has really pushed him. I don't know actually what's happened. I haven't really heard much about Orange Cassidy in a long time. I think, would WWE be interested? Maybe. I mean, look at the success of Mr. Iguana. Look at the success of Joe Hendry. I think these kind of characters that have got that sort of like meme connection with the fans, and I don't say that disrespectfully, right? But I mean, we know that Joe Hendry has got massively over because of his song, because of the turn him round and the cheeky grin, right? He does it in his matches, and you know, he does it in his entrance, and there's people that make signs of it. So I mean, it would be stupid to kind of say that has not played a part in his success. Just like with Mr. Iguana, it'd be stupid to make out that people haven't even noticed that he has got a toy iguana, you know? So I think with Orange Cassidy, you know, him kind of having that I'm not bothered, putting his hands in his pockets, kind of a meme. I think that I can see evidence that there is, you know, an appetite for that in the current product. So I wouldn't rule it out if he was free. If he was available, I wouldn't rule it out. I just think the thing with Orange Cassidy for me, and this is I wasn't expecting this conversation. The thing for Orange Cassidy for me is that I'm a big believer, and I think part of this is because I grew up at the time that I grew up. I'm a big believer that like when the bell sounds, it's time to go to work, yeah? We basically are doing matches where two people fight to figure out who the best is, right? And so what you want to do is you want to ideally a babyface and a heel. And if they could have a story, that's great. If you can build up their character, that's great. But really, that's all kind of surrounding the match. You do all that. You do the storyline. You do the character work. You do the entrance music. You do the interview styles. But when the bell rings, that's when it's time to fight. That's when it's time to actually get down to business, right? And I'm okay with the character kind of coming into the match a little bit. But with Orange Cassidy, this is where I personally struggle with him. I don't mind the graphics that are just lazy. It works for his character. I don't mind him being backstage with his hands in his pockets, like, not bothered, right? But what I find frustrating is that when he gets in the ring and the bell rings, he is, you know, doing the little kicks, and he's got his hands in his pockets, and do you know what I mean? Like, there's bits like that I'm like, this is a bit silly now, because I'm meant to be invested in him because I want to see him succeed. If he's going to get in the ring and not care and not be engaged and not, like, you know, try to, I mean, I know he tries to win, but like, it's hard to root for someone that when the bell rings doesn't seem bothered. I'm all right with him being not bothered outside the ring, but when that bell rings, if you want me to support you and root for you, you know, come on, Orange, let's do it, let's get after it. Like, I sort of need you to put some effort in for me at that point, right? Otherwise, what's the point? Why am I supporting you if you're not bothered? Why should I be bothered? So, I don't know. I get that it's the character. I just think the character works for me outside the ring. But when that comes in the ring, it just starts to become a bit of a barrier for me. So, I would like it if WWE got him and just tweaked that a little bit. I don't mind him starting the match, you know, when they kind of first go up against each other, like the face-to-face, if he wants to do the little kicks, because that's his little thing, right? I'm all right with that. But I've just seen some matches where the laziness, the hands in the pockets and all that sort of stuff, it's happening well into the match. And that, for me, is the bit where you go, nah, you're losing me now. This is where you lose me. So I'm not a massive Orange Cassidy fan. I was at the start when I was trying to work out what the character was. I was at the start, and you know, I enjoyed watching his early matches, but then it became apparent to me that I just wasn't enjoying actually him bringing those elements into the match. So each to their own, isn't it? That's just opinion. That's, you know, I'm not saying he's wrong for doing it. I'm just saying that for me, that's where I struggle with that character. So if WWE brought him in, I'd like to see that just tweaked. Just dial it down a little bit when the match starts. It's nothing dramatic. I'm not saying that he's horrific or anything like that, but I think I understand the character, or my interpretation of the character is, you know what it's like when you go to work on a Monday and you might not be that engaged. You know, just a lot of people go to work and they're sat in the computer and they're just like, oh God, I don't want to be here, man. And you're like, what time is it? What time do I finish? And you're like, you know, imagine a wrestler that's like that. Imagine a wrestler that goes to work and is good at what they do. They're not good at anything else. But actually, professional wrestling, they're good at it. But they're just not engaged. They've been doing it a while. And, you know, they go to work and what do you want as your graphic? No, don't just put anything up. What do you want as your merch? Just put Orange Cassidy or something, that'll do. And, you know, I sort of get that there's room in wrestling for a character like that. That wrestling is big enough to accommodate a character like that that's not engaged, that's a bit like you are on a Monday at work. I get that. That's fine. It's a character. Everyone might not love it, but I get it, that there is room in wrestling for a character that portrays that, right? And it's clever. It makes him stand out. It's different. No one else has done it. I can't tell you anyone else that has had that as a character. So, yeah, great. On board. But yeah, as I said, just when it comes into the ring, that's where it starts to lose me a bit. But I hadn't seen him in ages, so I don't even know what he's doing these days. Daze, imagine if we was to get a surprise shock with Brock starting the show tonight and a promo. I can't wait for Raw, said Football Talk. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not aware that he's on the show. As I said, word on the street is he is going to be with John in the program, and I think John is more focused on SmackDown. So, not expecting, and there's still no preview. I was going to look at the official preview. It's still not up yet, so I don't believe there's any word from WWE that he's on the show. Obviously, there's going to be video packages, and obviously they're going to talk about him on commentary. But I'm not aware that he's on the show. Yeah, no. We do have Adam Pearce, though. I haven't actually seen this. What's Adam saying?
Well, on the other side of the first two-night SummerSlam in history, Monday Night Raw is live tonight in Brooklyn. And yes, we're all shocked. After cashing in that Money in the Bank briefcase, Seth freaking Rollins is your brand new World Heavyweight Champion. And yes, I plan on having a very stiff conversation with Mr. Rollins. Speaking of new champions, tonight in Brooklyn, Charlotte Flair, Alexa Bliss. Are they friends? Are they enemies? I don't think they know, but they're in the house tonight, as is your Women's Intercontinental Champion, Becky Lynch. What will she have to say after retaining her title? Find out on Netflix. And it's banger after banger after banger after banger. Will there be another one tonight? Rusev Sheamus, Chapter 3, tonight in Brooklyn, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, live on Netflix. It is official. Rollins is your brand new World Heavyweight Champion, and yes, I plan on having a very stiff conversation with Mr. Rollins.
I might stay away from Raw if I was Mr. Rollins. What does that mean? If someone came up to me at work and went, I want to have a stiff conversation with you, I'd be like, well, I'd like some legal representation in the room at the same time, please. Jeez Louise. Right, Ace said, Daze, do you know where Tyler Bate is? And if he is still with the company? Do you know where Tyler Bate is? And if he's still with the company? Yeah, he's still with the company. I don't know where he is. I mean, Pete Dunne seems to be under a mask now, doing the El Grande thing. Not sure as to where Tyler's disappeared to. Not aware of an illness or an injury. Obviously, we were doing a bit of a tag team, New Catch Republic. Didn't work. It didn't work. I mean, there was a tweak to Tyler's presentation, which I was much more on board with. You remember when he was wearing like the white robe and he had the long hair, and it didn't work for me. I think he was going for like a, I don't know, like a vegan aesthetic. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think he was going for like a peace and love hippie kind of a vibe. And I just wasn't engaged in it. I don't think anyone was engaged in it. I think there needed to be a change. He changed his hairstyle, and I saw him just a couple of times with a slightly updated look, and he looked better. But to be honest, I don't know that creative ever really had anything for them. But well, I don't know. I mean, the great thing about coming out of SummerSlam, it's the same when you come out of WrestleMania, is that now we've got an opportunity to kind of do a refresh. Obviously, a lot of people are waiting for a draft. No word on that. I'm not seeing a word on a draft yet. So, you know, people are waiting for a draft. People are waiting to see kind of where we're going to be in regards to that. And so, yeah, I'm interested to see what, you know, people are going to come back. Will we get Elia tonight? Will we get Tyler Bate soon? You know, I think there will be some people that come back. I'm not aware of anyone major that's out with an injury at the moment. So Elia is definitely one that I think we could get. But yeah, I would expect this to be a little bit like the Raw after WrestleMania. You know, a little bit like that. I think they will have had a few things saved for this episode. I'll be shocked if we finish this episode and we're like, what do you think of that? And you'll be like, oh, I think it was like a 6.25, 6.5. I think it was like, you know, that's pretty much standard for 2025. But I'd be shocked if we get that, because I think that this is, I don't know, maybe I'm just being optimistic, but I'm thinking this is going to have a little bit of Raw after WrestleMania vibe to it, you know? It's going to have a little bit of that to it. So I am looking forward to the show tonight. I'm looking forward to the show. Brian said the preview, Raw preview, is that we get promo for Becky, Rusev, Sheamus, and that's about it, says Brian. Mohammed said, I think Triple H is lying to try and take advantage of Cena and the fans' relation, as he knows that people can't boo Cena for having one match against Lesnar. He fired the gunshots by placing the gun on Cena's shoulder. Let's time heal everything. So you're saying that you think they've brought him back and put him in a match with Cena so that people aren't going to boo because no one will want to boo Cena? Well, no one will boo Cena, but they'll still boo if... I mean, I don't know the reaction for Brock. I genuinely don't. I mean, all I can tell you is online, and I would imagine in this community as well, there is a split, okay? There is a split. Actually, I did a poll, which I've not even looked at. That's interesting. I haven't even looked at it. Let's go and have a look. Where is it? Here. How do you feel about Brock being back? So, Love It got 47.6. Got over 1,000 votes, so that's good. So, Love It, 47.6. Hate It, 20%. What is happening? 32%. So, Hate It and Confused, 50%. Love It, 50%. So there is a real split, right? There is a real split. in regards to how people are feeling about this news. That I think it's just worth recognizing that, because I know as I'm talking, I am not talking to everyone that feels the same on this subject. And I know that this is also a very serious subject. So I'm trying to be not impartial, but certainly balanced. And so, like, you know, I know that it's split. I don't know the reaction that Brock gets in an arena. I don't know how people respond. I don't know how this dust settles. I don't know if people enjoyed it at first because they love Brock and they're pleased he's back, and then as they've kind of read more, they maybe changed their mind, or maybe vice versa. People were down on it, but, you know, maybe the people saying innocent till proven guilty, that has maybe changed their minds. I'd imagine a lot of people are probably still in the middle, like, I just don't know what to make of this because I don't have enough information. And so it's okay to be there. It's totally fine to be in that boat. No one says that you have to take a stand on this. It's okay to not as well. So I sort of feel like, how does all that translate to a crowd reaction? I don't know. I don't know. That is my honest answer. I don't know. I don't know how that relates to a crowd reaction. I can only imagine mixed. But then you could make an argument, couldn't you, that going forward, you're probably only going to buy a ticket if you're okay with seeing Brock. You could make that argument that, you know, if you're really against Brock, would you really want to buy a ticket to a show that you know he's going to be on? So going forwards, are we going to hear more positive crowd reactions? It's really interesting conversation because, as we said, you know, there's the poll, over 1,000 responses. It's been up for 19 hours, and you know, it's mixed. So I think that I think it's going to be very, very interesting. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what reactions are had. And honestly, I don't think putting him in a match with John is going to change that. John's going to get support. John will be cheered. You know, fans will be with John. I suppose the hope is that people boo Brock, cheer John, and anyone that doesn't like Brock because of what he has been caught up in, just boo, along with all the other people that are going to boo. And hopefully the negativity is just expressed that way. Where WWE are going to have trouble is if sponsors start dropping out, and also if loads of crowd signs, anti-Brock crowd signs start, you know, in number. I mean, the odd one or two they can confiscate and deal with, but if there's going to be a lot of like signs, that's going to get interesting. And I don't think there's much they can do if the crowd start chanting, apart from mute the crowd like they do when there's a swear words. I mean, if the crowd are very anti-Brock, you know, we could go that way. But to be honest with you, I'm not seeing numbers at the moment. I'm not seeing everyone hate this. I'm not seeing everyone hate it. And so that will say to me that I think you're going to struggle to get an arena full of people that are going to be anti-Brock, and they're going to be making like chants and signs and all that sort of stuff. I think there will be a section, there will be a smattering, is it a smattering of people that probably feel that way. But honestly, I think it's probably going to be controllable. And I think the reaction is probably going to be, well, I would say mixed, but I think they'll try and lean into getting him hated in this feud. I think they'll lean into trying getting him booed. I think they know, let's not bring him back as a face, because there is going to be people booing him. So let's bring him back as a heel. And, you know, that I think that might try and hopefully cover up a lot of it. Right, LFC said, I think when he returns on SmackDown or Raw, I think there will be some mixed chants. And there might be some that boo, but there might be some that cheer, said LFC. Moneyworth Monster said, I'm telling you, at the venue, he was cheered like crazy. Yes. I really wouldn't read anything into that. I think that in the actual venue, the shock of Brock coming back is going to result in the majority of people being like, oh my God, what? Right? And of course, there's going to be a big reaction because of the fact that it's he's back. Oh my God, this is amazing. We're witnessing history. You are there live in a true moment where for the first time in 2 years, Brock Lesnar has come back, right? I don't know, with all that emotion and all of that adrenaline that's pumping through your body, I don't know how many people's first reactions are going to be to boo. I don't know how many people's first reactions are going to be to boo. I think that shock was probably the predominant response. And I think cheers, I'm really not, I'm really honestly not surprised by the reaction was, you know, a big, because it was true shock, wasn't it? It was true shock. But the point I'm making is that I think is an isolated incident because of the fact that that was so unexpected, had not been spoken about. You know, Brock had been mentioned, oh God, handful of times, if that, during the build to SummerSlam. And, you know, it just wasn't, I think people borderline expected The Rock, but I'm not sure there was too many people expecting Brock. So I think that is a very unique reaction. What's the reaction now that he is back and now that people have had time to digest it and the shockers wore off and people can see how other people are reacting to it and people can, you know, see some of the, like, you know, it's interesting getting the Janelle Grant statement. And, you know, maybe there's people that don't quite know as to what Brock's actually been involved in. And maybe there's some people learning about some of that information now that didn't know before. And so it's one of those where, like, honestly, I think that's a very unique reaction. I think that it's the initial reaction. I think it is something that doesn't surprise me. But I think it's going to be really interesting to see what we get on Friday and what we get going forwards. And it could be positive. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's not. It could be. It could be that people are excited to see him come Friday. It could be that once the dust settles, the vast majority of people are just innocent till proven guilty. I don't care. I love Brock. He's back. And that's it. That's how they feel. I mean, it could be. It genuinely could be. But equally, that is obviously not what I am seeing online. But we know that online is a very small percentage. We know that the IWC is only part of the wrestling world. It's not the wrestling world. You know, there's many times where people are like express their feelings about something online, and then you just see completely different reactions on TV, you know? You know, for example, I see a lot of people complain about Jay's entrance. It goes on too long, and oh my God, why do they keep doing it? This guy is just an entrance. You know, you get all of that stuff. And then on TV, the guy comes out and the crowd are going crazy every single time they do it. And the crowd are like, one more time. We've got to the point now where Jay's entrance is so popular that during matches, even matches at SummerSlam, should we do the entrance again? You know, mid-match. So, but you look at the IWC and they're really down on it, right? And so, and you again look at the IWC, the amount of people that are like, they've got to turn Cody heel, they've got to do it, he's got to be heel, he's gone stale, I'm so tired of Cody being like blah, blah, blah. And we've had big conversations on that, huge conversations on that. And then, of course, we get to SummerSlam and they don't turn him heel. And it's Super Cena versus Super Cody, which Superman is going to be victorious. And, you know, Cena presents Cody with the belt after, Cody with the salute as the torch was passed. And, you know, on we go. So, but if you look online, the online will tell you, oh my God, we've got to turn him. There's just no other option. There's no other option. We've got to turn him, but they haven't. Because the wider business and the numbers that he generates and, you know, the work that he does, the merch that he sells, the connection he's got with the kids, the wider business it says to them that that's not the right direction at the moment. He could turn eventually, but seemingly as of right now, they're like, no, that's not the way we want to go. Even if the internet is having a bit of a temper tantrum about that. So, you know, the same might be true of Brock as well. The same might be true that we get to Friday, and even though social media is in meltdown, which to be honest, it normally is, even though social media is a dumpster fire, which let's be honest, 100% of the time it's a dumpster fire. So, you know, it might be that the wider fan base just don't give a flip, you know. Honestly, we're not going to know until we get to Friday. But the only thing I would say is I'm not shocked that he got the reaction that he got when he first came back. Where it gets interesting is now the dust has settled. What are the reactions now? Dawn said, I would still boo Cena. I just don't like him. Brock, I'm unsure about. I'm uncomfortable with him being back. Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that. I get, if you like it, I hear you, I get it. And if you don't like it, I hear you and I get it. I mean, I'm not just trying to be impartial for the sake of it. This is genuinely how I feel. I see people saying innocent till proven guilty. I love Brock. We're back. WWE are doing the right thing. I see that. I've had those comments in my notifications, and I know that 47.6% of the people that I asked, are you happy that Brock's back, said they love it. So I know that I'm speaking to those people. I know that you're out there, right? But equally, I know that the opposite is out there as well. So yeah, it does make kind of like walking this a little difficult, honestly. Tiptoeing our way through this one. I mean, that's why I said let's get the emotion out of it. Let's get the drama out of it. And actually, all the comments I've read have been great. You know, I think this has been hopefully quite constructive and hopefully quite balanced, fair, and hopefully it is, you know, something that people can, you know, get something from. So, well, how long are we in? Hour and a half in. So far, so good, I would say. So far, so good. Ben said, SmackDown did 1.4. Did it? Oh. I suppose it did 1.7 because of Hogan, didn't it? So I suppose dipping back down was probably understandable. So would be perfect for a frat stable from Ring of Honor or as a booker for ARW Pro. I would be perfect. I'm quite happy doing what I'm doing, honestly. Awkwardly tiptoeing my way through this stream. But 1.425, yeah, that's it seems low. Certainly when we were at 1.7, but then my brain says that's because Hogan had passed away and people tuned in to see what WWE were going to do. So, yeah, okay, it makes sense. Logan Blitz, shout out to you, said, what do you personally think is next for Cody? And who do we think he'll wrestle at Clash in the Castle? Do you mean Clash in Paris? The only person I could see is Drew McIntyre. Yeah, I think there are still options. And we were talking about this because there was a conversation. It was good conversation as well, where people were like, no, he has to turn heel because there's no options for him. Like from a heel point of view, like there's much more exciting options if you turn him. And I heard that argument. I listened to that argument and I heard that argument. What I would say is, you know, there's obviously options. There's obviously heels for him to, you know, go up against. I still think one of the biggest feuds is a heel Randy Orton. I think, you know, Randy Orton has just done a nothing match at SummerSlam. I think that's it kind of pushed to the side, really. So him turning heel and going after the person that he mentored, you know, Cody was with him in Legacy. You know, I mean, they have got such a strong connection, such a strong history. There's such a backstory that you could dig into. I think that could get very creative. So I really don't mind Randy Orton being like a big opponent. I think when it comes to WWE shows, smaller shows like Clash in Paris, or, you know, when it comes to other like smaller shows like maybe even Crown Jewel. I mean, Crown Jewel, I suppose we're fine. It's going to be champ versus champ, isn't it? So as of right now, it is Seth versus Cody at Crown Jewel. Clash in Paris, you could absolutely do Drew. You could absolutely do Drew. Drew and Logan are just coming off a victory, aren't they? At just coming off a victory at SummerSlam. So Drew kind of fits that mold. That's no problems. So you can go that direction. But honestly, I don't mind little feuds. I don't mind little things. I have mentioned Shinsuke, because Shinsuke, for me, is a heel who you can quite quickly, have him attack Cody and be a problem for Cody. And Cody, we've seen it time and time again in history. I know that people are going to want challengers that have been built up and all that sort of stuff. I get it. But for a smaller B show, for a Saturday night's main event, for a Clash in Paris or whatever, right? You can do a little feud against someone that's kind of just an out of the blue type feud. And, Shinsuke is someone that I thought had a really good program with Seth. I think, was it this time a couple of years ago? I think, was it this time 2 years ago? We were doing Seth Shinsuke, and he was like, I know your secret. And we were like, oh, what's this about? What's the secret? And the secret was that Seth's back is wrecked, and that Shinsuke was going to target the back, and he was going to try and win the championship. And it was really well done, that feud. The promos backstage were excellent. The feud itself was very engaging. And it was pretty well received, to be honest. There wasn't much in the way of a build, but it was, for a B show, it was pretty well received. So I think you can get away with little things like that for the smaller shows, the Saturday night's main events, the smaller B shows. Obviously, you need something bigger and juicier for Survivor Series, Rumble, WrestleMania. But we are potentially on the verge of a draft as well. So that means we can even move people over that are currently on Raw. So, we can even go in that direction. We don't even need to just rely on the current SmackDown roster. So I like Shinsuke. I like Drew. I'm definitely down for those. And I wouldn't hate seeing him get in there with someone like Carmelo. Doesn't need to be a title match. Maybe just getting in there and just seeing if we can get a bit of momentum going for Carmelo. But as I said, bring some people over from Raw. I'd honestly build up Aleister Black, build up Karrion Kross. Again, B shows, not big feuds, but the kind of things that Cody gets the win in ultimately, but just gives these guys a bit of exposure, gives Cody some different challenges, and it just ticks off a few Saturday night main events, and it ticks off a few B shows. But your bigger shows, your Survivor Series, your Rumble, your WrestleMania, obviously just coming out of SummerSlam, you need your Randy Ortons, you need your Drew McIntyres, right? You need your bigger names. I mean, we might even get something like a Bron Breakker having a go. We might even get Gunther having a go. Because to be honest with you, Gunther's just lost the World Heavyweight Championship. Word on the street is he'll be John Cena's final opponent. But what if we do Cody Rhodes Gunther for the World Heavyweight Championship at Royal Rumble? And then we build to Cody Rock, or we build to Cody Randy. Like, I'm not struggling to necessarily sit here and find matches, I think there's still matches, but there is a definite need to build up some more heels. That I completely agree with people. There is a definite need to build up some heels, because some of those names like Karrion, who just even struggles to get on TV, or Aleister Black, right? They feel quite a long way away from Cody. But as I said, sometimes in those kind of smaller feuds, you don't even need to build them up that much. You can just kind of smash them together to get through a show. I mean, we've done Logan's had opportunities, years ago. Had a match with Roman. I mean, he hadn't really been built up to, take on Roman Reigns. So, you can get by with these things. We saw it a lot with the World Heavyweight Championship, as I said, 2 years ago. I think it was, we did the Shinsuke feud with Seth Rollins when he was World Heavyweight Champion. So I think there's options. I hope they've got something more creative than what they did in his first run, to be honest with you, because that first run was not very good. So I hope they've certainly got something juicy planned. I would love if they've managed to get The Rock for this year's WrestleMania season. That would change everything. If they've got The Rock for WrestleMania season and we find out that The Rock is going to face Cody, I mean, that's probably too much to hope for, to be honest. But if we were doing Rock Cody on at WrestleMania, that would be perfect, absolutely perfect, because that's the match we need. I mean, I know bringing Rock back is not ideal because he gets in the way, like he takes the spot away from another heel. I understand, but I think there are 2 matches The Rock has got to have. Right? Some people might say 3, including like John Cena won last time. But for me, it's him against Roman, got to do that match. And him against Cody, got to do that match. With everything that's gone down in the past between him and Cody, like, we've got to do that match. So if The Rock can just find time in his schedule to, you know, prioritize WrestleMania and actually get in there and have a couple more matches, 2 more matches, one against Roman, one against Cody, that would be ideal, to be honest. Tony said, it's crazy that Triple H thought the crowd was saying we want Brock when it was we want Cross. The boomer's getting old in his age. Has he lost his hearing, says Tony. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. I to be honest, I'd imagine that in that moment, right, I'm going to give him a little bit of slack, because in that moment, you know, and I know that is a very important moment, because they have stopped doing the press conferences so that people don't ask questions about Brock, right? So in that moment, they have completely changed the setup. They are now doing something different, and they are doing it different because of the angle that they have just executed. They have just brought back Brock Lesnar. You know it's controversial. I know it's controversial. I don't care if you like it, if you hate it. Everyone surely can agree this is controversial, right? Whether you like it or hate it, I think we can all agree that this was controversial. This was a big move. This was a big play. It was one I didn't see them doing, and they've done it, and there's been a reaction, right? So if you're Triple H, can you imagine what it must have felt like to have been waiting to go on that stage, knowing that the world is going to be paying attention, the wrestling world is waiting to hear what you have got to say about Brock Lesnar? Everyone I was sat here, I'd ended the stream, I was just working on some reaction clips, whatever. I was watching the press conference, and they were like, we've got Triple H coming up in a moment. They were talking about how he's going to come up. And so, you know, you're waiting to see what he's got to say. I would not be shocked if he got on stage and he was just thinking to himself, let's just get through this, right? I don't think that was a fun moment for him. I think that was a let's just get through this. Like, it's kind of like, you know, the press conference at the Royal Rumble in 2024, when he's going to walk in that room and know that people are going to ask him about the Vince Janelle Grant situation, and he is going to have to publicly comment on it. There is no avoiding it. He has got to walk in that room, and he has got to talk about Vince. He's got to talk about the allegations. And I think, didn't he come out with the line of, I haven't actually read the lawsuit yet. I haven't actually read it. And there was like this big fallout, like, what, your Triple H has not read? And there was this big reaction to it. So in my mind, Triple H is waiting to go on stage. This is a big moment. Everyone's waiting to hear what he's got to say. He sits down. Joe's giving him just low ball, like, let's talk about this. How did you think Lyra did? And stuff like this, right? And it's just softballs, and it's just getting him comfortable. And then we get to, like, the beast is back, right? And we get to the part of the conversation about Brock. And, of course, not much is said, to be honest with you, from Triple H. Yeah, it's not. He doesn't mention Janelle Grant or the allegations or any legal stuff, or there's been movement or anything like that, right? It doesn't change anything like that, or mention anything like that. And when the crowd start chanting, we want Cross, we want Cross, we want Cross, I think in his head, he is so thinking about Brock. He is so, let me get through this, that I think it's one of those where he heard what he heard, and he thought he heard Brock, because his head is probably just Brock, right? And I think, genuinely, I don't think he was lying. I don't think he was heard cross and, I'll say, oh, you want Brock? I don't think it was anything like that. I think it was probably his brain was, it was a Freudian slip, I suppose is what I'm saying. It was a Freudian slip. His brain was so thinking about Brock Lesnar that when the crowd started chanting, we want Cross, he was like, you want Brock? Well, you've got him. So, that was, I think it was that, honestly. I think it was that. I think maybe if he had a clearer head and, everything was a bit better, maybe he would have, heard what they were actually chanting. But to be honest with you, that has been brilliant for Carrion. I don't look at that and go, oh my God, that is so disrespectful to Carrion. I don't feel that way because I sort of feel like that clip went flipping everywhere. I saw a lot of that last night where people were like, what is this guy on about? They're clearly chanting, we want Cross. And so it only made that whole thing even bigger. And even Carrion commented on it. Carrion responded by saying something like, they only hear what they want to hear or something like this, right? So Carrion putting that sort of spin on it was very clever. Very clever. So Carrion got some mileage out of it. And the whole We Want Cross movement got some extra mileage out of it. I mean, it was great, obviously, for Carrion that they were chanting that anyway. But, it's one of those where he's misheard. I think he's misheard because his brain's going Brock, 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 Brock. And it's just ended up being an even bigger moment. So, yeah, that didn't hurt Carrion. Hassan said, what do we think CM Punk should be next Cody? Hang on. What do you think CM Punk should be Cody next feud for next WrestleMania? That would be face versus face, unless people like Punk have a heel turn going up against Cody. Do I think he should be the next one? Well, it's funny you should mention this because we spoke about it yesterday. There was a graphic that did the rounds where someone had actually put CM Punk and Cody as going up against each other. I said, I think there's pros and there's cons to this. I'm not a big fan of face versus face. I think it works in very certain situations, but I'm not a big fan of doing it because Cody is someone that right now the online community are sort of done with him, right? The online community is sort of like, we've somehow collectively agreed that we want to turn him heel, right? But the wider business doesn't seem to reflect that. And so we're in a situation with Cody where I think we need to find situations where we can get people kind of united behind him. I mean, Cody will be in big trouble if he was put in a match with Logan and the fans decided they would rather cheer Logan. I mean, that's when we need to start worrying, okay? But all the support for Cody has been brilliant. Cody came out Friday on SmackDown with support. This is what's crazy. He came out Friday and I was paying very close attention to the reaction in my headphones. It was a very positive Cody crowds, honestly. And I was like, this is so much better. I was like, these must be the same fans that are going to go to SummerSlam. So it doesn't feel like a repeat of WrestleMania. I think, to be honest with you, the John Cena heel turn has not been that successful. I think people were with Cena at WrestleMania because they wanted him to get 17. He's done that now. I think what people want now is they want Cena to be face so that we can enjoy face Cena in his final year, right? Rather than do this nonsense of like, I'm a heel when... No, I ain't buying it. You ain't buying it. I think people were done with it. So in that situation, actually, at the start of that segment with Cody Cena, go back, rewatch it. The fans are there for Cody. And then they flippin' turn John babyface, don't they? They flippin' turn John babyface. It didn't make any sense then. And it only makes a little more sense now, to be honest with you, right? And completely changed the dynamic. As soon as they did that, they took all the support away from Cody. It was like they might as well have got a flipping vacuum cleaner and just sucked all the support for Cody out the room. Just everyone's Cody shirts flying off their chests as we were like just removing any support that guy was enjoying, right? People going around with bags so they can put their Cody merch in. Got any Cody merch? Any Cody signs or anything? Chuck it in here, would you? Because in that moment there where John's like, put the date down, August 1st, John Cena came back. Yeah. Cena, Cena, Cena. I said at the time, Cody's standing there with his pee-pee in his hands. Yeah. Just like looking around as all the support is just sucked out the flipping room for him. And of course, what do we see at SummerSlam? Flipping gets booed out the building, doesn't he? Booed out the building. Everyone's behind Cena, and I will never understand why someone thought that was a good idea to do the turn then. I understand you needed to turn John because of Brock coming back, right? I can understand that. And I can understand that they wanted to do Super Cena versus Cody. I can understand that as well, right? But I think John could have stayed in his sort of heel persona, not done the big rah-rah speech, right? And what he could have done is he could have says, look, it doesn't matter if I'm heel or face, right? I am going to give you everything I've got. You want to face the best version of me. I promise you, Cody Rhodes. I promise you. On my wife's life, you are going to get the very best version of me. You are going to get the greatest version of me. And there is not going to be anyone else getting involved, right? He could have said that. And that still would have achieved the exact same thing. Like, you didn't need the face turn for me to believe that I was now getting the best version of John. You didn't need to do that. All you managed to achieve is you managed to take the support away from Cody Rhodes. That's all you managed to achieve, is take that support away. I would even make the argument you didn't even need to turn Cena face for Brock to come down. Brock coming down, getting in the ring and F5 in John Cena. Like, it didn't really matter how fans reacted to that. I mean, fans were going to be shocked and they were going to be so excited to see Brock, whatever you did, whether he was face. I mean, Brock came back and there is like a really loud reaction, loud cheer, and he gets down to the ring and he F5s John. But I mean, the crowd reaction is shocked to positive. So, do you know what I mean? Like, if you was trying to get people to boo Brock because he attacked John, I don't think it worked anyway. So it's like, that what we did on Friday to me was stupid at the time, and now that I've seen it play out, I can honestly say it's even stupider in reflection. So I just sort of look at that and I'm like, man, if we do face versus face at WrestleMania with Cody and CM Punk, yeah, I got a problem with it. I got a problem with it because I think Cody needs support creatively. He needs creative support. You know, Hulkamania wouldn't have been as big if you had put Hogan into different situations. You know, if you was putting Hogan up against other great baby faces, you know, before Hulkamania had really caught on, then, you know, Hulkamania would have, you know, struggled a bit more. I'm not saying it wouldn't have worked. I'm just saying that it would have struggled more than it did. You know, they kept putting Hogan up against these big monster heels, you know, Rowdy Roddy Piper, that talked, you know, like his mouth off and went off on the fans, and people would love to see him brought down a peg or two. You know, the monster King Kong Bundy inside a steel cage, you know, going up against Andre the Giant that turns heel at WrestleMania 3 and again at WrestleMania 4. And then the Macho Man, you know, turning heel and WrestleMania 5. It's only when we get to WrestleMania 6, it's only after Hulkamania is, 6 years deep, that we actually get to him against Warrior. And as I said the other day, the only reason we did that match is because Hogan was leaving. He was going away. He was going to Hollywood to do films. And so that was a passing of the torch. So that was the only reason that we did that. Otherwise, I've no doubt that would have been another heel. Or we would have found a different way of booking it. And when he comes back, you know, does he take on faces again? No, he takes on Sergeant Slaughter, the Iraqi sympathizer at 7. He's got a feud in there with Earthquake. He's got a feud in there with Sid. He's taken on Yokozuna. And then he leaves. So, do you know what I mean? Like, everyone points, or a lot of people point to the Warrior thing, like, well, we did it then. And I can go through a lot of Hogan's major opponents throughout the 80s. They're heels. There's one exception there of the Ultimate Warrior that everyone goes, look at that, look at that. And as I said the other day, that's because Hogan was leaving, and so we were passing the torch. We've just done face versus face, Cody Cena last night, which was another passing of the torch. But look at the reaction Cody was getting from the live crowds. Look at the boos and the kind of hatred that he was getting from that live crowd. That wasn't great for Cody. That's not a great message to send around the world, as the world are tuning in and seeing that, like, people don't really like Cody Rhodes. And now that's your guy you've got to try and move forward with. There is a way of booking Cody where you can get fans to unite behind him. Put him in there with well-built heels that we really don't like and have Cody take them on. If you put him in there with baby faces and you're going to split the crowds, well, it's going to be 50-50 at best, isn't it? And after everything Cody's been through, by having the negative crowd reaction at WrestleMania, the negative crowd reaction at SummerSlam, I'm not sat here desperate to see him have another negative crowd reaction at WrestleMania again. And it's not like it's not possible. It's not like, oh, well, whatever he does, we're going to hate him. That's not true. We just keep putting him in really bad situations. We just keep stacking the deck against this guy. We're just, honestly, the booking is horrible. It's really horrible. I knew the second they did the Raw speech on Friday that he was dead at SummerSlam, crowd-wise. I knew it, you knew it, I knew it. Yeah, I ain't got a crystal ball. I didn't need one. Like, we've watched enough wrestling to know how that was going to play. And it played the way we thought. So I know that we can put him in situations that are more favourable, right? And this is why him against CM Punk's just... I don't know that that's the play, honestly. So that's all the negative for it, right? The positive for it is that I think CM Punk deserves that match, because I think CM Punk, I would first of all love to see him in night 2, and I think the WWE title will be night 2. So I'd love to see him in night 2. But not only that, I think that for me, the WWE title has always been the title that makes you the face of the company. You're not the face of the company if you've got the World Heavyweight title. World Heavyweight title, Jey Uso has had it. Damian Priest has had it, right? Gunther has had it. And I don't think anyone would make the argument that Gunther has been the face of WWE, right? Whilst he's had that belt. It has clearly been John Cena. And before him, it was clearly Cody Rhodes. And before him, it was clearly Roman Reigns. So I can go back and say the person that's had that belt has clearly been the face of the company. So for me, I don't mind CM Punk Seth. We can do that match for the World Heavyweight Championship. If that's WrestleMania, brilliant, bring it on. But I would expect that to close night 1. And I also think that prize does not make you the face of the company. So the negatives for doing that match, CM Punk Cody, are what I've just explained. The positives are that it gets CM Punk into night 2. It gives him the belt that I think truly makes him the face of the company if he was to win it. And I think it's a great opponent, big name for Cody, right? But only great if CM Punk was heel, to be honest, right? And I don't know that they would turn CM Punk heel. I'm really not sure. So there's pros and there's cons, but I think the cons probably outweigh the pros for me on that one. And I said yesterday, it's the one thing that doesn't sit right. Because someone proposed that we do Roman against Bron Breakker, we do CM Punk versus Cody, and we do Seth versus Sammy. And as a Sammy fan, obviously I'm a big fan of that. Sammy, I don't think should get the WWE title. Sammy is clearly not the face of the company, but I think he could win the World Heavyweight. You're telling me that Sammy can't have a run with the belt that Damian Priest had? Like, yeah, I think he can. So if he did win the Rumble and he steps up to Seth, then I think that, that match makes sense in my mind. And hopefully we build up Sammy to the point where people would like to see him succeed. Unfortunately, he's coming out of a feud with Karrion that really did nothing for him, apart from hurt him, actually. I think that feud hurt him more than helped him. I'm really pleased he's past that. So hopefully whatever's next for Sammy is going to work better for him. But, him winning the Rumble in Saudi Arabia, fighting for the World Heavyweight title, as a Sammy fan, I would love that. So him against Seth, and I think that match would bang as well. I think that would be such a great match, and hopefully it would have a feel-good moment if Sammy was to get the job done. So that boxes that off. The other side then is people want to see Punk do well. He would go for the top title. He'd be a massive name for Cody, but the bit I don't like is the fact that you're kind of screwing Cody over with the crowd reaction again. I mean, that crowd would be 50-50 at best. 50-50 at best. And actually, that crowd tends to be a smart crowd, tends to be more IWC focused. You know, it's a hardcore crowd. You know, if you like your wrestling and you like to watch as a casual fan, I don't know how many people are going to spend the amount of money it costs to go to WrestleMania. It tends to be hardcore fans that go to Mania, go to SummerSlam, because ticket prices are expensive. You need a hotel. Like, you've really got to be into this to spend that kind of money, right? To go to this kind of an event. So this is why we tend to see slightly different reactions from those crowds compared to normal Raws, normal SmackDowns that are coming to your local area, that don't cost as much, that don't require hotels, and, you know, are much more affordable to go to. So SummerSlam reactions, WrestleMania reactions, they are different to Raw and SmackDown. We had great reactions for Cody all the way up during WrestleMania season, getting really good reactions everywhere we went. And then we got to the Go Home SmackDown and WrestleMania itself, and those were different. Those were very passionately anti-Cody. And I think it's because the IWC arrived. The IWC entered the chat, and as a result, the reaction kind of turned very sour. So, yeah, there's a lot to kind of digest in regards to, you know, how would we feel about that? Obviously, we're a long way away. There's lots of things that can change and evolve and whatever, but pros and cons to doing that, and hence the reason why I'm not crazy about face versus face, because I just think from a booking point of view, if we are going to keep Cody face, right, and that is our task, right, we're going to keep him face, we work in creative. How do we make this work? That doesn't strike me as like a good thing to do. Yeah, that doesn't strike me as the right direction if we want to really get people behind Cody. So, yeah, I've got mixed feelings on it. There's pros and there is cons. Right. Nico said, Daze, I'm still stunned by the Brock stuff. What do you think is next for Lyra? Punk Sammy, are we going to see Randy Cody again? Yeah, I think we get Randy Cody. Yes, I do think we get Randy Cody. I don't know when we get it, but I think we will get it. I think turn Randy heel, honestly. Turn Randy heel and make him, like, vicious. Get him berating the crowd, ripping up signs. Get him, like, you know, vicious. And hopefully, again, that can be a good heel for Cody to kind of stand up against. So, yeah, I'd definitely do that feud. And I actually think it would work wonders for Randy, because I think Randy's a bit too nice, a bit too chilled. He doesn't really feel like he's doing anything that important. I think it would work really well for Randy as well. Be great for Cody, great for Randy, brilliant feud, work for the fans. Tick, 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 tick. Yeah. In regards to, what was the other stuff? Lyra. Well, I think it's really interesting. She can't challenge for that title whilst Becky's got it. It means she's got to do some other stuff now. So I don't know if you put her in a feud with someone, or if she now like starts setting her sights on like the top title. I mean, the champion is Naomi. I wouldn't be shocked if we do Naomi Lyra at some point. I don't think that Lyra wins. But Lyra getting into a feud with Naomi over the women's world title, that makes sense. I don't think Lyra gets it. I think she's probably cheated, but it gets us through probably to the rest of the year. And because Naomi's got to face Stephanie in Paris, so we know that's next. Then she's going to have to face Tiffany. I mean, that doesn't make any sense, does it really? Well, I suppose it does. Tiffany's not a heel, is she? She didn't turn. So I suppose it is face against heel. But, well, that's Crown Jewel. And, yeah, I think Lyra might get kind of involved somewhere in there with Naomi. They clearly like Lyra. They're featuring her all the time. She's just had several matches with Becky. So they clearly like her. They're clearly pushing her. They clearly see something. So I don't expect her to fade away. If anything, I think she moves on to bigger things and starts sniffing around world titles. They move very quickly with Tiffany. So I really wouldn't be shocked to see her moving quite quick with Lyra. Punk is going to have his sights set on Seth. Sammy is interesting. What Sammy needs is what I just said about Cody. Sammy needs support. I think we need to, even if he's not going to win the Rumble, I think it would be great if he could go in as one of the favourites. It's in Saudi Arabia. He's going to enjoy great support over there. So I think it makes sense to kind of at least have him as amongst the favourites. In order to do that, it doesn't really make sense to just job him out and just have nothing feuds. We've got to do something meaningful with him. He's got to be involved in something juicy. He's got to be involved in something that he can win, which is why a lot of people were saying that he shouldn't have beaten Carrion, and this is why I disagreed. Because, you know, the future for Carrion is a little uncertain, and that uncertainty is actually fueling the support that he is enjoying. I think if people knew that Carrion was under contract and he was going to be sticking around and they had plans for him, I don't think the support would be as viral, right? I think that there is a bit of desperation in the support for Carrion because the desperation is coming from the fact that people don't want to see him get released. There was a leak of his contract being up in August, and there has been no update that he has re-signed. So as of right now, some people are wondering if we have seen the last Karrion Kross match. Was that it? Was SummerSlam his last match? A WWE on the verge of letting him go? And I think people are genuinely desperate for that to not be the case. And I think there is some desperation, which is understandable. And I think that is fueling the We Want Kross movements. People like Karrion as well. His promos have been brilliant, and people are like, you know, down on the fact he's not been used more. So that is also fueling it. I'm not saying it's only the contract situation. I'm just saying that that is playing a part. So he is in a situation now where we are going to see kind of what happens. People are obviously going to want to see what's next for him. They're going to hope that contract is renewed. And I think this is partly the reason why with Triple H on stage, you had a "We Want Kross" chant as people are trying to send the message, don't you dare let this guy go. And so I think that kind of helped fuel that. Sammy's obviously done with that, and it's been a horrible feud for Sammy. Again, we were just talking about you can't do Punk and Cody because this would be the concern. You doing what you did on Friday with Cena, we knew that was going to kill Cody's reaction, right? And I think the same is true with Sammy and Karrion and their feud, because I think WWE underestimated the support that Karrion enjoys. And I think they thought that this was going to be Sammy against a heel and that Sammy would win and everyone would love it. And it has not played that way. The way it has played is that people are desperate for Karrion to remain in WWE. They've got behind him as a result. And actually now, you know, there's people that are down on the fact that Sammy was given the win, and they feel that Karrion has been cheated, and they're worried that was his last match. And this has been horrible for Sammy. Horrible. So we need to get away from that mess, right? That was a horrible situation, horrible feud. Sammy, come over here, mate. Come on. Yeah, come on. Love you, mate, right? We're gonna fix this. Hopefully Karrion gets his new contract. Hopefully he stays with WWE. He deserves it, right? Hopefully with Sammy, he is going to now move on to a feud with a heel that's captivating. I don't know that I have a name particularly in mind, but I think it needs to be someone that is a true heel, that is hated, that can, they can have really good back and forth with. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be down if it was Logan. And I am kind of shocked that I find myself saying that, but I think from a booking point of view, a creative point of view, Logan does bring something to WWE, and that is that he is truly hated, and he brings, people don't want to see him succeed. People, F you Logan is the chant. There's not many people that get F you chants, right? But it is F you Logan. And, the hatred is palpable. I think if you put Sammy in there against Logan, I think you will unite everyone behind Sammy. I think Logan has shown he can more than carry his end of the bargain, should result in some decent matches. Sammy gets the win, gets to move forwards, and then, hopefully pick up momentum as we build to the Royal Rumble, where hopefully we can keep building him up, talking about how he's got some wins under his belt, he's got some momentum, something feels like it's happening for Sammy. Maybe we can, build him up and get him to be seen as the favourite as we go into the Rumble and see where we go, right? Maybe he wins, maybe he doesn't win, but I think it's right that he goes in as one of the favourites. So, something along those lines. I mean, I don't really have a better answer than that, to be honest. There is a draft that's meant to be happening, so, I mean, you could move a few people around as well, and we could end up in a situation where we do get, completely different rosters, people are moved around, and fresh matchups are then available. So, we always get this, of course, when we come out of these big shows. What's next? I probably should do like a video really straight after the show. What's next? What could be next for these people? It probably makes sense to do that because this is a conversation we have on a regular basis, which I welcome. I'm not down on it. But, with the draft certainly on the horizon, there is an extra level of uncertainty around. Okay, let's try and catch up with some of these super chats. Matty, hello, bud, said, Daze, what do we think about the new Howdy mask with cracks in it? I don't really think much, to be honest. I think I saw people tagging me in that, and obviously it was kind of hard to get really too excited by it because obviously the Brock news was just dominating the conversation. I think it may connect a little bit to Kintsugi. It might show that Howdy is sort of, kind of broken as a person. It might just be a different mask. I mean, it really just, we know that he's got a few different masks. And so it could just be that they just want to kind of experiment a bit more. I mean, there's a grey mask, there's a slightly green mask. This is a mask that's got some cracks in it. I don't know necessarily that it is kind of leading to something. It could be nothing more than design and detail. I think for me, I don't get too carried away with it because I'm looking at kind of where we are with that group, and I'm looking at the communication that's coming out, and it really feels to me like we've took a very different turn with this group. If this was last year, maybe I would feel different, because if this was last year, we was doing those videotapes that Nikki was handing in, and they were playing them, and we were digging into the backstory. We were doing like the QR codes. We even had some QR codes after Nightbird. And, the feuds we were doing, there was meaning for them. We went after Chad Gable because of how he had wronged Otis, Tozawa, Maxine. We went after The Miz because how he had wronged Bo back in the day. And then Karrion, of course, inserted himself into that feud. And so apparently we were going to go after Judgment Day after that. And I'm sure there would have been a reason to have gone after Judgment Day, maybe because of how they were treating R-Truth at the time. So, there was meaning and there was reason for doing what we were doing. And since they've come back, we have abandoned all of that. And we have even turned the group heel. I mean, we had a situation where we've seen them cheating to win matches, which is so against where they were last year. So they cheat to win matches. They're motivated now by gold, titles, championships, which I don't mind, but it's not really in line with the journal and, you know, kind of the world that they kind of exist and come from. I mean, going after championships, it's fine, but this is a group that has a lot more meaning behind it. This is a group that's built on characters that came from Bray's world, Bray's mind. We had a whole Nightbird campaign that was QR codes and messages. And, you know, there's obviously a lot of trauma. And we had a therapist. And there's all this imagery of cabins. And we know about the fun house. And look at the masks. And, you know, this is a world. It's a universe. And I think if you're a Wyatt Sicks fan, you want to go into that world. You know, it's a little bit like going into Narnia. Right? It's like it's a world that you want to explore. You want to flesh it out. You want to learn more about it. You want to learn more about the characters. And we've abandoned all of that. We're just looking at titles now. We're just looking at outside interference and screwing over the Motor City machine guns and cheating Fraxium. And it's so removed from where we were that if you show me a mask that's got some cracks in it on Howdy, I don't look at it and go, oh, what's the meaning there? I wonder what deep meaning this is. If it was last year, I probably would do that. But now, it could be nothing more than just a refresh of the mask. Let's do something a little different. And it really could be nothing more than that. I would love to think it is something more. I'd love to think that Howdy's cracking and a new persona's on the way. But they teased the arrival of something not long ago, which got us excited. There was a QR code. There was a graphic. There was a room, and we got all excited that actually the group that we wanted might finally be back. And then it turned out they were promoting the Universal Studios Halloween Horror Nights. And it was nothing more than a promotion for, you know, what they were doing at Universal Studios. And you kind of go, oh, well, that's not quite what I was after. I mean, as I said, let's not be too down on that, because it is great they are getting a room, right? Great place for people to go and visit. So, I mean, let's not be too down on that. But at the moment, it's just really hard to get excited or theorize or come up with theories, or because I just sort of feel like I'm going to be wasting my time, is my honest answer. I just sort of feel like if you get your hopes up for this being something truly meaningful, being something that's going to lead to somewhere really juicy, I would just say, what else is going on that makes you think that they're even doing that right now, when all I'm seeing is a team being presented as nothing more than a team? They are no different to the other tag teams other than they got a nice entrance and they wear masks, and that's about it now. We don't dig into the backstories. We're not doing like cryptic stuff unless we're promoting Universal Studios things, and it's just we've abandoned all of that. So could this be the start of us going back to that? Well, I thought the Universal thing was us the start of going back to that, and it proved not to be. So this is why, for me, in Unseen, I would show it, and I'd be like, people have pointed out that there's cracks in the Uncle Howdy mask. Might mean something, might mean nothing. Probably doesn't mean anything, considering where the group is right now. And that would probably be how I would present it, honestly. It's really hard for me to get, like, enthusiastic about like the Wyatt Sicks stuff at the moment, because it's dead to me. It's just bobbing along, it's floating along. I've not abandoned them. I've not abandoned them because I think you can heat it back up. I think, you know, all the stuff I just spoke about what made them special, we can get back to that. The mask thing could be the start of something, and then we're right back. Yeah, we're right back. But at the moment, this group is no different than any other team. They're just every other team. They're just a heel team with cheating and motivated by keeping the championships, and that's it. That's it. That's all they are. We have actually abandoned what made them special, and I think that is such a shame. I think it's such a shame. So I've not, you know, I know that's really down on them, but to be honest, I mean, I got to be honest with what I'm seeing, and I love the Wyatt Sicks for what they were doing, and if they stop doing what they were doing, of course I'm going to feel different about them. They were doing really interesting stuff. Nightbird was incredible. The Bray connection is incredible. The fact they carried on that Bray's creative is incredible. The masks, the entrance, everything we saw last year, brilliant. Loved it. Did videos on it. Couldn't get enough. Could not get enough. But if you now abandon all that, if you now change the group and start going in a different direction, you can't really expect me to feel the same if you're not delivering the same. So that's why for me, it's like they're just another team. They're just another team. So hopefully we get back to the good stuff. Hopefully this is just us trying to get them on TV. And this is just us trying to find a way forwards. And this is just us trying to get that ball rolling, right? And maybe once the ball's rolling, we can start bringing in other elements. We know that Alexa eventually is going to join this group. I believe that. I'd imagine when she does, that's going to be quite juicy. And I think Alexa earlier was talking about how she still hopes to do supernatural stuff with her character. I don't know how. That doesn't really fit the Triple H booking model, but, you know, whatever. So I feel like that door is not closed, right? I feel like the door is not closed. But I would just say at the moment, for Wyatt Sicks fans, just enjoy what you're getting. Enjoy the fact they're on TV. Enjoy the fact that we have still got Bray's creative being presented. Enjoy whatever you get out of them. Enjoy whatever it is that you enjoy. But I'm just hoping that we get the real good stuff, the QR codes, digging into the backstories. I just hope that's on the horizon. And I'm sure many of you do as well. There was a lot of excitement when we got that tweet and we were digging into the clues and there was like files and there was an audio thing and it was Morse code. And for that to lead to Universal Studios Halloween Horror Nights was a little bit of a slap in the face, wasn't it? Let's be honest. It was a little bit of a slap in the face. But hey-ho, on we go. Mad Dog said, Pierce has posted something. I've sent it to you. Thank you, Mad Dog. Let's have a look. What's Pierce posted? What's going down in Adam Pierce Town? Edward, thank you. I'm going to retweet that. Adam Pierce. Oh, yeah. This is from Braun. I don't know if you saw this. This was doing the rounds. This was Carrion, so Carrion's response was unreal. They write the scripts, but it's the fans that write the truth. Thank you, TikTok. That's because he misheard what the fans were saying. Here's Braun Strowman. You know that they don't care about the fans. They care about nepotism and ass kissers and their buddies. Ooh, that's Braun, mate. I'm not sure Braun Strowman's coming back anytime soon. So there we go. That was Braun. Where was the Cardi B on if she'll enter the ring one day? I could get in the ring right now. You want to challenge me? I ain't there yet, but I'll come for you one day, says Cardi. We're all right. We're all right, thank you. I don't know what the Adam Pearce thing is, but we did see him comment earlier. So we did see that. But I don't know where. Yeah, there was a fight in the crowd. We looked at this yesterday. So we picked our favourites. She kind of didn't. She exited. I like this girl here. Yeah, she's getting stuck in. I'm into that girl there. Look at the front. She gets knocked back. She then sort of, she goes back in, but then she sort of leaves the fight a little bit. She's kind of out of it now, look. And then she tries to play Peacekeeper. So we picked a favourite. We picked someone we wanted to see win, and then it just sort of settled down, unfortunately. So yeah, there was a little bit of a, she was loving it, wasn't she, there? She was like... Fight in the crowd, feeling cute. So there we go. Look, she came in. She could have thrown a much better elbow, actually. She had a great opportunity there to go, boom! She doesn't. Missed it. Missed it. So was that a kick from her? Was it, you get out my face? You leave my man alone. That. Loved it. Loved it. Look, you've got to see. Look, she goes over there. Yeah, charges in. Elbow. There. That could have been much better. That could have been a lot. I'm just giving a few tips here. There. That really... You want to get the point, and you really, really like fire it in. It was a bit too shovey, wasn't it? It's a little bit too shovey. Coming in, here's the elbow. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's one of them jobs, isn't it? It's not, she's missed the trick there. She could have been an absolute legend. I don't even know what that woman did. She's probably absolutely lovely and didn't deserve any of this. So I saw that doing the rounds. So welcome to New Jersey. Welcome to New Jersey. So there we go. They're pricey seats to get kicked out. That's true, actually, isn't it? That is true. They are pricey seats to get kicked out of. So there we go. I mean, if that was during Solo and Jacob, I don't know which direction I would have been looking, to be honest. Because Solo Jacob wasn't the most captivating fight in the world. That one looked a little better, even though it was quite short. So there we go. Drama. Joe said, I was cheering Cody and I was wearing his merch. Well, Joe, you're a real one, bud. You're a real one. Yeah, look, I obviously, Cody, I see what people say. I understand people's frustration, but I just can't shake the fact that the creative for him has been so awful. So I would love to see what a good Cody title reign would look like. A really good, creatively booked, really interesting stories. Some really OMG moments. And as I said, maybe we get Brandy getting involved. Perhaps like Randy goes on to... How about we get Randy going on to Cody's bus and he flipping burns that thing down? Yeah? How about he goes in where all of Cody's pictures of his daughter... stuff in the closet, let's burn that thing down. Set a fire and burn that thing to the ground, right? I just think that the stuff that we could do, I don't know how much buses are. They're probably really expensive, to be honest. I don't know that TKO would sign that off. Yeah. That might result in ticket prices going up again, to be honest. Maybe we shouldn't do that, but I don't know. How about we try to do something interesting? Yeah. Robbie, shout out to you, buds. What do we think about the Wyatts getting booed and doing very little at TLC? Do we think Danhausen would work in WWE? What do I think about the Wyatts getting booed? They're heels. I don't really read much in it, honestly. I think that if you're going to have the Wyatts attacking Motor City Machine Guns, Fraxium, going after babyface teams for no reason other than you just want to win tag titles... having outside interference like Rowan getting involved. So, you're not only attacking babyface teams, but you're cheating during your matches. I mean, you're going to get negative reactions, aren't you? To be honest, there's people anyway that have kind of long ago jumped off the Wyatt Sicks train. I think when the Wyatt Sicks were doing Nightbird, there was people that were like, okay, I've kind of been burnt by this kind of Fiend stuff before. I mean, you've got to know that the Fiend was very popular, but also... not universally popular. I think The Fiend won Best Gimmick in 2019 in Wrestling Observer, right? The readers of Wrestling Observer voted The Fiend Best Gimmick in 2019. Amazing. Brilliant. I mean, the readers of Wrestling Observer giving WWE credit is mind-blowing, but actually voting The Fiend as Best Gimmick, I mean, amazing. Yeah. Then they voted him Worst Gimmick in 2020. So the thing is that there's things that happened that not everyone was on board with, right? There's things that went down that really people were not feeling. And so, again, look at when Bray came back and we were building to something. Obviously, he tragically passes away, right? But before that, the Uncle Howdy thing, it wasn't landing. The Uncle Howdy thing, with Uncle Howdy laughing his way in the entranceway, I've got to tell you, that was not universally loved. The Pitch Black match got horrible, horrible reviews. Bray Wyatt's last match, the Pitch Black match, it was not... I would love to sit here and tell you that people loved it and really enjoyed it. They didn't. I actually didn't mind it. I didn't mind it. I thought it was somewhat different. It was a bit glow in the dark. I was getting 1990s arcade vibes from it, right? Glow in the dark. You know those tables with the paddles and you've got the flipping thing that bounces around? Air hockey. It was giving me those vibes because it was like this glow in the dark type match, which was different. And, I didn't quite understand when he got put through the commentary table where all these coloured balls just exploded from. That was a bit random. But, or even like we got no explanation as to who that character was that was in that match, which we later found out was nicknamed Sicks. So, but to be honest, the general reaction was that it was not a very well received match. So I think when the Wyatt Sicks arrive, I think you've got a lot of people going, okay, I'll give this a go. Let's, Bray passed away, obviously horrific. Let's see what we get. And I think, honestly, the feud with Chad didn't really do much for some. I think the feud with Final Testament didn't really do much. Then there was a lot of frustration that they went away. And so I think, you kind of brought them back. And whilst they were away, I had plenty of people saying, I'm not bothered if they don't come back. I just don't care about them. There was plenty of people that were saying that. So I think that you had lost fans anyway, to be honest, before they even returned. And then you've gone and returned them as heels. So the remaining fans that they did have, as I've just kind of spent time talking about, you've abandoned what made them special. You've walked away from what made them special. And what you've actually gone and done is you've gone and turned them heel as well. So them getting booed, I think it's a combination of all of those things. I think that they would have got great reactions if they'd come back and they were doing what they had been doing last year, but just tighter and better. And, I think that first feud with Chad's was a little bit weird, was a little bit loose. They kind of, it was just a way of bringing them in, really. I mean, I think one of the mistakes is people thought Chad had been shot. The wound made on the side of the head look like a bullet wound. And for some reason, people online thought he had been shot. So when he came back, they thought he'd come back to life. So they were like, oh yeah, Wyatt Sicks coming in. That was brilliant how they killed Chad and he came back to life. It's like, they didn't kill Chad. No one said that he was dead or he'd been shot. Right? He'd got chucked around and beaten up, but no one said that there was a gun involved. That was just like a narrative that had arrived from somewhere, and I think it's because the wound kind of looked that way. So, there was just little things like that, plus also other little things like they do the massacre backstage, and then straight after we do online interviews where we've got Kathy Kelly talking to Jey Uso, and they're just laughing and joking and acting like nothing has happened. I mean, everyone has just been murked in Gorilla. Everyone is flipping going to hospital. And you've got Kathy Kelly and you've got Jey Uso just talking about Waffle House. Do you know what I mean? Just like acting like everything's normal. The one of the problems with the Wyatt Sicks and a story like that is that you've got to have everyone on the same page. Backstage interviewers, other talent, commentators, everyone has got to be on. There should have been a big meeting. Should have been a big meeting where they go, right, if ever we do a major angle with the Wyatt Sicks, we need you all to be portraying fear, right? We need you all to kind of be like, a bit nervous or something. Like, we're going to bring them in. We're going to do this massacre. Like, please don't act like nothing has happened because we're trying to sell a major angle. Right? Everyone's getting murked in Gorilla. It would be great if you didn't just carry on as normal, right? I sort of feel like with the commentary team as well, something will happen, they'll be like, wow, don't know what to make of that. Anyway, let's move on. Next up, we've got Akira Tozawa against Rusev or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, even the commentators can't sell it. So you got to have a word with them. Like, can you help us out a little bit, right? At least, like, maybe reference back. I still can't stop thinking about that. What we saw earlier, say that later in the show, maybe. Like, call back to it, like, show people it's playing on your mind. The art of storytelling. It's too big, honestly. I think the Wyatt Sicks, it's too big. They can't do it. There's too many moving parts in WWE, and it's like, I think the way WWE works is it largely works segment by segment. So if we do a Wyatt Sicks segment, that might not have any repercussion on the other segments. But if you do something massive like a massacre, or you do something massive like Wyatt Sicks was, it should have an impact on other segments. But I don't know why they can't bring it all together. I don't know. You'd think that's what Rob Fee would do, honestly. You'd think that would be part of his job, would be to bring that sort of harmony. And, you know, I think that the ball was dropped on that as well. I think there were problems last year with the Wyatt Sicks. I don't think it was perfect, and I do understand why people started drifting away. So I think you've brought them back, and maybe brought them back and gone, right, we've learned that we can't do that storytelling stuff because it turns out we're not very good at it. So let's just treat them like a normal team, right? And maybe that was part of the reason as to why they've now just become like every other team, right? Because we do go segment by segment and we can't tell these big, massive stories anymore, you know? So Wyatt Sicks, why did they get booed? A combination of all the things that I've said, yeah? Why did they do very little? Well, the two guys were in the match, weren't they? The problem you've got is the group's so big that really they need to be involved in their own feuds. Like, Uncle Howdy should be involved in Summit. And maybe Howdy could be an opponent for Cody. I mean, Howdy's a heel. So maybe we do Howdy Cody and maybe, you know, the B-show. I'd expect Cody to win, but I don't know, perhaps we do something there. Because he needs something. He can't just sit in a rocking chair, can he? We need something for Rowan. We need something for Nikki. We need something for those guys. And so if they're not going to do something collectively as a group, then we need to send them off and doing individual stuff. So I still don't know why Nikki has stopped stalking Candice. I don't know why that stopped. But she got involved in the match, Nikki. But she hasn't been looking for Candice these past few weeks. I don't even think she's been tweeting about Candice, actually. I think even Nikki doesn't know what's going on anymore. So there's problems. There's problems. There's problems, but I think what we've done is we've just stripped it all away. We've just gone back to bare bones. We're just treating them like a normal team. And maybe it's because of those problems that we're doing that now. Do we think Danhausen would work? Again, same as Orange Cassidy. I think Danhausen's in the same boat. I think that he's a bit of a meme, very gimmick-heavy character. I don't know much about Danhausen, to be honest. I think he was more in AEW after I stopped watching. So I didn't see loads of him. I mean, I know that he threatens to put spells on people. I don't think he actually does. That wouldn't fly, I don't think, in WWE. Him threatening to, right, and then being surprised when it doesn't work, that could be kind of fun. But if he does actually put spells on them and they start, I don't know, doing whatever he wants, that would be a bit strange. So I don't quite know where the line is when it comes to Danhausen, but I think as a fun character that has got a very unique promo style and a unique, obviously, character and delivery, and I know about the spell thing. I think there's room. I think you can do some, but there's obviously a line, isn't there? I mean, I'm not going to tell you anything you don't know, and that is that Triple H is not a fan of the supernatural stuff. We've not done supernatural stuff with the Wyatt Sicks. He's not, there's no supernatural stuff with Alexa now. So that's not something Triple H is really looking for. So if Danhausen was to come in, if there are supernatural elements, I think they would be stripped back. But I think as a character, yeah, there's a place for that in wrestling. There's a place for that in wrestling, definitely. Definitely, I've grown up with larger-than-life characters. I fell in love with wrestling due to larger-than-life characters. Papa Shango was a larger-than-life character. Undertaker was a larger-than-life character. So, I mean, I've grown up with those types of characters. So, I don't need people to just be them true, a Bianca, a Brooks Jensen. Do you know what I mean? A Lola Vice. I don't need them to be their true selves. I'm all right with gimmicks. I really don't mind gimmicks. I like gimmicks. I like the Wyatt Sicks. So, yeah, I've no issue with Danhausen. But this is where people might be like, oh, yeah, but he does this, does that. And I'm like, I didn't know that because I didn't get a chance to watch much of him. So there's some thoughts. Xavier, shout out to you, said, do we think they turn Randy or Punk heel? Running low on power heels. I agree with you on that. Big names that are heels. I don't disagree with you on. I would turn Randy personally. I'd turn Randy. I think there's a lot of, if you look at the emotion that Punk had, because he had just, I mean, look at WWE Unreal. He's bursting into tears because he main events WrestleMania. And he bursts into tears again because he wins the World Heavyweight title and has it for 5 minutes. I think he is someone that is a changed man. I think he's a little bit like Shawn. When Shawn came back and he'd kind of like changed and he was now different and he had a different perspective, I think we're seeing someone in CM Punk that knows that he was probably a bit problematic to work with in the past. He had a bit of a chip on the shoulder. Probably understandable, though, because if you're not going to stand up for yourself, who is going to stand up for you? So probably understandable. But, we're in a different place now. He's matured. He knows that his best years are behind him and he knows that he hasn't got long to do this. So I think every moment means times 10 now. If you missed an opportunity at winning a title back in 10 years ago, well, I've probably got another 10 years. If you don't main event WrestleMania, well, that's disappointing, but I've probably got another 10 opportunities. Now, I mean, honestly, I don't know how much longer he's got. I mean, couple of years, 3 years. I don't know. I don't think he knows. So every opportunity now means so much more. Everything he does now it's bigger. It's more important. He's running out of time. So I don't think turning him heel is the right move. I think that the people love CM Punk. I think that there's a lot of goodwill towards him. I think things I've seen, like the Unreal show and the emotion he showed at SummerSlam, like all of that felt good and real. Like it felt genuine. I can sort of understand where he is in life. And I'd keep going with him being a face. Randy, I mean, with Randy, you can make the same argument, I suppose, but he's kind of done it all. I mean, he's a legend already. He could retire now and he goes down as one of the greats. He's main evented WrestleManias. He's flipping got, 13, 14 world titles. I mean, he is just, he's achieved pretty much everything. I mean, the only thing he needs to do is, I suppose, just add to his world title reign collection. Just tell a few more stories. Just keep going for as long as you can, really. So I think for him, he can turn heel. I actually think he works better heel. I like him as a face. He can do both. But heel Randy. I really love heel Randy, and I think that the story works with him and Cody. So I would turn Randy over Punk for those reasons. I think I agree with you that there is a lack of like top end heels, but I think there are enough whereby it's not an issue for Cody. As I said, I can sit here and say, let's go Gunther. Let's go Drew. Let's go, hopefully, The Rock. Let's turn Randy, right? So there's a few that can certainly get us through as we continue to build Braun, as we continue to build, hopefully, like Alistair and Carrion, and, we continue to build these kind of rising stars. I mean, obviously, Bron Breakker's really interesting. Solo is obviously interesting because we're not done with him. He's the current mid-card champion. I think, we're going to try and keep building him, of course. I don't think that's just finished. I think he's got a group and, he's obviously someone that's trying to find a bit of charisma. And maybe we can start to, make some momentum there. So I don't know when that will kind of, get him to a world title level again. He feels like he's a bit off that to me. But I do agree with you that there is a need to maybe turn someone so that we can add to that collection as we continue to build these heels that are like coming through. So yeah, interesting. Don't forget, we could always call up Obafemi, and we could move real quick with Obafemi. Obafemi could come up as a beast, could come up from NXT as a monster. He's the current NXT champion. He works really well as a heel, and you could absolutely bring him up and just have him smash Cody. Of course, he wouldn't win that feud, but if we need to kind of, get through like mid next year, if you've got Gunther and Drew, maybe The Rock, maybe turn Randy, throw in, say, Shinsuke in there, as I said, maybe a few other little matches, you can easily get through to WrestleMania I mean, that for me is easy. That's enough there for us to get through to WrestleMania. And then maybe you call up Obafemi on the Raw after WrestleMania and he smashes Cody Rhodes. And then maybe we do that at Backlash. And, you know, who knows where we're going to be with people by that point. So, yes, it's a very interesting conversation. I do agree that it'd probably be better to turn at least one of those. Radiated Zombie said, we will integrate a storyline against Cena, and eventually Cena's last match will be Rock against Cena. Or it could be Cena Cody against Brock and Rock. Oh, that's an interesting thought, actually, that Cena's last match would be a tag match. That's an interesting thought. I have not considered that, to be honest with you. Word on is that it's Gunther that's going to be the last match. I think we can agree that Brock is going to be next for Cena. I don't know how long that's going to last, if it's just one match and done. I mean, what the future is for Brock after that, I don't know. I have absolutely no idea. I mean, do you just do the one match and then he goes away again? I would imagine WWE are nervous right now. I'd imagine that there is a very close eye being paid to how the reaction is. You know, as I keep saying, the one thing they do not want is they do not want their sponsors getting spooked. They definitely don't want that. So I think, and they don't want the networks being worried, right? You've got to think that the networks don't want to be associated with anything negative or controversial. Brands don't want to be associated with anything negative or controversial. So, you know, I think WWE is going to look at the fans, going to look at the reaction, going to look at what's happening there. And so, genuinely, when it comes to, like, oh, what do we do with Brock now and all this kind of stuff, like, that's a real hard conversation to have, because I just honestly, I mean, I'm still not quite mentally there in regards to even, you know, the fact he's back. So I know that it'll be seen. The next word on the street is that there is going to be at least a match. I think Sean Ross Sapp said it's going to be a program. So that would suggest it's going to be maybe even more than just a match. But what you do with him after that, I don't know. Maybe he goes away and he's just he comes out in the Rumble. Perhaps we don't do anything with him until January and he comes back in the Rumble. Does a match with Cena and then comes back maybe. I don't know if Cena will be Paris. I think it probably will. Does he do some at Survivor Series? Maybe. Maybe not. I think there's a good chance of him being in Saudi at the Rumble, though. I could definitely see that. I think that makes sense. I don't know. I don't think the Saudi fans are going to give him any grief. I don't think so. I can't imagine they would boo him out the building. And actually, there is a bit of a thought that the French fans aren't going to cause any trouble. Like, they'll boo him if he's a heel and he's meant to be booed. But I think the belief is that there's not going to be any chants or signs that we need to worry about in France. So we do the match in France. This is why I don't know how much Brock live in front of an audience you're going to get. I mean, you absolutely could get that in the builds. He absolutely could be on SmackDowns confronting, you know, but I don't know. I think it's not unfair to say that it is a gamble, yeah? I don't think that's unfair to say. So I don't know what they're going to do in regards to the builds, but there is a belief that the fact that we're building to Paris is not a coincidence, and that that has been selected as the right place to do this match. And then, you know, the fact the Royal Rumble's in Saudi Arabia, that would also make sense that might then be his next appearance. So, but I've got to think if you're bringing him back, I've got to think you're going to use him at WrestleMania. So, I mean, you can try and avoid putting him in front of American crowds, but at some point he's going to have to. I mean, he's going to have to be in Las Vegas at WrestleMania, and so you're going to have to put him in front of that crowds. So, I don't know. I mean, as has already been said, it was a big reaction for him at SummerSlam, but I do think that you are dealing with a unique situation there where a lot of that was shock, and the pop is just shock and like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening, you know? Because I think that was what everyone felt in that moment. I felt that in that moment. But how do people react once the dust settles and once that shockers wore off? And that is obviously going to be interesting. So, Radiated Zombie, shout out to you, my friends. Oh, I didn't realise I was so behind. Right, Delwyn, shout out to you, buds. Delwyn said Cena versus Cody. Everyone was begging for the match to deliver, and they delivered big time. It was way better than WrestleMania 41 Night 2. The match quality was spectacular and unbelievable. It's the best Cena match in a very long time. I would agree with that. I wouldn't say, though, that I'm carried away with it, because I think there are definitely elements that I struggled with. I think it's too long. I think that there are, they kind of do a lot of stuff on the outside of the ring where they're kind of fighting in the crowds. And I thought they were kind of going somewhere to do something really impressive. And actually, he ends up just being, I think, is it Cena that's like suplexed onto a railing? So they go into the crowd, they fight, but they're moving, right? So they're clearly heading somewhere. And you're like, oh, what have they got planned? And then they go to like a railing, which he just puts up against another railing and then suplexes him onto it. And you go, okay, right, yeah, a little stop along the way. And really, all we end up doing is that platform spot where he kind of has him in the, and then he carries him back to the ring. I mean, for me, I look at that segment and the amount of time that it took to do that, and I'm like, that was a waste of time. Like, maybe people just are in love with that image of, like, Cena kind of coming up, and they absolutely love that, and it, I don't know, like, made the match for them or something, but I didn't feel that way. I just sort of felt like, what was the point in all that nonsense? So I feel like there's elements in the match like that that I'm like, didn't need it. I also think, like, Cena being given three crossroads to then kick out at his age. I mean, it's a really hard sell for you to try and convince me that John Cena at this stage in his career now can actually withstand 3 crossroads. But I understand you're trying to tell me the story that this is Super Cena. You're trying to tell me that Super Cena from back in the day is here right now, but he's met his match. His match is Super Cody. But I just sort of feel like that's not taken into account that Cena is not that person anymore. You're not taking into account that Cena is like 67 years old, you know, and actually we've seen a lot of his matches this year that are not very good. And it's clear that he's missing a step in 2025. So for me to just like ignore all of that and pretend that this is John Cena from 2012 or something is like quite hard to do. So there's definitely elements like that in the match, and I definitely would have took some time out of it as well. I felt like it just kept going and going and going. And as I said, that whole outside segment, I probably would have just scrapped. I do think they should have done something in the crowds, but I think that could have been something, you know, a bit snappier. And, you know, I think it could have been something that was a bit more, well, I'm going to say memorable, but I know a lot of people are going to have enjoyed that elevator moment, right? But, like, yeah, for me, it's a great match. I'm not, like, down on it. I'm just sort of, I think, explaining why I'm also not getting carried away. I think the problem also with the 3 crossroads and Super Cena kicking out is that when Cody delivers the 1 crossroads that results in the victory, it's a bit flat. I mean, honestly, I would love to have, like, shared my reaction to that and, like, you know, he's done it. I mean, I thought Cena would win, but I was hoping Cody would. I was hoping for the passing of the torch. So, you know, for me, that should have been a moment that I was like, yes, well done, Cody. You're the man now. But, like, I really thought Cena was kicking out because I'd just seen him survive 3 crossroads. So when he gets hit with 1, I was like, well, that won't put him away. And then it did. And so I was like, oh, well done. And, like, do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like a match of that magnitude, it needed a massive ending, and it didn't get it. It actually got a small ending, and I didn't think it was going to end there, and it did. And I was like, oh, okay. I like the salute. I thought that was good. I can see the story they were trying to tell. There was some, I think, Cena showing like that he's still got the strength that he's got. I mean, carrying Cody like down the ramp, and actually him getting him on his shoulders, doing the AA from the middle rope from the top. Doing the super AA. That was obviously good. The code red on the outside, where even he was surprised. There's elements in there that's really good. I'm not down on the match. I actually listed my favourite matches from SummerSlam, and I had that at number 2. I personally preferred Punk and Gunther. That was my favourite match of the weekend. I actually had Cena and Cody just ahead of the TLC. So I know it might sound like I'm moaning and complaining, but I think all I'm trying to do is explain why, for me, it's not a match that's like mind-blowing, oh my god, this is one of the greatest things I've ever seen type situation, because those are elements of the match that I'm like, I think I would have done that a bit different, honestly. I think, but I still think they came out with something very impressive, and something that is undeniably better than the WrestleMania match. Undeniably better. So yes, I agree with you that it was really good. It was a fitting way to pass the torch. It was way better than the WrestleMania match, and it was one of the best matches of the weekend. And I really like the fact there was no outside interference. That is a big plus, because I think this was meant to be the best version of John against the best version of Cody, who gets the job done. And it was meant to be a passing of the torch. And we didn't need it. We didn't need The Rock or Travis Scott or Randy. We didn't need it, because that's not what this match was. And so, yes, that added to my score. That made me appreciate it more as well. So I agree, Delwyn. It was good stuff. And it was the best Cena match in a very long time. Certainly the best thing he's done this year. And actually, even if we look back in recent years, like his match with Austin Theory, or, do you know what I mean? Like, he had a pretty fun tag match the other year, where he was... Who did he team with? I can't remember who he teamed with. Was it Kevin? And it was against, I think, Roman and Solo, maybe, in a tag team match on SmackDown. Because Cena's had a match like every year, hasn't he, for like the past 20-odd years. He's had at least one match every year, and it's like a record that he's been able to keep going. And we got one year to the very last SmackDown, and it was now or never. Cena hadn't had a match that year, and they got one in for him. They did like a tag match thing. So, I mean, we've had, a lot of, like at least one Cena match each year. And yeah, I agree. Best thing that I've seen out of him in a long, long time. Wrestling God said, "What's up, Wrestling Daze? Shout out to you, Wrestling Gods. Hope you're well, my friends. Shout out to you." Tony said, "Baby Barry says hello. Keep up the good work, Baby Barry. A kiss has been sent from Market Drayton." So Tony, shout out to you. Sleazeboy said, "Okay, here's a prediction. Goldberg is going to be in the title picture at WrestleMania 2076. It's going to be like Rod Stewart in South Park 2000 concert episode. Google it," said Sleazeboy. Well, when it comes to Goldberg, I don't rule anything out, to be honest. I don't rule anything out. I wouldn't be shocked if he actually went to AEW and decided to have his true final match over there. Because he certainly didn't seem impressed with the send-off he had in WWE. Right, T-Potion. Shout out to you, my friends. T-Potion said, "They struggled to make Bray's gimmick work when he was with us, using it for that Mountain Dew pitch black BS. I don't know if I trust them not to drop the ball with the Six." I understand. I mean, what I would say is, unfortunately, with Bray Wyatt passing away at the horrifically young age he was, I think, you could look at Undertaker's career at times where he, probably did some stuff that, is not brilliant, that's not looked back on brilliantly. I mean, him hanging the Big Boss Man, for example, inside that Hell in a Cell is not looked back on fondly, right? I don't know that people loved Undertaker versus Undertaker. You know, if you look back on that, or do you remember that Survivor Series? Was it 93 where he joins up with Lex Luger and he kind of opened his jacket and inside was like the Stars and Stripes? It was the old. It was weird as well because it was the old Stars and Stripes, which very much confused me as a kid. I think it has a certain name, that flag, but the stars are in a circle. It's like the Mary Rose or something, right? And so he opened it up to show that he was pledging allegiance to Lex Luger and he was going to fight for America. And it was just so out of character that The Undertaker would care about such a thing, right? And so he opens up his jacket and he's got the flag kind of inside. And as I said, as a kid, I was confused because I looked at it. I was like, well, that looks like the American flag, but it's not the American. I don't know what he's trying to communicate. And they didn't even really explain it very well on commentary. They were just like, yeah, I think it was Vince. He was like, yes, he's going to do this for America and all that. And I'm like, but that's not the American flag. It was weird, right? And I think a lot of people apparently Undertaker hated that. He hated that. He didn't want to do that. I later found out the reason why they used that flag is because Undertaker was so against it. He was like, if the Undertaker was going to pledge allegiance to like America or something like that, he would use like an old style flag. He wouldn't use the current flag. There would be some sort of twist on it. And so apparently that's why they ended up agreeing to use this weird flag, right? I might even be able to find a picture. Undertaker US flag Survivor Series. Can I find an image? There it is. This thing. So he opened up his flipping... There he is, look, in the ring. Standing next to Luger, and that was the flag they showed. This WWE moment made The Undertaker livid as he opened up his jacket and showed this flag. And I remember looking at that going, well, listen, I don't know much, but I know that's not the flag of America. So the point that I'm making is that I think with Bray, there's going to have been moments in his career where he's going to have done stuff that's not going to have appealed to everyone. There's going to have been things that's like, didn't need that, right? Or that didn't hit the mark. There's going to be moments for many people that they just loved everything, like, just can't get enough, right? But there's going to be moments for some that are like, yeah, no, I didn't need the pitch black match. Yeah, or I didn't need him doing the Funhouse match or whatever it is, okay? So I think for me, like, I look at the bigger story with him and I look at the world that he had created. You don't get many wrestlers that do that. You don't get many wrestlers that create their own universe and, you know, really go above and beyond. You actually get a lot of wrestlers that turn up, do their like match, do their promo and go home. And they could be doing so much on social media, but they don't. They could be really connecting with the fans, building their characters, connecting. You know, this is where Carrion has got success. And we could see a lot of wrestlers doing that, and they don't. And I'm not saying they're lazy. I'm just saying, you know, they don't do it. But Bray did. He did, like, you know, flesh it out and introduce us to a lot of different kind of mythology and take us down rabbit holes and engage us beyond just what we saw on TV. And for me, like, that's, you know, obviously a large part of the magic of Bray. So I think I totally get where you're coming from. You're not alone in saying what you've said about not feeling the pitch black match. I think my counter to that has always been the same, which is I think every wrestler has good moments, has bad moments, has moments they connect, has moments that they don't. I think I wouldn't focus so much on just like one thing or a couple of things. Like, I think if you can zoom out and appreciate the wider story and appreciate what Bray did deliver as a bigger picture, then, you know, that's great. If you zoom out and you still don't like it, well, it just wasn't for you then. You know, it just wasn't for you, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. It's not going to be for everyone, is it? So that's absolutely fine. But yeah, I not everything would have landed, and it hasn't for other wrestlers as well. Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're doing well. Really appreciate the support. So, honestly, I appreciate everyone joining us. We were here all over the weekend reacting to Summerslam Night 1. I think we did like 8 hours both days, which, I mean, it's pretty standard, to be honest. But, yeah, definitely appreciated a little bit of a lie-in today, a little bit of a sleep. I'm feeling ready, honestly, for whatever they're going to serve us now. Hopefully it's something good. Delwyn said, when they switched to the camera view to show the Cena OG-tron and running down the ramp, I got chills and goosebumps. A torch passed, a legacy honored. Cena raised Cody's hand, but Cody carried the weight of a dream fulfilled. Oh my God, are you writing poetry, bud? Wrestling magic at its finest, and I loved it. Well, there we go, Darwin. Shout out to you. You, in the words of Michael Jackson, you are not alone. I could have said anything there, couldn't I? But I chose to keep it PG. But you are not alone. It was very, very well received. I'd say by the wrestling community at large. I mean, I really didn't see much pushback on it. I really didn't see much negativity around it. To be honest, though, I think a lot of reaction to it was a little drowned out by the fact that everyone was just shocked about the Brock return. But, Darwin, I really appreciate the support. And honestly, you could probably do what Sonny does and write a poetry book. Jason said, Cena was right. Summer is wrong with fans nowadays. The fans cheered Cena. They booed Cody. They cheered when Cody won. There was thank you Cena chants, only to cheer when Brock destroyed him, said Jason. I think, honestly, trying to dissect crowd reactions is a little bit difficult because everyone's got different opinions about different things. And I think a live crowd just wants their money's worth. So a lot of people that go to these live events, they want moments. You know, it'll be a case that they don't hate Cody, right? Cody's not hated. They don't love the way he's presented. And I think if they could choose, a lot of them would choose for him to be heel. But they don't hate the guy, right? It's the son of Dusty Rhodes. And a lot of them people are the same people that tweeted, we want Cody. So there's not like a deep hatred that's there. But if you're going to make them choose between babyface Cody or babyface Cena, a lot of them are going to go babyface Cena, okay? So in that moment, I've got to make a choice. I'm going to go babyface Cena for a lot of people, right? And then, of course, Cody gets the win. The torch was passed. And so, you know, we've got a choice there. Am I going to boo this guy out the building? Clearly, we're going to keep moving forward with him. Clearly, he is the torch has been passed. Cena has, in a way, chosen to say this is the guy. He's kind of chosen to go, here we go, you know? And so, as a crowd, I'm going to support it. You know, wow, that's the best Cena match I've seen, you know? And so I'm going to get behind. But then Brock's going to come out. What? Big reaction. What's going on? Oh, my God. Did you know about this? I didn't know about this. He's coming down the ring. He must have been cleared. There must be some sort of movement in that. This is sick. What are we seeing? He's getting in. He's going to smash Cena. Oh, my God. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you're just in the moment. I mean, that live crowd reaction, it's a very different experience to watching at home. I mean, you've, first of all, paid a serious amount of money to be there. You've put your life on hold to travel to this place. Many people will have traveled from other states, maybe even other countries. And they obviously want to get their money's worth, have a good time. They're invested. Do you know what I mean? You've got herd mentality. Big difference being in a room or a stadium of people with all that energy compared to sitting at home in your pants. So I think like trying to dissect how the crowd are reacting and why they're reacting the way they're reacting is an art, honestly. And it's, you know, it's maybe not something that I'm always able to get right and read it right all the time. For example, I was really worried about the 10-bow salute for Hogan, but it was perfectly observed. So it's one of those where you kind of have to look at what people are saying online, look at the reactions going into the shows, kind of get a feel as to where the fans are. And, you know, by and large, you can sort of understand why they react the way they react. But it's yeah, I agree. It is a bit of a confusing one. It's not like back in the day where we boo the heels, we cheer the faces, and that's, you know, it's about as complicated as that. That's about as complicated as it gets. We don't really do it like that these days. It's a little bit more complex than that. So Jason, shout out to you, but I think that's a really interesting comment. And I think we could really dig into that with different scenarios, different examples, and, you know, flesh that out. But we are running out of time here. Right now, we've just got a video package that's just showing, like, the live crowd reaction as Brock Lesnar made his way down. Doc Holiday said, I've got my schlong in a tub of peanut butter. I am ready for this Raw after one of the best PLEs that I've seen with peanut butter in the past few years. Doc Holiday, shout out to you. I am definitely not having peanut butter when I go round your house. Ethan said, I want Ethan Page to be called up after losing the title. I think Ethan could get called up, honestly. I think he could be called up. I think he's ready. I'm a fan of what he's been doing in NXT. Took a little while for me to warm to him. I wasn't loving it at first. He kind of came in and we put the belt on him very quickly, and I didn't, you know, I was not familiar with his game. So it took a little bit of time for me to get on board, but I'm there now. I like what he's been doing. David said Crossroads is easy to kick out of a roundabout. David, shout out to you, buds. Red Chick message retracted. So we did have something to say, but it's disappeared now. We've changed our mind. I hope it wasn't like, I really love this channel and community. I really love hanging out with you guys. And then we've said something and they've gone, well, I'm taking that back. I don't feel that way anymore. There is Naomi. So we've just had the video package. I think, is she going to make her way straight out? Is she? Where are we going? We've got some sort of dronage. We are swooshing our way inside the arena. That was really good, actually, how we walked with Naomi. Yeah. Which is the 2025 version of Walking with Elias. And we had the drone there, and now we've swooshed our way in as Seth Rollins is coming out. We're going to start the show with Seth freaking Rollins. And the crowds are right, I'll tell you what, they're vocal. They're right behind him. Seth Rollins making his way down to the ring. And there is Bronson Reed with the Shula Fowler. Bron Breakker is there as well with Heyman. Here comes Seth. Bron Breakker, big Bronson Reed. What's that sign say? I would tap out. Can't see, Seth's in the way. I would tap out, but only if Rhea says so. Okay. There's a girl that's got a sign that said, I mean, it's good that it's a girl, to be honest. That's a weird sign if it's a guy, innit? I'd love to tap out to Rhea Ripley. Oh, yeah. I'm going to write this on a sign and take it to a wrestling show. Oh, yeah. I would tap out to Rhea Ripley. I hope she sees my sign. But it was a girl, so it's acceptable. That's how that works. Seth Rollins is in the ring. That's what she said. Sending in a gifted membership. Shout out to you, buds. Oh, look, Heyman giving Seth a little kiss. Oh. I've seen loads of memes of them embracing and looking like that couple from Coldplay. After Seth had won the title, they sort of recreate that embrace. So there we go. He's still got that song, and the fans are still loving singing it. Jason said, as a huge wrestling fan, do we have any autographs from wrestlers that are special to you? I mean, I do. I haven't met loads of wrestlers, actually, but I've got Demolition. I met Demolition. I got a picture with Demolition. I met Honky Tonk Man as well. I've got William Regal as well. That means a lot to me. So, you know, I haven't met loads, to be honest. There's obviously not loads of opportunity to meet wrestlers in the UK. They do come over, and sometimes they'll be at Smith's Toy Show. Or Toy Shops. I'm getting confused with Grim. So, yeah, there'll be, opportunity there, but with work and stuff like that, I've never really had a chance to go to those kinds of events. So it's more legends, really, that go to, like, you know, Comic Cons and stuff like that. But yeah, Demolition, Honky Tonk Man, people like that. I don't know who I'd like to go and see. Probably Alundra Blaze would be good. People keep asking if I'm going to go to that for the love of wrestling. It's a massive convention, normally every February in Manchester. I've not been yet, but I would go. They have lots of big names at that. I am the GOAT. Okay, so Heyman's calling himself. I am your humble oracle. I am the GOAT. I stand here. It's still a bit awkward, though, isn't it, that they didn't get the win? So he's saying, I stand here with the future, the man that patrols our yard. Bron Breakker. Seth goes over, gives him a pat on the back. The tribal thief. The tribal thief. The owner of the Shula Fala. Well, Roman's going to surely have to go after Big Bronson Reed and get those shoes back, isn't he? He can't allow Big Bronson Reed to run around with the Shula Fala. Here's Seth. Here's Seth. Got a few more thoughts. We'll get to them. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're just seeing where this goes. OTC chants. I love his watch. Roman Reigns has not been champion for 1.5 years now, has he? So CM Punk getting a mention as well. So Heyman's just saying, look, Roman hasn't been champion in a long time. Punk ain't got no belt. And then Sev's like, oh dear. CM Punk wasn't champion long enough for even to get side plates. We're seeing Seth Rollins' side plates. He's loving it, isn't he? Look at him, he's loving it. I don't even know what his shoes are. Shoes are pretty funky. Punk thought he would be married to that title forever, but he wasn't. I feel like we know all this, don't we? We're just being told the story we already know. There we go. Let's do this properly. Ladies and gentlemen, the reigning, defending, I mean, the irony is it is disputed because we do have another world heavyweight champion. I mean, the WWE Championship is recognized as a world heavyweight championship. When we talk about how many world heavyweight championship reigns people had, it doesn't really matter which of the two belts you've carried. They're added together. So, I mean, it is disputed a little bit. But you can't really get into that when you're trying to make a grand statement. We're in Brooklyn. And here's Seth. Seth's going to say a few words. Shame on you. Daze, I'm not sure if you saw on TV, but a wave happened in the upper section during the Lyra fight. Maybe they were bored during it. If the Wyatts got a low pop and booze and they saw someone throw a bottle at someone. I did see the wave, yeah. The footage was doing the rounds. I think that match goes too long. I'm sure it's 25 minutes. Lyra and Becky. I mean, it's 5 minutes shorter than the CM Punk Gunther match, and that main evented. So I mean, I don't know if it overran, but it felt like it went long. He's talking about OTC. Connor said, Daze, if you know we get Seth Punk for the World Title Championship at Paris, do we think Punk gets his revenge? No. I think they do that match, but I don't expect Punk to win. I think he's just going to keep getting screwed. Certainly until we get to a bigger show. I think, listen, this group's an important group. We gave Seth the win at WrestleMania. We gave him Money in the Bank. We've put the belt on him, and I really don't think we're now just going to take the title from him. We've invested a lot in Seth this year, and we're investing in this group, and we put Heyman with them, and now we've put the belt on him. Like, we just take that away in Paris, do we? I don't see it. Okay, Seth coming forwards. I've been a marked man for months. Rollins looks like he's got a fake nose because of those glasses, said 48 Gaming. Word of Wrestling said Bronson clapping that Seth is champ when he wants to be champ. Who stopped him from successfully cashing in? Everyone back there. They think they're so smart. Need I remind you, I always have a plan. I always have a plan B, says Seth. This plan B was top secret. I told 2 people. He told his wife, his beautiful, incredible wife. And the other was my oracle. That's it. That's all that knew. We have absolute power. This is normally where someone comes out. No one can stop us. The Vision? Yes, that was trademarked. That was trademarked. And here's LA Knight. LA Knight! So yeah, they trademarked the name or the term, the Vision. This group needed a name, actually. And it is believed that that is the name. This group is the Vision. And just as he said, like, no one's going to stop us, you knew that someone would come down. And that person that has come down is LA Knight. Yeah, need I remind you, I pinned you and beat you at Saturday night's main event. I'm pretty sure that is where this is going to go. Is this Paris? Maybe. Maybe we do this rather than CM Punk. Perhaps CM Punk's gone home to have a little cry first. And then he'll be back. LA Knight in the ring. Yeah. Let's see what's is going to get said. LA Knight. LA Knight. Days, not every WWE champ's got to be the face. Look at people like Nash, Mahal, Del Rio, Mankind. I think it's time to get out of that mindset and hope that WWE makes people like Cody win a World Heavyweight Championship. Yeah, but I'm talking more recent. I'm not talking about through the history of WWE. I'm talking about like more recently. If you go back and say where we are right now, I mean, it's not really worth going back to the Attitude Era and having conversations about that, is it, when we're talking about the current product? So if you look about where we are with Cody and where we are with Roman and all of that, like, this is the belt that consistently main events night 2 of WrestleMania. I think the setup is good. So I'm not even down on it. I think that it gives somewhere like, you know, Gunther. It gives Gunther an opportunity to progress to something. And also, like the World Heavyweight Championship, it allows us to take a chance on someone like Sammy. But, like, you know, the top title, the belt that really makes you the guy, that's okay for that to be the WWE title. So that's how it feels to me. And honestly, I as I'm sat here right now, and I was to ask you what's going to main event night 2 of WrestleMania, I'd imagine most of you will say the WWE title. One belt has been around since and has got history going back to the 60s. The other one's been around a couple of years. So, again, it's fine. This is why you can't really compare it to the past, because we're in a very different situation now. The World Heavyweight title, the current version of it, only arrived a few years ago. It may, you know, have been a little bit different at various times in the past. I said I gotta get to Brooklyn after seeing what you did at SummerSlam. Brown doesn't want to be the guy. The Vision, said Nico. I wanted to hurt you real bad last time. When I beat you, I am going to take that World Heavyweight Championship. So no better place than here and now, says LA Knight. You don't think I got the guts? You want to fight me right here, right now? I gotta think it's not gonna happen. No. No. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, hello. This is interesting. Now this has took a turn. Now we've got Adam Pearce. Maybe we are going to get it. Perhaps Adam Pearce is going to give it us. Oh, he's upset that he was lied to. To hell with normal. Listen closely. It will be tonight. There we go. It will be tonight. I don't feel brilliant for LA Knight's chances. Why is Adam Pearce so upset about this? Braun and Bronson are banned at ringsides. You stole a great moment from the people at SummerSlam. He cashed in. He's allowed to do that. Adam Pearce is really upset at what Seth did, even though it's like perfectly fine. I suppose the whole faking of medical things, I could understand that being upsetting. But the idea that you stole a great moment from by cashing in, which is the whole point. Shut up. Shut up, Adam. Right, we're backstage with Judgment Day. We've got a glum-looking Raquel and a glum-looking Roxanne. Dominic pleased at retaining. Let's go regroup, says Raquel. Okay, what's this? LWO. No reaction whatsoever. No reaction. Okay, it looks like Dominic and Dragon Lee are squaring up to each other. You're on, says Dominic. Okay, Dominic, Dragon Lee. Well, we've got a World Heavyweight Championship match. AJ. Here's AJ. Whoa, hold on, boys. Chill out. Calm down. It was clever what you did. Yeah, it was clever. I'm still coming after that Intercontinental, says AJ. And I'm coming after you. I'm one of the best, says AJ. Time's running out because you're getting old. Let's go. Right. James said, where do we put the start of Brock's entrance compared to like Stone Cold, Taker, Rock, Orton, Edge as far as instant pop and recognizability? Yeah, right up there, honestly. I mean, I don't have a ranking. I don't have a, well, that's my number one, that's my number two, but, I mean, undeniably, as soon as you hear the bum, 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 I mean, it doesn't take long, does it, to know whose music it is. It's very instantly recognizable. I mean, I don't know if Undertaker and Stone Cold might just be ahead. I mean, the gong was just, again, instant. I mean, with Brock, you've probably got to hear a little bit more before you go, Brock. But, like, a gong is like, or the shattering of glass is like, do you know what I mean? I suppose you could say, if you, again, doesn't take long to know the Rock's coming out, does it? So I think when you're dealing with stars of that magnitude, of that kind of caliber, and they've got music that instantly grabs like that. This is why sometimes when you hear someone getting a new theme, one of the things you might judge is that first moment, you know? Like, if they need to come running down and make a save, or if this works for them and they become big stars, you know, is that music going to be instant? You know, the gong, the shattering of glass, Brock's beginning. So I think the thing with Brock is it might just take just a couple more beats for people to know that it's his music. But there's nothing in it. We're talking flipping milliseconds. So I mean, it's right up there. But I don't have a mental ranking of such a thing. Red Chick said, Daze, the flag they used was the original flag. Each star represents a state. The flag evolved over time as each new state was added. Red Chick, thank you. I believe it had a name at the time. I cannot recall as to what. Betsy Rose. I've actually still got it on screen. Right, I haven't took it off. There it is. Betsy Rose flag. I remember it had a name. You are correct. It was the old USA flag, and as states got added, the design changed. But I remember that it had a, like now it's the Stars and Stripes. Back then it was, I believe, it had a different name, and it was known as the Betsy Rose. So there we go. Look, we're learning. It's fun. History's fun, guys. History's fun. So, Red Chick, shout out to you. Nico said, what's up, Daze? Here's to a good Raw. Definitely. I felt that open was a little... I mean, look, we know Raw's going to go 2.5 hours. We've pretty much used half an hour on that intro. I mean, I don't know about you, but we probably could have shaved that down. I mean, Paul Heyman likes to take his time, doesn't he? I feel like he's just told us the whole flipping story of the year so far. And... it was fine. It's got us to a world title match. LA Knight comes out. I don't think LA Knight's got any chance whatsoever, though. I don't think he's got any chance whatsoever. But, can't be too down on getting a world heavyweight championship match on Raw. It was a perfectly fine open. But, yeah, like half an hour in. A lot of listening. I suppose we got the vision part, and they've that was trademarked, so... It's good to know that that's going to be the name of the group. I think they do need a name, the Vision. But, it's fine. It's an all right start. We'll have to see kind of where we go from here. Rusev making his way down, and we know we've got Rusev, Sheamus. For me, these matches have been okay. I've not loved them. I was all right with us kind of wrapping it up and moving on to something else, but... We're gonna do it again. I mean, both of these guys are capable of great matches, and this could be okay. We'll have to wait and see. So give it a chance. Just having a look at this drone. We got the drone swooshing around again, and there we are in the front row. There is the cast of Wednesday. Yeah, there they are. She's loving it. She doesn't know quite what to do. And there's that man, he's there, and there's that man, and there's that woman. And I know him, isn't that Fred? Isn't that the guy that was in Portlandia? Fred Armiston or something. I'm sure he was in Portlandia. Joe Budden is in the crowd as well. Budden, not Biden. Joe Budden. Big Migs said Sean Rossap just posted a huge update for Carrion and Scarlett. Okay. Is it going to be good news? I hope. Carrion and Scarlett are not at tonight's Raw. Their contracts are up this weekend. Fightful selectors learnt from those backstage. So Cross and Scarlett not at Raw. Deals are up this weekend. That is not the news I was looking for. Right, we are underway with this match. I mean, listen, that news is going to resonate. And I have no doubt that is going to respond in the fans making their voices heard for the rest of the week. That is gonna be the cynical part of me. Right? I'm just going to be honest. The cynical part of me. The conspiracy theorist. Right? And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but if I was to dabble in that world, the cynical part of me would be that they have purposefully left them off this show. They are using the contract thing to distract the fans from Brock. And that what they want now is they want the fan base to get behind Carrion, do the We Want Cross thing, do a whole kind of online campaign and movement, which I'm sure we will get and we should get, but that this is actually a clever ploy to distract from the Brock Lesnar return, right? That's the cynical conspiracy theorist that lives within me. Might not be true. Might not be true. That's not a theory that I'm willing to die on the hill of, but interesting, isn't it? That it's this weekend. Guys, it's this weekend. We've only got this week of all weeks. Of all weeks, it's only this week that we've got to make our voices heard. So, yeah, you could complain about Brock or talk about Brock, but don't do that, because time is of the essence. We need to get behind Carrion instead. We need to deal with this instead of that. That's the conspiracy theorist in me. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying that, it's a thought that entered my head and I verbalized it. Right now, we've got Sheamus and Rusev. Headbutt Sheamus going down. Rob said, does Roman and Shaq wear the same size shoes? Yeah, a lot of people have said how big them flipping shoes are. The Shulafala. I wonder if they'll sell Shulafalas. I wonder if WWE Shop could sell some, like, obviously you're not going to sell those shoes. You're going to have to sell like a rip-off kind of non-branded equivalent. But listen, they love flipping merch, don't they? You're telling me that if they started selling some form of plush Shulafala that they would, of course they would sell. Of course they would sell. WWE fans will buy anything. I bought dirt. I've got a capsule of dirt that was taken from the Boneyard match. They sold me dirt and I bought it. So you're telling me they couldn't sell Shulafalas? Of course they could. They are big, you are. That is right. Marvin, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Oh, hello. Here we go. White noise. Off that middle rope. He's going to try and do it. Down went Rusev. Down went Rusev. Sheamus is in control. And feels like that's a commercial break spot. Jason, shout out to you, buds. Jason said, no BS. Okay. I'm from Baltimore. Okay. I know Stacy Keibler personally. If you'd like to get some signed, it might just take a couple of weeks, but let me know. Oh, well, that is very kind, my friend. That is very kind. I mean, all I'll say is if you know Stacy Keibler personally, well, I mean, wow. Life has been very kind to you. Yeah. Life has been very, very kind to you. So I appreciate that offer, my friends. Yeah, wow. I'm shocked. If you've got like a picture that you've had with her or something like that, feel free to tag me and I'll pop it in unseen. Stacy Keibler, baby, said Thomas. Yeah. Yeah. Basically now confirmed to be a friend of the community. That's how that works. Friend of the community. Love that for us. Sheamus with a big knee. Daze, Seth said that he had a plan B with Braun and Bronson. With them banned from ringside, could we get a fourth member? Says Macca Rice. Yeah, I suppose we could. The only thing I would say is that he does have plan B. When he said it, I think he was talking about, I've always got a plan B. I don't think he will have had a plan B for this situation because he didn't know about this situation. It was made in the heat of the moment, wasn't it? So maybe he goes off and creates a plan B now, but I don't see how he could have had a plan B already pre-planned for this when, we didn't know Adam Pearce was going to make the match. So I don't know, perhaps he's running around backstage trying to find a plan B. If tonight ends with another member being added, that'd be great. That'd be great. Nico said, thanks for liking my WWE outfits. No worries, dudes. Look good. They were in Unseen the other day. Days, no jam, no marmalade jokes tonight. Let's just settle for some sweet honey and a happy ending, said Phil. Phil, I'm down for jam and marmalade jokes. And honestly, as soon as I understand them, I think I'll probably find them to be hilarious. So if you've abandoned them, it's fine. But if you want to keep going with them, I'm sure I'll catch up eventually. So shout out to you, buds. Mr. Dow Jr. said, Daze, do you know that Triple Mania is on at the same day as UFC 319? Would you rather do a Mexican wrestling show or a massive UFC event, arguably the biggest fight with Chimaev and Duplessis? Well, to be honest, I think it'll probably be UFC. I prioritize WWE, but Triple Mania is like a AAA show. It's obviously going to feature their wrestlers, and there might be the odd WWE wrestler that's featured, but to be honest, I don't really see a great difference between a TNA show and a AAA show. They are other promotions, and I think we'd be looking at UFC on that one, honestly. I'm obviously very nervous, though, because it takes a lot. The UFC streams, as most streams on a weekend, they take a lot of work. I mean, we did about 8 hours on Saturday and 8 hours on Sunday. But I can go into a wrestling stream with confidence that people will join us. I can't go into UFC streams with confidence that people will join us anymore. I know that we've had some good numbers earlier in the year, but I mean, we are now a good 6 months, 6 months down the road, aren't we, of not being able to do those shows. So I just think that community has been decimated. I really do. Irish Curse, Backbreaker. But, yeah, on that, I'd probably go with UFC. Mr. Trainer said, I think Cross helps Seth retain tonight and maybe joins the Vision. Well, Fightful have just reported apparently they're not there. And the contracts are up this weekend. So, unless it's all being kept super, super quiet, then, you know, maybe it's going to be a case that we don't get them tonight. So, don't know, we're going to have to wait and see, aren't we? Gonna have to wait and see. Right now we got Rusev trying to get back in the ring. We're 40 minutes in. Sheamus coming over with the big boots. He goes to the outside. Here's Rusev. He comes over. Sheamus grabbing Rusev. We're gonna get 10 beats of the Battering. No, he's trying to turn him round to do it, but no joy at the moment. No joy at the moment. And he goes into the corner. Sheamus, again. Rolling to the outsides. Rusev is coming round, stalking round, and gets picked up. Slap. Slammed down there by Sheamus. That seemed pretty brutal. Right now, we've got Rusev on the outsides. Into the ring steps. He kind of went on his knees a little bit early, didn't he? So it took a bit of the sting out of that spot. So Rusev and Sheamus on the outsides. Rusev coming over. Going over to Sheamus. He goes to the outside, right to the feet of some guy. Is he going to do the 10 beats? Yeah, he is. Rusev in the crowds is throwing in these big blows to Sheamus. Look at that dude in the crowd. He's quite big. Ah, Sheamus, though, grabs Rusev. He's going to show him how it's really done. God, I always hate it when wrestlers do that. So he just grabbed Rusev. And he got his arms kind of on the barricade. Rusev's arms just sort of slipped back, and Rusev then moved his own arm back. It's a little bit like Lyra and the zip ties. It's kind of like, you know, he was trying to get his arms hooked behind the barricade. This arm came loose, and Rusev put it back himself. I was like, what are you doing? I mean, it's a count out anyway, so the match is over. But, oh my God, the Prime bottle's on the floor. Stairs being rammed into Sheamus. Sheamus goes down. And there we've got Rusev. He is breaking that shillelagh. Oh, see, this is better. This is more fun. These two brawling as we got loads of people trying to separate them. This is good. Desperately trying to separate these two. I don't think this feud is over, is it? I don't think this feud is over at all. He looks crazed. Right now, oh, they're going at it again. Oh, my God. These two are more determined to destroy each other than WWE and AEW fans. Look at them wide-eyed. Let them fight. Let them fight. What the hell? What is Xavier wearing? He's taken Morning to a whole new level. He looks like a flipping lampshades. We're still mourning. Especially not Sheamus, not Sheamus. Look at these two. Do you know what? I've never thought about this, but I do think Kofi would make an excellent Sister Abigail. Okay, so Grayson has come over to have a few words. This lucha loser. I think you've officially earned it tonight, so Penta, Grayson by the looks of it. There we go. Okay. I can't get over that hat, man. Oh, mate, I've only just noticed Kofi's gloves. Did you see Kofi's gloves? They were just... It was a glove that was on 3 fingers. It was a black glove that was, like, about that big. And it just covered his 3 fingers on both hands. I like the fact New Day are actually back having fun again, you know? I mean, they're not having fun with the fans, but they're involved in comedic little... I mean, that's obviously meant to be absolutely preposterous, and you're meant to find it humorous. So, I mean, it's good that we've got them back to that. Here's Penta. Jean-Pierre, shout out to you, my friends. Welcome, welcome. And Marvin, shout out to you as well. Let's get back to the chat, see where we are. Daze, if there is no draft, then that's a shock. But if there is a draft, then I wish that they would go back to the draft lottery like 2005, where the surprise picks each week. I don't mind that, honestly. I don't mind mixing up the drafts. And we've done lots of different things over the years. I also enjoyed when we had like the 2 rooms and we had them all trying to debate as to who was going to go where. I remember we had like the Fox. Has Fox got a robot or something? He was in one of those rooms. And so we had like USA in one and executives from USA, and we had Fox and their executives in the other, and kind of added to the feel of them trying to figure out who should go where. You know, unfortunately what we do now is we just bring out like a legend and they just read from a bit of cards. Okay, go into Raw is, and like, I mean, like, there's not really much presentation behind it. But yeah, I mean, like, making it a bigger deal or making it more of a lottery where you don't quite know who it is until it appears on screen, who's going to go where. I don't mind. I don't mind. I mean, at the end of the day, the superstars are still going to end up on the brand WWE wants them to go to. Creatively, you sit down, you go, right, that feels like the right roster for Raw, and that feels like the right roster for SmackDown. So how you actually get to that point, you could probably have a bit more fun with. So yeah, I don't disagree. The Thrifting Graham said that Xavier's hat is the greatest thing I have ever seen in the history of Raw. Yeah, and that's not even an exaggeration. That's just fact. That's just been confirmed. I watched the opinions video 2 times. Thanks for all you do. First watching to see what we thought and what others were feeling. Then I wanted to show Metal Dad something. Ended up watching it over again, said Metal Mama. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Shout out to you, buds. Gotta tell you, that was a really hard video to do because obviously it's instant. It's quite raw. I actually tried to record it a few times and I was kind of getting like 10 minutes in and I was like, no, that doesn't feel right. That's not the right tone, or that's not quite what I mean. Or so then I'd have to start again. And then I was sat there thinking about Unseen and how I was getting later and later. And I was like, oh God, this is a flipping. So it was a bit of a challenging one, honestly. And I knew there was over 100 comments or around 100 comments. And I hadn't got to them all on night 1. So I was determined to do them all on night 2. So I'd say if there was a criticism I'd give that video, it's that I don't get a chance to really say much about the comments that I read, because in my mind, I'm trying to get through them. And I know if I add commentary to the comments, I'd be there another hour. So, yeah. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was a bit of a nightmare to do, but I did it, and then I was like, do you know what? Well, I'm going to bed. And now I feel great. Now I feel very well rested, and I think I actually made, for once in my life, a pretty good decision. Right, Grayson taking on Penta as Grayson does a little mock of the walk as we're about to come back from commercial break. Right, big time, said Daze. For Raw after... Where did that go? For Raw... Where did your comment go? There it is. For Raw after SummerSlam, watching the show so far, they've had Grayson Penta, Dominic Dragon Lee, legit come out of thin air with no rhyme or reason, other than to just kill TV time. It's not what I needed, says Big Time. I can understand that. I mean, I think, to be honest, they've set up a big World Heavyweight Championship match, so I don't give LA Knight much chance. But, you know, I think they're probably thinking that they can just do a couple of these matches, get some people on the show, and, you know, people will stick around because there's a World Championship match coming up later. Seth Rollins cash-in got 73 million views in the first 24 hours. Here we go then, Grayson and Penta. This is a big opportunity for Grayson. Grayson in the singles match. And he needs to show that he is someone worth invested in. I'm really pleased we're done with A-Town Down Under. I appreciated the way that you explained it, and I respect and admire that. Some reasons that I watch you. Thanks for being good. You explain the opposition well. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Yeah, I think, you know, one of the things that's just worth remembering with the Brock thing is that history will recall how people reacted to this. Like, people can go back and find tweets and find comments and find the reaction. And we don't know where this is going to go. We don't know kind of how history is going to look back on this moment. So, in the words of Naomi, I think proceeding with caution is probably the correct response for this. So it's one of those where I see both sides. I totally understand the unease. I totally understand why people are uncomfortable. I totally understand what he's caught up in. Hello, what have we got here? New Day coming down. So yeah, trying to kind of wrap that into a few thoughts was I was quite happy with it in the end. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you got something from it, but I'm pleased about that actually, because we do reviews and obviously opinion videos, and so obviously we want those to be worth watching. I love that he's come down with his giant hat on. So these are making their way down to the ring. Are they going to join commentary, are they? Is he going to put that on Michael's head? Because if I was wearing that, I would pass that over to Michael Cole. Kick coming in there by Penta. Takes the legs away from Grayson as Grayson gets out the ring and goes to the outsides. Did anyone else notice that Seth's nose appeared bigger than usual? I thought it was just not part of the glasses, but it was, said Crimson. It was commented that it looked fake because of those glasses. Grayson with a clothesline. I think it might be an optical illusion because of the glasses. WrestleRant said the New Day should be embarrassed with what they've been doing on TV lately. With what they've been, just about everything is pathetic. Well, they're heels, aren't they? And they're in mourning. So they've dug into that. I would say maybe that's kind of gone on a little bit too long. But it'll be interesting to see where we go from here. Elbow there by Grayson. Ben said Daze has got Tapper John's pizza. I messaged you to be their bad boy. Tapper John's. I'll be the bad boy of Tapper John. I'm down with that. Here they are at commentary. What about you, Michael? Are you going to give us your condolences? 1, 2, Penta, inside cradle, no joy. Oh, I didn't do a poll, did I, for the Rusev one? I need to do a match thing, don't I? I'm sort of sat here just kind of watching this. We're doing our job, says Kofi. No one has said that Grayson is part of the New Day. You're like Twitter. I could say that I like tomatoes and you would respond, what, hamburgers are disgusting? Chop coming in there by Penta, and look at that sell by Grayson. He definitely felt that. Penta trying to get the crowd involved in this. It's obviously difficult because there's just, I mean, as Big Time said, there's just no heat in this. This is, I mean, this could have been a dark match, really, couldn't it? This could have been on main event. It's a bit of a nothing match with no history behind it. Shot coming in there. I was like, oh, that looked good, though, by Grayson. That's a lovely shot. That's the way that that was a lovely looking strike. The way that he threw that punch and Penta just collapsed. The sell of it was great, but the execution of that punch was really good. Respects. Right now, Grayson chatting. I'll tell you the other thing that's hurt in this match is we were focused probably just as much, if not more, on the New Day that are on commentary as we are on what's going on in the ring. Every now and again, we just keep cutting to the New Day on commentary. Was we at commercial break there? Did some of you miss that beautiful punch? Because it was really good. Ah, we was at commercial break as well. Kiss my hand as a sign of respect, said Kofi. Boom. Grayson goes down. Sling Blade picks him up. Oh. We all missed it, said Brandon. Oh, well, it was really good. You missed I would say it was the best part of Raw. I would say it was the best part of Raw. Right now, Penta, hands stand upside down in the corner, comes crashing down on Grayson. And there we go. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. First 48 Gaming said Adam Pearce didn't ban Heyman. Interesting. Did we ever see Wardlow in WWE? He was red hot in the Punk MJF feud. And then AEW wasted him, said Amil. I don't know how you pronounce that name. 3236. They wasted him. I think he's got a good look and charisma. Well, WWE were rumoured to be interested in him a little while ago. Whether their feelings have changed, I'm not sure. But he could be someone that we bring in. I can't comment on his charisma. I don't know if he is the most charismatic in promos, and, you know, if he is someone that's really engaging. I know he's got a decent look, but I just honestly never saw loads of him when I used to watch AEW. I think he used to be a bit of a bodyguard for MJF, wasn't he? And then he went into a bit of a feud with MJF, and I think he got a win over MJF. Now, I know I've heard loads of reports that WWE were interested, but whether that interest has cooled because he's had, you know, not much to do over the past few years, I'm not sure. But listen, we brought in Sean Spears. We brought in Brian Pillman Jr., you know, there's people that we've brought in from AEW that, I don't know, you kind of look at and go, you know, Ethan Page, he didn't do much in AEW. Brian Pillman Jr. didn't do much, but WWE saw something in them and brought them in. So, yeah, they could still bring in Wardlow. Oh, that was pretty sick, wasn't it? I don't even know what it was. And he got the win with it, though. That was nasty. It's kind of like I don't know what you'd call it. It was like a pile driver in the end. Penta picking up the victory. Let's have a look at, I want to see that final move. That was just a big knee there by Grayson. Double clothesline there by both guys. Yeah, so he had him up. Oof. That wasn't a Mexican destroyer. I don't think you can. I don't think you can present that as a Mexican destroyer. I suppose it's a variation of it. But right now we got Kofi stepping up to Penta. Kofi gets, Xavier gets pushed over Kofi. Kofi goes to the outside. Xavier goes to the outside. Penta is in the ring. Is Penta going to put the big hat on? Put it on. Put it on. Put it on. There we go. Penta's got the big hat on. And he throws it, hurls it to the outside. Goes over the top. And there we go. I wonder if Mattel are going to start working on the Penta with giant hat accessory now. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. Right, 65 goods. Ooh, people didn't love that first match. There is Charlotte. There is Alexa. Oh, we've got Sheamus and Rusev. They're still brawling backstage. Shot coming in there by Rusev. The fight continuing backstage. Well, there we go. They're still fighting down there, Rusev and Sheamus. But right now, we've got Charlotte, we've got Alexa, and it looks like they're going to be coming out next. Okay, WWE Unreal. Seen it. Boring. Seen it. Let me know when you've got new episodes, yeah. Right. Match score. Great booking, said Real Russ. This show needs a bump of blow, said Prince Bowie. They should do that all night, just randomly interrupt segments, said Pollard Jono. Those guys need therapy. They do have some anger issues, that is correct. Hopefully they can find peace and harmony in their lives. Okay, let's get match scores up for Grayson Penta. I can tell you that the first match you lot said was good 90. So that's our first match following Cody Cena. Cody Cena, I think, got about all-time 59. So we've gone from all-time 59 to good 90. It's a bit of a drop. It's a bit of a drop, to be honest. It's a bit of a come down. Is it Naomi that's out now? Here we go, guys. Proceed with caution. It's time for Naomi. Is this show a work or a shoot? Said Swifty. You should ask Logan and see if he understands what you're saying. Here's Naomi. Kader said massive drop. Restaurant said that was kind of funny with Rusev and Sheamus just now. Nathan said, I loved Unreal. It's the best documentary that they've done so far, says Nathan. Reyes said, what's wrong with New Day? They're sad, aren't they? Because they lost their tag titles. They're in mourning. Here's Naomi. She's just staying in the entranceway. Is this during commercial break? Are you not getting this, or is this just me? This might just be me. Guys, I'm getting Naomi and you're not getting Naomi. We need to have an honest conversation, says Naomi. I couldn't wait to leave New Jersey. It was so whack. Yeah, it's whack. I've heard that. I came here thinking it would be better. I left a bad situation and I came into a worse situation. All this construction, all this trash. Now I know why you all want to come to Florida. You lot should stay up here. The trash can stay with the trash. Let's go. I don't think she's going to say anything that meaningful. We're at commercial break. Let's talk about me walking out of SummerSlam. Still your world heavyweight champion. I think there's a slight Naomi chant just moments after she's called them trash and told them to stay with the trash. Naomi! 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 Next on my list is Stephanie. Stephanie Vocro, I think she just called her. Stephanie Vocro. Oh, mate! Next on my list is that Stephanie Vocro. Oh, God, and then they cut it off so we could go back to the show. Guys, that was the best part of Raw. That was the best part of Raw. Next on my list is Stephanie Vocro. Guys, I love it when WWE show me things that other people don't get to see. That's the best. Stephanie Vocro. We've got a Brock Lesnar video package. Stephanie Vocro. Right. They cut Naomi just to show highlights of yesterday. Oh, mate, they love it. They flipping love it. I think it was Velcro. What, you thought they said Velcro? Azamin said, why didn't they cut Naomi? Oh, I don't know. She should have been on the show, man. She should have been on the show. Connor said, Daze, do you think that Bayley is next in line for the Women's Intercontinental Championship against Becky Lynch? Or do you think that we could get Becky at Clash in Paris? Do you think they could do Becky, Bayley? They could do. I think Lyra's going to have a problem, though, isn't she? Because Lyra got smashed with Bayley. So I'd imagine Lyra's going to want to get her hands on Bayley. So I think she might have to work that problem out first. But yeah, I mean, they're kind of circling around each other, aren't they? We believe it's time for you to come home. So Michael Cole has spoke about it. John Cena's going to be live on SmackDown. So Michael Cole just said, we believed it was time for you to come home. I mean, I don't know that all the WWE fans thought it was time for him to come home, but you know, I mean, is that what we're going to get on it? Michael Cole said that Nick Khan, Triple H, reached out to Brock a number of weeks ago to bring him back. WWE Creative Humor said Brock Lesnar's return received 75 million social media views. Just don't read the comments. Bow down to the Queen. Oh, hail the Queen. Bow down to the Queen. Boo Charlotte, said Lone Star Friend. Oh. Just as it was getting good. Here's Alexa. They brought Brock back after Triple H got confirmation Trump will pardon Vince if needed, said the Beach. It's a hell of a conspiracy. Here's Alexa. Here's Alexa. Toby said they showed Daze during the Brock comeback. Mate, they're flipping showing everyone. I wouldn't be half surprised if most of you don't make it on them video packages. Jesse said this team is so good. They are fun. No sign of... did she bring out Lily? Was Lily with her? Are they going to fight? I mean, Charlotte is in her ring gear, but I don't know that there's been a match announced. I think Alexa is in a ring gear, isn't she? Who's gonna confront these two? Where are we going? We have done this before, to be honest, where we bring people out and they're in their ring gear and then we don't get a match. Let's have a little look. See where we go. Kian said, Daze, hope you are well. What a SummerSlam it was. I am lost for Brock return. I couldn't scream because of Neighbours. What, the TV show? I'm so excited for Wednesday, season 2. I thought you meant you was excited for Wednesday. I was like, we're doing a season 2 of Wednesday? What do you mean? You mean the day after Tuesday? Well, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. That might be my first You Deserve It chant. It might be your last as well. It feels amazing to be champion again. She takes Alexa's belt. Holds it up. She's wearing one belt and holding up the other. Alexa takes the belt from Charlotte's waist. If you stop hitting me in the head, maybe we could be whatever. Let's not put a label on it. The belt grab was great, said WrestleRants. Are they milking the Friends thing? I think he's going to say the F words. You're such a pain in my A words. Alexa said, as long as we've got these, you are stuck with me. How many? Flair math? Even Charlotte enjoyed that. Even Charlotte enjoyed that. As soon as Alexa started telling like how many times she's been champ, she's like, nah, it doesn't matter. Here's Roxanne. Here's Raquel. Here they come. Here they come. Who wrote this trash, said Chris. I really like them together. I really like them as a... But I do think the kind of creative could be a bit stronger, couldn't it? Roxanne's like, no one cares that you guys want to be friends. Okay, so Roxanne, Raquel getting in the ring. I understand that we're maybe not going to get a rematch, but we didn't come back out here to not get those titles. What? What does that... Feel like Raquel just threw up words. We're going to kick your A words. Right here, right now. Well, there you go, Raquel. You are getting a match. Take a breath. God, he loves it, and he is out here again, innit? He loves this. What do you want now? Stop getting in the way. So he's just come out to go, oh, I don't know that we can do it. Oh, it takes a bit of time to put a match together. What, like the one that you just threw together at the start of the show? We can't just make title matches. Your actions earlier would suggest otherwise. Only for him to then turn around and go, well, what the hell, let's do it anyway. I swear, he's in the back. And he's just thinking to himself, can I insert myself into this? Is there any way that I can get involved in this segment? And he's like, oh, I think I've just thought of a way, actually. I think I've just thought of a way. But there we go. The match is made. Raquel and Roxanne are. Thankfully, Adam Pearce came to his senses. He's decided to allow the match to go ahead. And they are going to defend these tag titles. I think the Friends are going to retain. Yeah, that's my guess. That's my guess. Okay, let's end the poll for Grayson Penta. Let's see where we was with that. It is good 93 for Grayson Penta. Okay, Alexa, Charlotte. Alexa, holding up that championship and showing it off to Roxanne. We're into the second hour. We're an hour and 16 minutes into this show. There we go. About to get underway. Daze, we're at commercial, said Thomas. Oh, are you? Do you know, the way that I watch the show is I don't have it full screen. I have it like half screen. And on the other side, I've got like, you know, my camera and a few bits over there. So whenever they go to a commercial break, there's a tiny little countdown in the corner, but it's covered for me. I can't see it. So I never actually know when we're at commercial break or when we're not, because the only indicator that I've got is a little countdown in the corner that I can't see. Right now, we are just trying to get the fans to cheer us. So Alexa got a big cheer and she's going back again. She goes over. Big cheer for Charlotte and Alexa. Raquel and Roxanne go over. They tried to get a cheer, but the crowd are not interested. So I think I'm watching a house show. Right now. Test of strength by Alexa. Raquel went to do it. Alexa stomped on the foot, which was kind of clever, and that has given Alexa the momentum. Right now, she jumps on the back of Raquel, and we are underway with this match. Every time Daze says Alexa, my Amazon Alexa changes the channel, says Joe. Can you change the word that you say? Because that's happened all throughout. Like, people were complaining about that years and years and years ago. It's just obviously annoying that we've got someone on the main roster called Alexa. Right, if this is a change of pace for Charlotte, then I'll take it, said A. Jobson. Rhonda said, I think Rusev Sheamus is going to end the show. Hannah said, Daze, don't worry, I saw Naomi. I was near Byron Saxton and Green Shirt Guy and Van Vliet. But would you say that this year's SummerSlam was better than last year? I don't know, honestly. I can't remember as to what I actually scored last year. I mean, I certainly feel like, well, this was obviously longer. We had 3 hours on both days, so it's 6 hours in total. There's highs and lows. 6.5 and 7.5, so probably settles down at like a 7.25 sort of range across the 2 days for me. And as I said, I think a lot of that's going to depend on how you felt with the Brock return on night 2. But there was quite a bit of sludge. There was quite a bit of, I don't know, just matches that could have played out on Raw or SmackDown, to be honest. I really feel like both shows, both nights, the middle section really sags of both nights. And both main events massively delivered. I think that the TLC was probably what helped night 2 just get ahead of night 1 for me. I think the TLC, I mean, if I look at night 2, there's 2 great matches there. If I look at night 1, I think there's 1 great match. And I think the Roman match is very good, but I wouldn't say it was great. So that's probably why. But I do love the cash-in of night 1. So, yeah, I think it's one of those where I think it probably comes out at like a 7.25, something along those lines. Honestly, I don't remember what I scored last year, though. Knee coming in as Charlotte goes into the corner. WrestleRant said it didn't need to be 2 nights. We did have good moments, though, but it didn't need to be 2 nights. Well, you know that they're trying to, obviously, I mean, the dream would be to make it 2 great nights. You know, the dream is obviously to try and make it, like, really good because they get to sell out the arena twice. They get 2 loads of merch sales. And obviously, you know, it's not quite ×2, is it? I know a lot of people go to both days. But it's more money. They're definitely making more money by doing 2 nights. And that is what makes the TKO world go round. Charlotte on the outsides. I like the 2 nights, said Ant Ballin. Pollard said, I hated the ending of both nights. Two Broke said, Daze, I think night 1 might be 6.5. And around 8.5 or 9 for night 2. I think I'm settling on 7.5 or 7.75. I can hear that. I can see that. I think only WrestleMania and the Rumble needs to be 2 nights, says Duran. Darren Guy, shout out to you. Appreciate the kind words. Let's go, Charlotte, said Thomas. Take a 1990, said Daze. Seth's heel turn is not working. Live crowd still sing his music. Well, they probably do need to take that away, to be honest. It's kind of the Jericho argument. Jericho had Judas, and he was a heel, and they kept Judas for a while. And the point that Jericho made was, we want people to go and sing along and have a good time. And, you know, if they want to do that to my theme, that's fine. Charlotte and Alexa working together. That was a fun camera shot. So, yeah, that was the point Jericho made. So I bet the same is probably true with Seth. But, yeah, I think it would make more sense to change that music. Do you know what I mean? It makes more sense to give the baby faces a theme song that the fans love to sing rather than the heels. To the outside goes Raquel. Wyndham said, Daze, can you read my message? Did you have a Mr. Super Chat or something? But oh, Alexa going into the timekeeper's area. Big boot there by Raquel. Alexa goes down. And I think we are either going to commercial break or coming back from commercial break. Who Review said, I'm glad I got the community after what I was told. I'm glad I got the community after what I was told. What's going on, Who Review? What's going on, buds? Wyndham, I don't know where your comment is, buds. I don't have any comments in, like, the super chat thing. And I don't have, unless I've like really missed it a long time ago. And I don't have any other comments showing in my live chat. This message. Well, there you go, Wyndham. I've read that message. Now I can see this one here. Daze, according to Fightful, the filming of Street Fighter is set to begin in September. Roman might be there for Clash in Paris. Right. Apparently that filming is not going to be that disruptive. So it does mean that Roman and Cody are going to be out the picture for a little bit. But I don't think it's going to be too bad. So, yeah, hopefully that's going to result in, you know, something. It's going to be okay, hopefully. It's not going to... A lot of people were saying there's no way Cody wins because of Street Fighter. And we did sort of hear beforehand word that wasn't going to be a factor. It's not going to take too long to film. So yeah, could be right. Maybe they are in the running for Clash in Paris. To be honest, though, even if he is available, I don't know that it still means that Roman will be around. Roman might still, you know, fancy having it off. He loves his family time, doesn't he? Eh, Roman? Right now, we've got Roxanne in there with Alexa, elbow to the back of the head as Alexa goes down. Oppola said, Daze, Braun and Bronson are not allowed at ringside. So Seth, LA Knight. I wonder if Seth's men come out and then Punk comes out and then a new wrestler comes out to help Seth. Well, I'm hoping that we get something there that's juicy. I think this has been a largely juice-free episode of Raw so far. It's been a little bit dry. So, yeah, I sort of hope we do get something tasty in that main event. I don't know what. I don't know if it'll be a new member or if it'll just be CM Punk coming down and interfering or where we go. But, yeah, I'd certainly like something. 18 seconds and then we are back. Big Time said, I've been a bit bored watching Raw so far. Oppola said, honestly, the show has just made me a little tired. Yeah. They haven't massively capitalized, have they? On the buzz, shall we say, of SummerSlam. Right now, we got Raquel down, and Alexa's trying to make the tag. Alexa going back. We need a proper Roman Seth feud, said Nico. Right now, around the houses, looking for a DDT there by Alexa. DDT by Alexa. Alexa's down. Charlotte trying to reach over. Corey said, I think Brock might join Seth and Paul's group. Or better yet, he could join the Wyatts, says Corey. Okay, Charlotte. Crossbody. Down goes Roxanne. Down goes Raquel. Charlotte with a chop. And again... More chops coming in by Charlotte. Driving Raquel back against the rope. Stuck underneath there. Charlotte over the other side. Cartwheeling over into a clothesline. And down goes Raquel. Big boot there by Charlotte. Raquel goes down again. Roxanne coming in, gets caught. Roxanne is caught as she's thrown by Charlotte. Charlotte with a kip up. Raquel down. Roxanne down. Charlotte steps on Roxanne. Steps on Raquel. Right now, Charlotte is going up. It is a bit strange just seeing those two just lie there. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Raquel. Connor said, do you think that we will wait till Survivor Series before getting Brock Cena one last time? Well, word up the streets. And you know me, guys. I live on the streets. Not in like a, selling my body kind of a way. I gave that up when I started doing the channel. But in a, I like to know what the streets are just saying. And they're saying that it's going to be Clash in Paris. They're saying Clash in Paris and that we're doing that because WWE are confident that the Parisian fans are not going to be too disruptive. That they'll make lots of noise, but it'll either be booing or cheering. And if they do chant something, it'll be in French, so no one will even know what they're saying. I'm not sure how you say Janelle Grant in French, but that still might come across, to be honest. So hopefully the French don't get too adventurous with their chants if they do go in that direction. Shot coming in there by Roxanne, but that's what the streets are saying. Roxanne in the corner, face first. Roman had better stay a little longer, said Nico. Rhino said, don't believe Daze. Then there's a weekend and he's not streaming. He is on the street selling himself. Rhino, I wish that was true. But the problem is I do need like a certain amount of money to pay the bills. And you know as well as I do that I ain't making that money from selling this body. It just ain't going to cover. It ain't going to cover the bills. It ain't going to cover the expenses. Oof. Here we go, looking for the cover, and Alexa makes the save. Eric said Alexa's been out for so long. Well, she gets thrown to the outsides. That's what she said. Shout out to you. What about The Rock backing Brock as his champion, said to Broke to pay attention? Honestly, I think WWE are seriously just taking it a step at a time. I think it was a big, bold move to bring Brock back. One that has online divided opinion. And I think that WWE are now keeping a very close eye on that reaction. So I'm not sure that they've got these big grand plans planned. I think it's like, let's do this match and see where we are. Roxanne going against the ropes. Who Review said, I got some bad news today. Well, Who Review, I'm really sorry to hear that, of course. And hopefully this can provide a distraction for you. And I hope everything's okay. It's a win here for Alexa and Charlotte. They've retained. So their reign goes on. Roxanne got herself into a Sister Abigail DDT. And she lost the match. I wonder if the fact it was Roxanne will mean anything. So there we go. It is a win for for the baby faces. We've just got a weird shot at the moment. Alexa and Charlotte win, said Wrestling Fan. Hannah said if Vince was still booking, then Jacob would come in. Oh, here's Kyrie. Asuka, Io. Thanks. But no thanks. Okay. Here's Rhea. You talk to your friend. What do you want? I didn't get pinned at SummerSlam. Rhea says, go and beat Naomi, because I would love to beat you for that championship. Rhea. You're never going to beat me. That was good. That was good. She kind of walked away and she grabbed her by the arm lovingly, like, you know, I respect you or something like that. And she went, you're never going to beat me. And that little smile, that was good. That was good. Rhea, you're never going to beat me. Very good. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. Dominic is coming out now. It's going to be Dominic Dragon Lee in it. That was hot, said Jeremy. Well, did you see what we did to Lyra at SummerSlam? There was zip ties and it was a whole thing. Here's Dominic against Dragon Lee. Get a room, said Ice Kill. Swifty said this match ain't doing anything. Well, I wonder, I mean, I feel like last week's Raw, was it last week's Raw that I was quite down on, and I was like, oh, just struggled with it. Because it was yeah, I think it was. It was a go-home show, and we had all those tag matches. And I was just like, this is meaningless. Like, these matches, they don't mean anything. And I just sort of was like, oh. And then we got to SmackDown, and there was some big talking points on SmackDown, like, obviously, the Cena face turn, which now seems to apparently be real. So actually, I wonder if there's a bit of a pattern where Raw is just, I don't know I don't know what the Raw creative team is, but I wonder if we're starting to look at actually genuinely the SmackDown creative team is just better. The SmackDown creative team is just better than the Raw creative team, and actually SmackDown is at the moment the better brand of the two. Clearly, we all know NXT is the best of the three, and that's tomorrow, but maybe SmackDown's just better than Raw at the moment. Right, for some reason we are looking back at Jacob. Trav said Lyra zip tie botch was more cringe than the Lesnar return, said Trav. I think they're different, aren't they? They're different things. I mean, the Lesnar return, I wouldn't say, I wouldn't use the word cringe for the Lesnar return. Controversial is probably the word I'd use for the Lesnar return. I think you could use cringe for the Lyra zip tie botch. I mean, it always surprises me that wrestlers think they can get away with some when it goes wrong. Like a much smaller example, tiny by comparison, is what we saw with Rusev just earlier. It was a nothing moment, but as I said, Sheamus put Rusev's arms kind of behind the barricade so he could start chopping, and Rusev's arm just slipped. And then Rusev, in that split second, had a decision to make, and he chose to put his arm back himself. And it's like, I saw him do that, and it's like, why do you do that? Why do you think that we won't notice that? Why do you think that we're not going to know when the camera's right there that your arm has slipped and you put it back? And it was the same with Lyra at SummerSlam, where she's got a hand cable tied, but somehow it came loose. And it came so loose that even Michael Cole on the commentary was like, oh, she's freed herself. And then you can see her go. Like, you could see her actually trying to tie it back up herself. And you go, why do you... Not everything is going to go to plan. And so if there is a mistake, like, why don't we have the ability to go with it and, go a different direction? Like, why couldn't she have got herself free and then maybe got cable tied again later, but just better, or, just scrap that, do something else instead. I think the truth is they know the spots that are going to happen. They know that, like, for example, I think at that point she hadn't done the corner spot, where her arms were behind her head. So she probably was like, oh, I need my hands cable tied for that. So they've got to be cable tied. So it's undone, and in the split second, she's got to make a choice. But it's like, yeah, I do agree. I mean, that stuff, it's not going to go unnoticed. So I sort of feel like it would be good if there was a standard rule where it's like, if something like that happens, just don't try and save it. Just go with it. Because, we're ideally meant to be believing you guys are actually fighting. So doing that is a bit... So, yeah, it's one of those. A lot of people will have seen it and been like, oh, it doesn't matter, But everyone's got a different relationship with wrestling, Some people take it quite serious and, and some people are like, oh, it doesn't matter. We know it ain't real anyway. So it doesn't matter. So, I don't know. People will be I'll have different perspectives about it, but personally, if something like that goes wrong, I would wish that they would not do that and they'd just go down a different path. But it is what it is. It is what it is. It certainly was not the biggest talking point from the weekend. Right, we have got Macho Man in the crowds, and we've got someone dressed as Becky Lynch in the background as well. And right now, O'Reilly's Auto Parts are presenting us the highlight of the night from last night. And apparently the highlight of the whole night was Bayley saving Lyra. That was the highlight of the night. And then Bayley and Becky brawling away. Bayley went flying into the front. That was sick, actually. I forgot about that. That leg drop, that camera shot was really good. And then manhandle reversed. And then Bayley smacks Lyra by mistake. 1, 2, 3. Wah, wah, wah. So there we go. Becky retaining last night. And there's Bayley backstage. Bayley backstage. I think she's looking for Lyra. Here's Lyra. Lyra's looking for Bayley. Don't. Yeah. Look at us. I wish I was in a Bayley vortex. We're not good for each other. This relationship, it's just not working. Stay out of my life. They say the right thing to do is to break up in person, but it still hurts. It still hurts. Just stay out of my life. It was such a lovely couple. If Vince was booking when Jacob came in, we might have seen the return of the Make a Difference Fatu gimmick, and he might have given it to Jacob to expand to the streets. Well, I'm not sure. When I think of Vince, I don't think so much of positivity these days. Leyland said, thoughts on the new group of like JC and Talatunga? What if they used their real names like Jeff Cobb and Hikuleo? I think it'd be better, wouldn't it? JC Mateo is just an awful name. It's just awful. Talatonga, I don't mind so much. Talatonga. But the problem is when you've got Tongaloa and Tamatonga, I mean, we've got Talatonga and Tamatonga. It's like, I think Talla's okay. I don't know what it is about him that doesn't hit me the same way as, like, Jacob did. But I'd be down for seeing Tallatonga against Jacob. I'd be down for that match. I suppose in a way it'd be a little bit Braun, Jacob, which I believe we did at the start of the year at Saturday night's main event. So that'd be, I'd be down for that match. But yeah, I think Jeff Cobb is a better name than JC Mateo. Shots coming in there by Dragon Lee. Right, we are underway with this match. Let's end the poll for our women's tag match. You lot scored that. God, we are struggling, aren't we, today when it comes to match scores. You lot have scored it. Good 94. Good 94. So people are not loving the in-ring work today. Okay. Joe said chimichanga. And chimichanga. Joe, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Are you back home now, Joe? Are you back home? Jacob is just special. His aura is off the charts. And you can see and even feel it. Solo's group needs something, but I'm not sure what. Well, I think it needed Solo to kind of... Solo needs some credibility. I also think there needs to be a bit more kind of charisma, personality, and he's been working on that. It doesn't help that we've had so many injuries with Tonga Loa out for so long, Tama Tonga still out. We don't really know anything about JC. We don't know anything about Tala. We just don't know the group, do we? We just don't know it. We don't know the group off to the outside. Dragon Lee spills out as well. Dominic, are we going to commercial break again? I live 20 minutes from MetLife with no traffic. Oh, really? Do you? Only 20 minutes away. Oh, right. Respect. Respect. Oh, well, there we go. No messing around. No hotels needed for you. Dragon Lee is in the ring as Dominic gets in. Dirty Dom is the chant. Dirty Dom, dirty Dom. And Dom goes on that middle rope, flashes the guns, throws in some kicks, throws in some shots. And again, poses to the fans, gets a cheer, keeps them involved. We're at commercial break at the moment. Travis said, I think they phoned this episode in of Raw. Tala's 6'8", according to Google, said Vlad. Anyone know if Brock's going to show up tonight? I don't believe he is. He wasn't advertised. Dr. Luchalala said, these booked matches, they're just not hitting tonight. Dirty Dom again on the outside. I hope Dragon Lee wins, said Connor. Dallas Cowboys suck, says Thomas. Brian said, even the main event for tonight is a bit boring. James said it is another stupid commercial. Duran said, I've got top tier Netflix. I don't go to commercial. I thought I had good Netflix, but I sometimes get commercial. I don't get commercials during the live shows, but I did watch some on Netflix the other day, and I had to sit through commercials. And I was like, what's this about? Oh, I'll tell you what it was. It was blooming Unreal. I was watching Unreal, and in every episode, I ended up going to some commercials, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I avoid these. I certainly don't get them during Raw. I always stay with the broadcast. So that's annoying. But a Dirty Dom commercial for Hot Wings, said Phoenix. Dom going over. Cowboys suck. That is a fact, says 107. Man from Time Forgot said, I've read Brock's going to be on SmackDown to build the match with Cena at Clash in Paris. That crowd at Clash is going to be sick, said Dr. Luchalala. Blake said, I watched Unreal. I didn't get any ads. I wonder, I need to have a look what package I've got then, because as I said, I don't get ads during Raw, but I did get some in each episode for Unreal. I hope you soak in tomorrow at NXT, as you're going to see the greatest wrestler of all time, JC Jane. I don't mind JC Jane. I don't mind JC Jane. Don't mind that we're investing in a bit of JC Jane. 1, 2, Dragon Lee. No joy. No joy for Dragon Lee. Do you remember the 2020 Royal Rumble? I do, KK. We're back, says Edward. Has LA Knight Seth happened? Not yet. Not yet. It's going to be our main event. Main event normally starts in around about 15 minutes. Kick coming in there by Dragon Lee. Going up, no joy. Whoa, powerbomb there to Dominic. Kick out. Kick out there by Dirty Dom. Sonny said, should I make my third book available on Amazon Kindle or keep it on paperback? Make it as available as possible. Big Time said, what's your score for Raw so far? Honestly, I think it's a bad episode. I mean, if we're going to be honest about is this acceptable? Would you be okay with this every week? Just like them making like nothing matches? There's a slip there by Dirty Dom. There's a slip by Dirty Dom. I mean, there's not really anything in the way of like story here, is there? I mean, there's not really anything between Dirty Dom and Dragon Lee. The women's tag match we just had was a rematch. Oh, wow. Here's El Grande. El Grande. I believe it's been the Ludwig El Grande. Oh, there's the other El Grande. The Pete Dunne El Grande. Pete Dunne El Grande goes down. Ludwig Kaiser El Grande goes down. There's a third El Grande. There's a third. There's a third El Grande. Who is it? Oh, we've got the Ludwig El Grande, we've got the Pete Dunne El Grande, and now we've got a third El Grande! Oh my God. I can't wait for Survivor Series. I cannot wait. We need the El Grandes. Show me that other El Grande, you cowards. Show me the third El Grande. It's Unos, it's Dos, and it's Trez. Hey, Dom's got his boot again. Oh my God, is this going to be another El Grande? Ah, stupid AJ. AJ Styles getting in the ring. There we go, swing and a miss. I'm not sure if we're going to... And he hurls the boot at Dominic as well. Dominic goes down. Is one of the El Grandes going to attack him? No. I don't know that we're going to see the other El Grande again. That is going to remain a mystery that I'm sure social media is working on right now. A third El Grande. Who was that El Grande? Here's Sammy. Sammy Zayn. Sammy Zayn. We want Cross is the chant. You can hear the crowd chanting, we want Cross. Oh my God, this feud was awful for Sammy. I wanted to use it. It's not about who I am, it's about who I want to be. I want to be a world champion. Sheamus, Rusev interrupting. Yeah, you could hear the crowd chanting like we want Cross, and you could hear that Sammy was not getting a great reaction there. I cannot even begin to explain how horrific this feud with Karrion has been. Here is Becky. Big time. Big time. With her big time new theme. She's coming out next. We're going to be hearing from Big Time next. Third El Grande appears. Right. Sammy is the early favourite for the Rumble. I wonder if we do go that way or if we start planting seeds soon. Gonna have to wait and see. Okay, we got Finn Balor, we got JD. They are talking to Byron Saxton. Days Survivor Series match. All the El Grandes against Doink, Dink, Wink, and Pink. Yes, dad stuff. Yes. Yes. Or Jerry Lawler and his Knights. Do you think Bayley will go after Becky now? She could do. She could do. I mean... I thought Lyra was going to go after Bayley, but Lyra was like, just sent a message, didn't see she were done. So perhaps Lyra is moving out the way and perhaps Bayley will go after Becky. I heard a rumor in regards to what was next for Becky, but I won't say anything because that might be about to unfold. But there is a rumor, there is word of something that could be next for Becky, and it was not Bayley. I know the plan for the IC title, said Jose. Styles beats Dominic. That's how we get Cena Styles. Cena wins the IC title from Styles. Then Gunther beats Cena if the rumors are to be believed. Vladrick said, why doesn't Scarlett ever wrestle? She is amazingly hot. Cars Tonight said, Days I've watched since Smith's Toy Hunts, where you was talking about figures like 2017, 2019. You've always been one of my favourite YouTubers. Thank you, my friends. Yeah, I desperately need to get another Toy Hunt on the channel. Desperate. Right, let us remember what Seth said. There is always a plan B. Do we see a new member of the Vision tonight? Well, we need Summer. We need Summer. So far, we have had a third El Grande, and that's about it. Right, we've got about 35 minutes to go. Maybe we get the Becky feud tonight. Yes, maybe. Let's see. I believe it is Becky next, and then it'll be our main event, I think, after that. Days, we got El Grande Germanico. El Grande Britannico. But what about this next El Grande? Is it Frenchico? I don't know, who would that be? We haven't got anyone from France, have we? I don't know. I didn't get to see who it was. I don't know if we've got some internet sleuths on it. I'd imagine we do. People will have paused and they will be analysing. I don't know if people have got a clear enough vision, to be honest with you. I mean, this is the third El Grande right here. No idea. I like that shout. Apollo Crews. That's a good shout. He does need to be used. That's Rey Mysterio. Could you imagine if it was Rey? It turns out that Rey is actually one of the greatest mass wrestlers of all time, and now we're using him as a El Grande. There's Adam Blackstone. Yeats. Method Man. Method Man is a real rapper. I don't think that's Method Man. I don't agree with that. Did we do the match score for Dragon Lee? Here she comes. I like this theme. Here she is, making her way down. It's funny, though, because it's not the kind of theme that I would have associated with her. Becky Lynch with that championship. Held down by the man. I'm not a fan of the theme, but it might grow on me, said Nico. Theme song is great considering it's new, said Z. Just feels big to me. I feel like there's a big star that's here. I feel like this, the theme feels like I need to pay attention to whoever is about to come out. I could imagine it at WrestleMania, at Summerslam, the theme plays, you're waiting for her to come out, and then out she emerges, and... Ding dong, Lyra is gone. She's no longer getting any opportunities at the title of opportunities, whilst I'm the gatekeeper of opportunities. So there we go. No. Sports Illustrated are saying it. The greatest female wrestler of all time. It's not just me saying it. Other people are saying it. Physically, she's fine. Here's Nikki Bella. Yes. Yes. I like it when she does this. That's my favourite bit. You can look, but you can't touch. Never do that again, said D. Luca. I do it too good, don't I? I'd imagine some of you are feeling very confused right now. Here is Nikki. Do the thing, do the thing, do the thing. I think she only might do it when she's wrestling, actually. This sucks. You are so right. You are one of the greatest of all times. I remember when I first met you. I knew it was okay to take a step away because I knew the women's division was in great hands. But you turned out to be a disappointment. You're meant to be raising a generation, but you're handcuffing them. It's actually zip tying, actually. And badly. Badly zip tying them. I think someone just yelled, boring. This shouldn't bother me, what I'm about to say. But why is she wearing pink nail polish when she's got red lipstick, a red cap, a red... Why pink? Why pink? It doesn't work. It just ruins the whole vibe. I find it so distracting. I got you cut. Your role was cut. I got you cut. When you notice the pink nail varnish, you can't unsee it. You're a liar. You're a liar. Just like your husband. David said Trump tariffed Trish, so WWE had to use Nikki. Is that what's happened? Because she's Canadian, she's been tariffed. Oh, God. Is that why we're trying to pass off Pete Dunne now as under a mask so we don't have to pay any UK tariff? And the same with Ludwig from Germany. It all makes sense, doesn't it, now? Me and my hot husband are the greatest wrestling couple of all time. Oh, she went there. She went there. She went there. Oh. Oh, mate, look at the crowd reaction. You can't see him. Oh, my God. She went there. Oh, my God. I wonder if that was cleared first. I hope not. I hope not. Holy... Oh, that... They love that. I love that. So good. Here we go. Boom. There we go. I'm pretty sure that's going to go down in Paris. But, mate, that line. That line. It's going to live in my head rent-free. That line might have just saved Raw. Do you know why we didn't go one-on-one? Ah! Yeah. Yeah, we didn't go one-on-one because boom! Big Time walks away. Big Time walks away, having landed a body blow. Not so much physically, but verbally. There we go. Awesome. Love Bex, said Corey. That woke him up. Yeah, I think everyone was in a coma. Huh? Don't be shocked when I walk out of SummerSlam with this Women's World Championship. Oh, yeah. She's defending. Against Io? Here's Stephanie. Here's Stephanie Velcro. She's going to call her that again, surely. I'm going to take those Shawns and shove them so far up your behind. You're going to leave Paris with a limp. Oh, she should have called her Stephanie Velcro. Dating Cena was engaged to Cena, went on Dancing with the Stars, broke up, dated her partner, married said partner, divorced said partner, said Jennifer. All right. No update on Gunther, just that he's out of action indefinitely. Like some sort of orbital fracture, and it sounded bad. That sounded, but then saying that, you know, you can make a nosebleed sound bad, can't you? If you get all technical. So I don't know quite what it means, because I'm not a doctor. Or even clever. I swear Byron must work for free. That's why they keep him on TV, said Davids. Daze, is this hinting at a three-way between Nikki, Bayley and Becky for the Intercontinental? I mean, it could do. I think it'll be a singles match first. But it could lead to a triple threat. If they have Bayley and Becky, Lyra has to be involved as the ref, says A. Jobson. Yeah, I'm sure I read earlier that it was built into a singles match first. In Paris. But I wouldn't be shocked if they do get Bayley involved in there. Yeah, she's kind of in the... She's in the mix, isn't she? Time to wrap this show up, said Jay. Yeah, well, at least we've got that promo. We had a third El Grande and we had a great promo. And some matches happened as well. Right. All right, mate. There we go. Dominic Dragon Lee got good 92, so Sheamus Rusev, good 90. Grayson Penta, good 93. Dom against Dragon Lee, good 92. Alexa Charlotte, good 94. What can Seth and LA Knight deliver? What can Seth and LA Knight deliver? Right. I hope Nikki is not butthurt like Charlotte. A one-liner is the highlight of the night so far, said Brian. Yes, it's not been a great night. Bella dumped Cena. That's the only part where it didn't hit with me, says Pollard. I actually don't know. I didn't follow it that closely. I know that they were together and now they're not together. And I sort of feel like... I mean, if memory serves me right, she wanted kids and he didn't want kids. So I think it's one of those where she still loved him. She still loved him. But he just couldn't provide what she wanted, which was little Cena's. So, you know, I wasn't sure if it was going to go there, but it did, and it was great. It just would have been better if Nikki had cried. I think they had different views about children. It is true. John Cena loves them. Nikki Bella hates them. I think Gunther bladed. He might have done. There was a report beforehand, though, that he had a busted nose. Stephanie Velcro, said Nico. Daze, would you kick a baby for $1 million? I'd probably do it for about $20, to be honest. I don't want kids either, so I get it, said Leithman. Funny story from yesterday. I was in the crowd for the post-show, and the fans were chanting, "We want Cross," but Triple H thought they said Brock. While I were there, they were saying bras the whole time. They were saying bras. Bras? Why were they saying bras? That show, I wouldn't want to be with Cena. He looked like a complete douchebag. That is true, wasn't it? There was like house rules and all this sort of stuff. It was a bit weird, actually. It was a bit strange. Next week's Raw looks much better, said AB. Well, that doesn't help us now, does it? We're all here right now. Right. We are just seeing Paris. We are just seeing Paris. There is the, you might not have heard of that, as the Eiffel Tower for our American friends. That's known as the Eiffel Tower. That's in France. So you'll probably see quite a bit of that as we continue to build towards this show. So there we go. That is a little shot of France, just over the water from where I am. I've never been. It's full of French people. So I try to stay away, to be honest. Okay, we're backstage with Becky. Oh, here's Natalia. What you did to Nikki was wrong. I didn't do anything wrong, says Becky. A match next week? Oh, I thought she was going to say Tozawa. Huh? See you next week, sweet cheeks. We're doing Maxine. Maxine's getting a match next week. Here's LA Knight. LA Knight. Roddle Allen. Shout out to you, my friends. Mr. Mank said that crowd's going to make us look like a joke. Fair play, they are very good. How far is France from you, said Robert. I'll have a look. Market Drayton to... I'll do Paris. Apparently, driving, if I was to get in my car right now and leave from this very place... I would get in Paris. I would arrive in Paris. Obviously, I'd have to immediately get onto the Eurostar, which goes under the water. So I'd have to get on and it would have to pull away. But 8 hours 40. 8 hours 40. That's not to get to France. That's to get to Paris. So I could get to France a little quicker than that. Probably take an hour and a half off, maybe 2 hours off. So about... I don't know, 6.5 hours. Something like that. Why would I want to? Why would I want to? We've already got wine and cheese. There's just no need to travel all that way, is there? Mackenzie said, I'm nervous for my girl Maxine next week. So you should be. She's going to get murked. Here's Seth then making his way down. LA Knight already in the ring. We've probably only got about 15 minutes. Are we going to get a third, fourth person? Sort of like, I meant a third person wrestler in Seth's group. Bronson. Someone else. Or is it going to be a fourth person with Seth included? You get my point? Are we getting someone else? LA Knight, yeah. A. Jobson said, thank you, Daze. I've learnt that in 3rd grade. What about that cheese and wine is largely from France? Not everyone will know that. Champagne. Yeah, that's from France. Frogs. They're from France. Garlic. They're from France. Pink Panthers. But not Pink Pantheress. She's from London. And she's sick. Okay, we're getting intros. I'm still hyped for the Savage Becky line. She really can't see him anymore. Champagne isn't originally from France. Where's it originally from? Isn't it named after Champagne or something? I'm looking. Champagne is a sparkling wine originated and produced in the Champagne wine region of France. What's this fake news that's in the chat? In all fairness, if we go to Origins, it says still wines from the Champagne region, blah, 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 Romans and all this kind of nonsense. But it's from the Champagne region in France. Right, here we go. Seth's fourth man is going to be Omos, said Trav. I'm going to have a look, see what is France. 10 things that France is famous for. Cuisine, the bike cycling, the Cannes Film Festival, Disneyland Paris, architecture, the French Revolution, nature, Paris, art and culture, French people, and that's it. Those are the 10 things they're most famous for. So, do you see my point? It's just dull, innit? There's nothing there interesting. Shot coming in there by Seth. And again, driving LA Knight back. Kick coming into the midsection by Seth. We are underway. LA Knight. Inspector Clouseau was from France. That's a good point, Johnny. That's a good point. He was. Isn't that quarter pounder with cheese or something? Like, what's that line out of Pulp Fiction? Doesn't he say in France they call it this? That's from France, whatever he says. I think they've got the Mona Lisa as well, haven't they? I think that lives in France. That's all right. I'd go and see that. Going back. Swinging net breaker there by LA Knight. It's a Royale with cheese. That's the one. A Royale with cheese. Doesn't he say something like, do you know what they call a quarter pounder in France? A Royale with cheese. I don't know why that became such a famous line, but it did become a famous line. So they've got them. I know that. They've got Royales with cheeses. LA Knight is in control. Heyman on the outside looking a little bit shocked at the moment. As Seth is... he's got a battle on his hands. He goes over to the outside. Pulp Fiction. 8 hours is not too bad, said Nico. The Royale with cheese. Yeah, it's a famous line, isn't it? They're famous for French fries, said Brits Version. They are famous for French fries. I don't know. Did they originate in France? I think I've looked at this before. Yes, that's right. Belgium lay claim to French fries. Place of origin, France and Belgium. Both are like, no, we invented it. So maybe they should be Belgian fries. Into the edge of the ring goes LA Knight. LA Knight being hurled into the barricades. LA Knight getting beaten down. We might get a triple threat with LA Knight, Punk and Seth, says A. Jobson. Is that better than a cheesy Royale, said Edward. It's a good question, that. LA Knight is stomp down, boom. Hannah said, no, it was me. I thought they were saying bras, but they were saying cross. Oh, right. So you had a bit of a Triple H moment where you misheard. So you thought they were saying we want bras? LA Knight down. Damn, LA Knight is taking some great bumps, said the Beach Kevin. Upler said, where do you live? 8 hours from where? Paris. Paris. It doesn't take that long, Daze. From England, it takes 3 hours to get from England to Paris. Well, I mean, I just literally typed it into Google and it just gave me the answer. I didn't guess it. I didn't sit here and go, I think it's about this. Like, I literally put it in and it just gave me the answer. I think Viscera, yes, you're right, Cody. It's going to be Mabel. Mabel is going to be the 4th man. Shots coming in by LA Knight. Sean said, Daze, I'd like to be the 4th member. God, I would love that for you as well, Sean, because it would be great to have a community member in there. Do you know what I mean? 8 hours to drive there, maybe from UK. Well, that gets you to Paris. I did stress this. It gets you to Paris. Paris is not on the edge of France. You got to go a little bit in to get to Paris. Right now we've got LA Knight being rammed over into the corner. If Mabel is the 4th person, the crowd definitely going to chant, "We want bras." Ice. Shout out to you. I like how you connected it to an earlier comment. That's good. It's a callback. Slingshot in him as we've got 30-odd seconds to go. LA Knight lost clean to Jacob, so he shouldn't be able to beat Seth clean, right? Right. Oppola said, I went from England to Paris via Eurostar, and it took 3-4 hours. Yeah, what, 3-4 hours on the Eurostar? I got to get to the Eurostar, and then I got to get off the Eurostar and get to Paris. Oppola, please take up your argument with Google. Send them an email if you think they have given false information. France gifted the US the Statue of Liberty, but they're such snobs. They thought they were throwing it out anyway. Yeah. It was just something they had knocking around that they didn't want anymore, so they were like, do you want this as a gift? Do you know what I mean? You know when you get something for Christmas and you're like, I'll re-gift it. And fair play, America was grateful, but let's not give France too much credit. We also gave America a gift, and I think it's a better gift. We gave America James Corden. Do you know what I mean? I think that was better. I think that was better. And you don't see us bragging about it, do you? Eh? You don't see us making a big song and dance about it. As you lot were all loving your carpool karaoke. Oh, guy, you love that. You were lapping that up. You were loving it. Couldn't get enough. Crying tears of laughter at the carpool karaoke. All these famous people singing in the car. You're like, oh, my God. The Statue of Liberty has never brought you that kind of level of joy, has it? It's never brought you that much joy. So, look, I don't want to get into a big major argument about which is better, but... Big superplex. Both guys down. We've got probably about 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. I agree. I just don't sense any peril here. I don't feel any danger. I don't think the championship is in any harm. Imagine if LA Knight won, though. Imagine that. Imagine if LA Knight does get him. Imagine I'm sat here talking about the Statue of Liberty and LA Knight becomes the World Heavyweight Champion. Shot coming in by LA Knight. Jab coming in there by Seth freaking Rollins. Who wants a statue when you need 80 tetanus shots before handling it, said Ice. Again, big clothesline there by LA Knight. LA Knight looking for a... Oh, lovely work. Down goes Seth. Getting back up to her feet. Grabbing Seth. Over in the corner, looking to reverse. Seth going in. Chest first. Looking for a net break and gets it. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Perry, shout out to you. Perry said, who do you think or hope that Cena faces? I hope it's Brock, because I want to see Brock live Also, lots of love from Wales. Perry, shout-outs. Yeah, I was in Wales not long ago. I went to see Oasis in Cardiff. Really good. Loved it. Love Cardiff, actually. I think it is Brock. Word on the street is that it is going to be Brock, and I don't know what we do with Brock after that. I don't know if it's just like, as I said, I think there's probably a chance that he does the Cena thing, maybe goes away, comes back in the Rumble. Maybe they use him at Survivor Series. Oh, but yeah, appreciate the support, bud, and yeah, the streets are saying that is the direction it's going. It's going to be very interesting to see what we get on Friday. Curb! Oh, he missed it. He missed the curb. He's on the shoulders of LA Knight. Planted. Seth goes down. LA Knight 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Seth. Shoulder up by Seth. Right now, we've got Seth down. We've got LA Knight down. King Yeti said, that's right. England did give us James Corden. I don't think I like England much anymore. What, because he went away again? I know. He didn't stick around, did he? I heard that he kind of... I think it's right, though, that you go out on a high. So I can understand you being disappointed. You can always watch the reruns of the Carpool Karaokes, though. You've still got the memories. I know. I understand, King Yiddy. I understand. 1, 2. Looking for the curb. No, he still couldn't get the curb. Kick to the midsection. Again, double underhooks. No joy. Another kick comes. Ah! Plants him. Plants him. Drives him. Head firsts, DDT, LA Knight. Here we go. James said we also gave America Prince Harry. Yes. Yes, that is true. We gave you Meghan back, didn't we? Do you remember that? Elbow by LA Knight. Good point that is. We gave them one of the world's greatest power couples. We could have kept both of them in a castle somewhere. You know, we got loads of castles knocking around, but we didn't. Right now, Seth has gone over the commentary table. Seth is down on the outsides. Heyman looking concerned. Smashing Seth into the commentary table. And again, LA Knight getting smashed. Or LA Knight smashing. The referee's counting, though. Grabs Seth, hurls him over the table. Seth goes down. LA Knight trying to get back in the ring. But don't want to win a match that way. Ain't going to get no titles that way. Seth still down. It's very slow. It's very quiet. Was that a low blow? Did he just jab his head into his pee-pee? I think he did, didn't he? Did he just go, oh, I think he just headbutted him in the dong. Yeah, he did, you know. Look, he's down holding his dong. Michael Cole just can't even find the words. I'll find the words. He just headbutted him in his penis. LA Knight is down. It will do that, to be honest. It will have an effect. And right now it's all Seth Rollins. Well, I was hoping for a fourth person. I wasn't expecting a penis headbutt. Yeah, right now the sound issues. Corey's like, can you hear me? Because they've messed up over by the commentary table. LA Knight is still down. Seth getting back out the ring. He dinged his dong, said David. This is why I watch wrestling, to be honest. I don't know about you, but this is why I tune in. Right now, the mat is being ripped up. We're exposing the floor. The concrete floor has been exposed. I wonder if Abyss produced this match, because we've gone over the 2.5 hours now. Do you think Abyss is back there going, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to get them to wrap it up. Oh my God. You're never going to walk again? Oh my God, what's he going to do? Headbutt him in the dong again. You can't do that twice. You can't do... Oh, no, it's all right. He's only going to curb him. Here we go, LA Knight. Oh, CM Punk! CM Punk! Bella sounded! Seth Rollins was about to curb stomp LA Knight. But here's Punk. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah, man, he's livid, and of course he's livid. Of course he's livid. CM Punk, huge reaction by the crowds. Yeah, he's wailing away on him at the moment. Here is LA Knight. LA Knight is grabbing CM Punk. Yeah, LA Knight is like, no, what you doing? I think LA Knight's not going to appreciate the facts. Oh! Big spear by Braun! Big spear! Oh, this thing's breaking down. We got the Tribal Thief. We've got Braun Breaker. So, I wonder where this could go. Is this going to be like Seth, Braun, Bronson against Punk, maybe LA Knight? Could someone else get involved? Is someone going to come down and help these two? Jay, maybe? Jay would make sense. Jay competed against these two at SummerSlam. I don't think it'll be Roman. At the moment, it ain't no one, is it? It's no one. As LA Knight is planted. Seth getting in the ring. I think Seth's going to look to deliver a curb. Get up, he says. Get up. He's got him in position. Here's the curb. Boom! I don't think anyone's coming. Yeah, there we go. The Vision has sent a message, and right now, another curb is being set up. He's going to deliver it. Ah. And he does. And he does. There we go. I don't think there's anyone else coming. Booze. Booze. I am so over Seth and his goons, says Victoria. That curb looked rough, said Phoenix. A happy ending, said Mayor Pete. Well, there we go. Raw goes off the air, said Blue, but I'm not quite there yet. I've got them on the outside of the... I think I'm getting bonus footage. Right now, I've got Seth, Braun, and Bronson in the entranceway. Oh, did you see? Oh, Roman! I didn't even notice! Oh my God! Paul Heyman said Hogan will pose. But in the background, Roman's blooming Tron just appeared. Mate, I just thought they'd started playing Seth's music. But here's Roman! Here's Roman Reigns! Bang! Down goes Bronson! Mate, the way he went down was so good. So good. I was so distracted by Heyman saying Hogan will pose. That's what Vince used to say back in the day about Hogan at the end of his matches, like, you know, ending the show with a pose. And just as they were getting in the entranceway to have their final moment together, Roman Reigns in the background. Look at this, getting in the ring. As Seth gets out the ring, the other side. Mate, if Roman's going to be in Paris... Oh, look at this. Braun Breaker. Yeah, now they're all going after Roman. CM Punk is still down. Roman's having to deal with these guys on his own. I wonder if Paris is going to be Seth Bronson against Roman Punk and LA Knight. The fans, though, are yeeting. The fans are yeeting. The fans are hoping for Jay. Oh, God, the numbers game. The numbers game. Roman is going to get sent to the Shadow Realm. Boom! Look at that. Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be 3-on-3 in Paris. That's how it feels. I don't know where Jay is. Maybe he's at Waffle House. Oh, mate. Mate. Oh, mate. Oh, mate. He's going up again. Big man. Who the hell is going to stop Ozilla? Where is Jay? Guys, we don't give a flip. We don't give a flip about ending this thing on time. Reigns might have busted inside. I wonder if this is a way of getting Reigns written off TV. Too many tsunamis will write him off TV, won't it? Seth confronting Adam Pearce saying, I'm the champ. I'm the champ. Oh, God, he's stealing more shoes. He stole his shoes again. He stole his shoes. Oh, my God, this man's got a problem. This man has got a problem. Wasn't it Winona Ryder that kept going into shops and just stealing things even though she had loads of money and it like ruined her career? What's going on with Bronson Reeds? Just buy shoes. You can just buy them. I don't even know that they've got the same size feet. Do you know what I mean? What's he doing? He's got a black market. Mate, you could sell them for so much money on eBay. You could sell that for so much money, but you can't do that. You can't go around stealing everyone's shoes, even if it is like a really great side hustle. I mean, I'd do it, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? You just take the odd shirt here and there. You take the odd pair of shoes. I mean, sell that on eBay and it covers the rent. And that means that all the money you make from your wage can just go to, like, I don't know, drugs. So, you know, it does make sense. But you can't keep doing it. Poor Roman Reigns is going to run out of shoes. Well, that was a wild end. He's a thief. Brilliant, said Johnny. Brilliant. Bronzona Ryder. That's what we're dealing with. That is what we're dealing with. Matt Pete said, Daze, would you smell Roman's used shoes? Do I get paid to do it, or am I just doing it for the lols? I mean, like most things, if money's involved, I mean, you know, as the $1 Million Man said, everyone's got a price. Big Mig said, Bronson Reed definitely has a foot fetish. It does feel that way. I mean, to be honest, it could be worse. Do you know what I mean? He could be stealing his underwear. That would be worse. If you're Roman Reigns and, do you know what I mean, you're wearing nothing but a t-shirt when you come around, that would be worse. So if I'm Roman, I'm probably gonna thank my lucky stars. It is just the shoes. Do you know what else would be worse? If he took the shoes off and stole Roman's socks and just left the shoes. Left the shoes, but stole his socks. That's worse. That's worse. That is definitely worse. Because you ain't going to get as much money for the socks on eBay, so you can't even make a argument that it's like for resale value, you know? And that really is foot fetish territory, isn't it? You really are in foot fetish territory then. So again, you know, you've got to look at it in a balanced point of view that it could be worse. But it's still not ideal for Roman. How many shoe lafallas do they need? Perhaps they're all going to have one. Perhaps they're eventually all going to have shoe lafallas. That could be fun. Bronson has got an obsession with feet, said Crazy Ginger. We smell the tribal feats. Says, that could be their catchphrase, couldn't it? They could have one of every colour, said Penny for your thoughts. Nathan said, why is Roman expected to put over guys that are security for Seth? All the work that Roman did to help us during the daytimes of 3920. And this is the repayment. I'm upset, says Nathan. Well, we're trying to build Braun and Bronson. I mean, we are trying to make them like a problem. So, Roman has got a bit of work to do with these guys. And, it can't be all Roman, can it? It can't be all Roman. Got to give him something to work with. So, I'm all right with them stealing his shoes. It's going to be Punk, Roman, LA Knight, maybe Yeet versus The Vision. Where was Jay? Yeah, I don't know. Amethyst. The shoe Lafala smells like something Vince would write, said Dr. Luchalala. At this rate, Roman's going to have no more shoes. James said, Omega was the belt collector. Bronson is the shoe collector. Alan, shout out to you. If you smell the tribal feet. Bit of a boring Raw, that says Steven. Well, actually, do you know what? I was so distracted by Shoegate that I didn't actually ask you guys what you thought about that main event match. So let's do that right now, shall we? Let's get that sorted. What did you lot think about that match? Don't forget, we are back tomorrow for NXT for those that enjoy a little bit of developmental and WWE developmental. Let's do the feedback request tweet as well whilst we're here. Roman off TV again, but how are they going to explain no Jay? Well, I hope that doesn't lead to Roman off TV. I know he's got to do the Street Fighter film, but that's apparently not until September. Maybe that is how they're going to write him off. I don't know where Jay was. I don't know. What did you think of Raw? What did you think of Raw? Right, why does it say Slim Jim in the middle of the ring? Said Alex. They're doing that now. They do sponsors now. They've been doing it a little while. It started last year with, like, Prime. I think, was it WrestleMania 40, the first one, where they put a sponsor in the middle? And since then, it's just gradually got more cluttered to the point now where we're just numb to it now, to be honest. We're just numb to it. I wish we had some NXT faces tonight, but I guess they're going to wait until after Heatwave, says A. Jobson. Daze, how long are you from Estonia? Oh, I don't know. I don't think we trust Google with those numbers anymore. Eric said Jay was tweeting in the bathroom. Jay might have been shoe shopping for Roman, actually, trying to replace the pair that it just got stolen. And now Roman's got to call him up and go, Jay, are you still at the shoe shop? And he'll be like, no, I've just left. And he's like, you'll never guess what's happened. And he'll be like, don't you tell me you've had another pair stolen. And he'll be like, yeah. And he'll be like, oh my God, I could have just picked up 2 pairs because I was literally just there. And he'll be like, I know, I'm going to need you to go back. And he'll be like, well, I can't do that today, Oos. I've got to meet up with the wife, but I can try and go tomorrow. I mean, this has actually caused quite a big problem, I would imagine. So it is very inconvenient. Very inconvenient. It's an interesting storyline. Yeah, you're right, actually, Maiko. It could be that we get Foot Locker to sponsor this story. That would be great for them. But Trevor, shout out to you. Bronson's going to make a bug necklace out of various Roman shoes. I think they need to pay Bronson more since he needs to steal shoes to pay the bills, said Phoenix. Glockness said Foot Locker should be a sponsor now. They should. Listen, I'm sure TKO are already reaching out to them as we speak. Okay, let's get the... oh, wow, you lot said that main event was great. I wonder if part of that was the whole Roman thing as well, though, to be honest. Because, to be honest, the match before was all right. So I'm guessing the Roman thing probably enhanced a few scores. I wasn't expecting him. I do like the Hogan will pose line. I do. I was honestly distracted by that line, and I didn't even notice Roman's graphic in the background. So, okay, there we go. We're going to wrap it up there. Obviously, we'll try and get Need to Work On Unseen. We'll obviously do a review video. A massive thank you to everyone that's joined us. We've just done SmackDown, followed by SummerSlam Night 1, SummerSlam Night 2. Obviously, a big Raw as well, although I don't think it will have met expectation. Obviously, we're back tomorrow for NXT, back on Wednesday for Evolve. Of course, we're back Friday, and that's going to be the big one, isn't it? And of course, it's going to be a big Brock conversation as well again. So, I don't know. Let's take it a step at a time. See where we are. See what news emerges, and see how this all plays out. But got to be honest, it's going to be quite nice tomorrow to get our teeth into a little bit of NXT. Step away from the main roster for a second and go to NXT. So, yes, we'll be back doing that tomorrow. So, night, Billy Bob. Good night, Sally Joe. Good night, Tracy Lynn. I will see you all next time. Bye for now.